7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Blast off.
It's time for Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner will be going. This is the payoff pitch. Let's see if Shea can get out of the inning here. The kick and deliver. Swung on it, missed it, got him. 12 strikeouts for Shea Shanneman. That one hits to left field. Digging the left fielder, go back. Keep going back, and that thing is going to be gone. It's out of here. Holy moly, Cole Evans. 370 feet. Cole Evans got a hold of that thing. Wow. That one hit to short. Cervantes is second, back to first, and they get him. Nicely turned double play there, the old 6-4-3, and there's 2 down. Their double play tonight turned by the Busters.
Sodbuster Baseball is on the air.
All right, get ready for a double dip tonight here from Duncan Field. It is Josh Salmon with you. Nate Miller to my right as we have Souris Valley Saber Dogs in town. And Souris Valley I always thought were blue, but they're wearing red and white tonight. We'll talk about lineups and these records of these teams here in just a little bit. Busters happy to be home as it's a tough road trip. Losing all 5 games on the road, 2 to Fremont and 3 to Western Nebraska. So we'll talk to the coaches between games. Doubleheader, first game will only be 7 innings tonight. And then again, these teams will meet up tomorrow after the doubleheader tonight with a noon start tomorrow. First pitch at noon. So it's a good reason for you to call in sick tomorrow. You can tell your boss I said it was okay. All right? Just blame it on me, and we'll we'll say it's good. How about that? All right, thanks everybody for tuning in. I think we're good to go here on all of our technical aspects. Look at the 2 teams here right now. Souris Valley Saber Dogs are in second place in the Lewis Division. They are 27 and 25. And, excuse me, I'm sorry, that was last year. They haven't played that many games this year. I was looking at last year's stats. Okay, let's look at this year's. I got a lot of papers here. This year, stats, everybody looks, here's how we go. Souris Valley is number 1 in the Lewis Division, 16 and 7. The last 8 games have been 8 and 2, a 6-game winning streak. For your Hastings Sodbusters, they're last in the Clark Division, 6 and 16 record, a 6-game losing streak hoping to be snapped, and they are 3 and 7 in their last 10. Leading the Clark Division is Western Nebraska Pioneers, and as I said, Lewis Division is led by Souris Valley. So we'll take a look at those here in a moment as my papers are blowing away, and it's going to be an interesting night. I can tell you that already. Let's take a break and come back. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Adams County Visitors Bureau is the perfect place to start your Hastings experience. A place where you'll meet artists, shopkeepers, and storytellers while you stroll through downtown shops, beautiful parks, and historic housing districts. Whether you're a traveler, meeting planner, or a new resident, the Adams County Visitors Bureau is excited to help you find what you're looking for, from places to eat, things to do and see, to places to stay. Ask the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Get details at visithastingsnebraska.com. Experience Hastings with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Nebraska Land Distributing is a proud sponsor of the Hastings Sodbusters. When you come to the ballpark, get a refreshing Coors Light, courtesy of Nebraska Land Distributing. Nebraska Land Distributing also features Leinenkugels, the ultimate summer drink, cold and refreshing, and sold at Duncan Field. Another Nebraska Land Distributing option when you come to the ballpark is light beer from Miller. Everything you've always wanted in a beer and less. Nebraska Land Distributing, proud sponsor of the Beer Batter at all Hastings Sodbuster home games.
I'm a working mom. I don't have a lot of time for grocery shopping. That's why Sam's Club is so convenient. I can get the food my family loves, household supplies, and be on my way. My husband likes that they offer oil changes and tire services. Really saves him time. They have early hours for Plus Club members so I can beat the crowd on the weekend. Plus, Sam's Club offers free curbside pickup. Order online or in the app. Sam's Club, Grand Island.
Sam's Club, a proud partner of Sodbuster Baseball. For the best in promotional videos, custom designs, photography, websites, and more, it's Provident Promotions. You've got the business. Now make it stand out with Provident Promotions. Provident Promotions can help you design your logo, website, custom make your promotional video, and shoot just the right photo for your company or business needs to be seen everywhere. And they even offer email marketing services and social media management. Let them help you from start to finish. 111 North Burlington Avenue, Suite 110 in Hastings. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball.
All right, welcome back to our pregame show. Josh Salmon with you. Taking a look at our two teams here, as these teams saw each other a couple times last year in a very shortened 2020 season. These teams got a little familiar with each other. Very short season, as I said. Hastings Sodbusters last year were 28-23, second place to finish out the year, and Souris Valley second place, 27-25. These teams met up last year 6 times, and it was a 3-game split between the two of them, with Sodbusters winning the first 2 of the season. Then Saber Dogs won one on August 9th, Sodbusters the 11th, and then Saber Dogs winning the 12th and 13th. So 3 games apiece, they won. 6 games they saw each other last year. This is the first time they've seen each other this year here in 2021. You ask, where is Souris Valley? That is Minot, North Dakota. All right, it's about a 9-hour, almost 10-hour drive to Hastings, Nebraska. So those guys could be tired. I'm assuming they came in last night. I hope they did for their own sake, because that and playing a doubleheader and stuff too tonight will be exhausting nonetheless for a lot of those guys. All right, so we'll take a look at the lineups here in a minute. Souris Valley has some interesting names. I had to run over some pronunciations with their announcers. Sodbusters, it's the last 2 days of baseball for the month of June already for Duncan Field. 2 games tonight, 1 tomorrow. Again, tomorrow is noon, first pitch. And then they go on the road. Go to the Sioux Falls Sunfish. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're off Monday. Busters back at Fremont again on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. Friday, they're off. Saturday, coming to town is Spearfish Sasquatch for a doubleheader on the 4th of July. So 3rd, 1 game, 2 games on the 4th of July. Then they go on road for a little bit. Then from July 12th through the 18th, 7 games in a row here at Duncan Field. We'd love to see you out here. We'll talk about some promotions and stuff coming up as well. There's some good things happening very, very soon at the games, including tonight. And we'll talk about those coming up as well. Lineups on the way. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Summer means Sodbusters baseball and hot weather, so make sure you stay cool with Ruts. Ruts Heating and AC is your #1 source for residential and commercial HVAC services in Nebraska. For over 45 years, Ruts has been a name to trust for repairs, installation, and maintenance work on time. Call Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning today to discuss your HVAC needs, free estimates, and the guarantee their work. Whenever your heating or AC needs, trust Ruts. Visit rutsheating.com.
A reminder from the Nebraska Lottery. Nebraska Pick 5 has draws 7 days a week, with jackpots still starting at $50,000. So play Nebraska Pick 5 today, or you might miss your chance to win big.
Top prize odds 1 in 501,000.
You know Graham Tire for their quality tires and service, but did you know that they do brakes, batteries, and oil changes, and even shocks and struts? Graham Tire in Hastings has the quality products and great service you have come to expect from the Graham name. Rick and his crew will get you fixed up and right back on the road safely. And you can trust that the job was done right. That's peace of mind. Graham Tire in Hastings, West 2nd Street, open 7:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball. Hey, you. Your ad here. It's Josh Salmon of Salmon Says Media. Imagine turning on the radio or TV and hearing or seeing your business being advertised. Salmon Says Media offers voiceovers, full audio production, on-hold messaging for your phone, and more. Nearly 2 decades of experience. Salmon Says Media also offers radio imaging and podcast production. See us on Facebook. Salmon Says Media, the official media partner of the Hastings Sodbusters.
5 Points Bank has been your hometown bank for over 40 years, and now you can take us wherever you go. Mobile Deposit allows you to deposit checks from your smartphone or tablet with our free business banking app. And never pay for an ATM charge again with our MoneyPass app. It maps out ATMs near you that won't charge a fee because of its partnership with 5 Points Bank. We're here to serve you in person and online, and that's why we're the better bank.
Have you heard the latest in Sodbusters news? Hey, this is Josh Salmon, voice of Hastings Sodbusters Baseball, inviting you to check out the Sodcast, the official Sodbusters podcast. Each episode gets you up to date on team info, the latest news, player and coaches interviews, and more. Join Brian Frew and myself for the Sodcast all through the baseball season. The Sodcast is available for listening on Spotify for free. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball Insides Inside Duncan Field with me, Josh Salmon, and co-owner Brian Frew. The Sodcast. Listen today.
All right, welcome back to Duncan Field. Josh Salmon with you, taking a look at Souris Valley Saber Dogs, leading their division this season, having a good year. We'll see if Busters can end their losing streak here tonight against these guys. And here is the lineup they have starting for game number one. It'll be Caden Schwabe in left field. Alan Greer batting second, playing center field. Bo Brewer at first base batting third. Stephen Moretto, the DH, batting fourth. Dalton Bowling is your third baseman batting fifth. Chase Keaton is your second baseman batting sixth. Declan Buckle is the shortstop batting seventh. Cullen Hannigan is the catcher, and batting eighth. He is batting eighth. Excuse me. Batting ninth is Jared Breadwell. He is your right fielder. So it's Schwabe, Greer, Brewster, Moretto, Bowling, Keaton, Buckle, Hannigan, and Breedwell. Coming back, we'll take a look at the Sodbusters lineup here in just a moment. Stick around.
No, it isn't a fairy tale. It's Hastings, Nebraska. The Adams County Visitors Bureau invites you to experience Hastings. From bird watching to the Aquacourt Water Park to taking in a Sodbusters baseball game at historic Duncan Field. It all starts with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. What would a visit be without great eats? Hastings has plenty for all cravings. Start exploring at visithastingsnebraska.com. Experience Hastings with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Nebraska Land Distributing is a proud sponsor of the Hastings Sodbusters. When you come to the ballpark, get a refreshing Coors Light, courtesy of Nebraska Land Distributing. Nebraska Land Distributing also features Leinenkugels, the ultimate summer drink, cold and refreshing, and sold at Duncan Field. Another Nebraska Land Distributing option when you come to the ballpark is light beer from Miller. Everything you've always wanted in a beer and less. Nebraska Land Distributing, proud sponsor of the Beer Batter at all Hastings Sodbuster home games.
For the best in promotional videos, custom designs, photography, websites, and more, it's Provident Promotions. You've got the business. Now make it stand out with Provident Promotions. Provident Promotions can help you design your logo, website, custom make your promotional video, and shoot just the right photo for your company or business needs to be seen everywhere. And they even offer email marketing services and social media management. Let them help you from start to finish. 111 North Burlington Avenue, Suite 110 in Hastings. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball.
I'm a working mom. I don't have a lot of time for grocery shopping. That's why Sam's Club is so convenient. I can get the food my family loves, household supplies, and be on my way. My husband likes that they offer oil changes and tire services. Really saves him time. They have early hours for Plus Club members so I can beat the crowd on the weekend. Plus, Sam's Club offers free curbside pickup. Order online or in the app. Sam's Club, Grand Island.
Sam's Club, a proud partner of Sodbuster Baseball.
5 Points Bank has been your hometown bank for over 40 years, and now you can take us wherever you go. Mobile Deposit allows you to deposit checks from your smartphone or tablet with our free business banking app. And never pay for an ATM charge again with our MoneyPass app. It maps out ATMs near you that won't charge a fee because of its partnership with 5 Points Bank. We're here to serve you in person and online, and that's why we're the better bank.
All right, Sodbuster Baseball, Josh Salmon with you, taking a look at the Hastings Sodbusters lineup, at least for Game 1. This is what manager Wagner has for you. Chandler Wagner has this lineup. He's going to lead things off with Omar Jackson in center field. Cole Dawson batting second, playing shortstop. It'll be Trevor Matson at third base batting third, and Jack Hammond, your DH, batting cleanup. Justin McGuigan behind the dish tonight. He is the catcher batting fifth. Trayton Kozel is batting sixth in left field. Cameron McClure is your right fielder batting seventh. Tyler Monroe, second baseman, batting eighth. And Ian Riley is your third baseman batting ninth, with on the hill Shane Scott. So it'll be Jackson, Dawson, Matson, Hammond, McGuigan, Kozel, McClure, Monroe, and Riley for the Sodbusters here in Game 1. Remember, we will play 7 innings for Game 1. So it's a good way to have everybody rest their arms and just get ready for a second game. 2 games in a row is a lot. Let's send out to our PA announcer, Brian Frew, who has our national anthem.
we get some popsicles? A lot of popsicles.
Okay, sure.
Let's go to Sam's Club. We can get some popsicles there, plus check out the pools on sale.
Didn't Dad want to barbecue tonight?
With all those popsicles, we should get some paper towels, too.
Good idea, Mom.
I'll grab some chips. Sam's Club has something for every season.
Sam's Club, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball. Stop by before or after the game. For the best in promotional videos, custom designs, photography, websites, and more, it's Provident Promotions. You've got the business. Now make it stand out with Provident Promotions. Provident Promotions can help you design your logo, website, custom make your promotional video, and shoot just the right photo for your company or business needs to be seen everywhere. And they even offer email marketing services and social media management. Let them help you from start to finish. 111 North Burlington Avenue, Suite 110 in Hastings, a proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball.
All right, we're getting set for a doubleheader. Sodbuster Baseball. Josh Salmon back with you. Steve Stein will join me a little bit later. Thanks for tuning in. How are you tonight? Good to see the Busters back home after a 5-game road trip where they stayed in Nebraska. That was the good news. The bad news is they didn't win any of those, but they played two of the toughest teams in the entire league with Fremont and with Western Nebraska. So they want to put that in the back of their minds, come back and play some great baseball today, and that's what we hope they do. Thanks for appreciate you tuning in here on your Wednesday night doubleheader tonight. One game tomorrow. Noon is the game tomorrow, noontime. So make sure if you're coming out to the game that you don't show up at 6 something, because we'll be done and you'll hear crickets and they'll be like, where did everybody go? So yeah, that wouldn't be good. All right. Buster's wearing their green shirts, white numbers, white pants, and Souris Valley wearing red, which I remember them wearing blue last year. I don't remember any red in their outfit at all. They had like light blue and dark blue. Or maybe they changed. I don't know. They look like Western Nebraska. They have red jerseys there. So Caden Schwabe comes up. Schwabe is the left fielder leading things off here against Shane Scott. Caden Schwabe from Thompson, North Dakota. Goes to North Dakota State University. NDSU, I believe it's called. First pitch on the way there from Scott. 1 ball, no strikes. Just underway here. Just getting underway. Appreciate you tuning in here. And Shane winds up, and that one way upstairs. It's 2-0. Schwabe, 39 for 82 this season, batting .475. 8 RBIs. That's pretty good. That's very good, actually. And that one upstairs and misses, so it's 3-0 here to Shane Scott. Walks have been a problem this season for the Sodbusters. I'm not going to mince words. I think everybody knows that. That one in there for a strike. And even with him batting .475, Schwabe, he's not leading the league, the Lewis Division, in batting. His teammate is. He's second. Bo Brewer's leading the league. And there's a 5-pitch walk to start off the game. Souris Valley has a runner on. So that brings up Alan Greer, their center fielder. You look at the leaders in batting. You have Bo Brewer, then you have Schwabe. They're the only two in batting there for the Sabre Dogs. You do have a guy with home runs. Moore has 3. Sabre Dogs have a couple RBI guys, and Miller and Moore. We'll talk about their pitching a little bit later. Runner on first. No outs just underway here. Game 1, Souris Valley and Hastings. Runner fakes going. Doesn't go. Back to first. Double play unassisted. Trevor Matson. Well, that didn't work. Schwabe led off like he was going to go. The line drive from the right-handed batting Greer right into the glove of Matson. He tagged the base for a double play. So line into a double play is not something you write on your scorecard very easy. Very often either. We'll take it. That's one of those plays that you can practice it. It's hard. But it's just one of those freak things where Schwabe was going to fake it and it didn't work. So quickly 2 outs here for Bo Brewer. Brewer with a lot of moss under the helmet growing out there. That's what my hair looked like when I was about his age. Oh, to have that much hair. 1 ball, no strikes here from Shane Scott. That one over the outside corner for a strike. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, Schwabe led off the inning with a walk. And then Greer just lined into a double play a moment ago, right to the first baseman Matson, who made the unassisted double play. The 1-1 from Shane Scott floats in there. Nice off-speed pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes. That thing was very, very slow. So let's see if he goes back to the heater here. 2 outs, top 1, no score Duncan Field. The 1-2 offering coming up from Shane Scott. And then a strike 3 call, and Frozen Brewer leads the world in hitting, strikes out here at welcome to Duncan Field and welcome to Hastings. That's it for the Souris Valley in the top of the first. No runs, no hits, nobody left on base. Busters coming up. This is Sod Buster Baseball from Duncan Field, and we will play some game ads here just a second. Let's do this one, and here we go from the Adams County Visitors Bureau.
Imagine visiting a place with historic housing districts, beautiful parks, and strolling through downtown shops. No, it isn't a fairy tale. It's Hastings, Nebraska. The Adams County Visitors Bureau invites you to experience Hastings, from bird watching to the Aqua Court Water Park to taking in a Sodbusters baseball game at historic Duncan Field. It all starts with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. What would a visit be without great eats? Hastings has plenty for all cravings. Start exploring at visithastingsnebraska.com. Experience Hastings with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Nebraska Land Distributing is a proud sponsor of the Hastings Sodbusters. When you come to the ballpark, get a refreshing Coors Light, courtesy of Nebraska Land Distributing. Nebraska Land Distributing also features Leinenkugels, the ultimate summer drink, cold and refreshing, and sold at Duncan Field. Another Nebraska Land Distributing option when you come to the ballpark is light beer from Miller. Everything you've always wanted in a beer and less. Nebraska Land Distributing, proud sponsor of the Beer Batter at all Hastings Sodbuster home games.
All right, well, a good quick inning for the Busters after allowing the leadoff walk. Got the line into the double play, got the strikeouts, and so now Busters have a chance to do something here in the bottom of the first. And Souris Valley's having a very good season, leading their division, Lewis division. A lot of guys hitting in the high numbers. Busters not playing bad at batting. They're just having some issues, well, getting the clutch hits, and then they've had some bullpen issues all season long as well. But coming into this game, you see Souris Valley 16-7, a 6-game winning streak, 8-2 in their last 10 games. It'll be Omar Jackson, Cole Dawson, and Trevor Matson leading things off here for your Hastings Sodbusters. Lefty versus lefty matchup here with Eric Wallington. Cool name, by the way. Eric Wallington's pitch misses for a ball. So Omar comes up. He's 205 batting average, 3 RBIs in the season for the Busters. Ooh, and that plunks him on the back. Not a good way to start there for Wallington. Good way to start for the Busters. You ask a leadoff hitter, and he'll say, hey, I'll take that as much as I can. Trevor Matson, who grabs the bat on the on-deck circle, he knows all about being beaned. He leads the team in hit by pitches. Cole Dawson comes up for the Sodbusters. Cole, and to say he's cooled off a little bit, he's at 386. So he was batting 382, I think, when he went on the road. So he was at 425 at one point. Omar with a good lead at first. It's hard to steal off a lefty pitcher when he's staring at you. Not going as Omar. That one upstairs. Omar very quick. Not sure on the arm of the catcher, Hannigan. 1 ball, no strikes here to Cole Dawson. Runner on for the Sodbusters. Bottom 1, no score. Josh Salmon, Nate Miller to my right running your TV cameras. And Wallington taking a long time. Kicks and delivers to the right-handed Cole Dawson. Ball and a strike. Sodbusters 6-16, 273 percentage. They're 11.5 games back. But basically after this week, the season starts over. I mean, not over, but you start the second half of the season. Then you can really see some changes. Speaking of changes, we're going to have some new guys joining in the lineup as Omar Jackson goes. It's a pretty good throw. He gets underneath it, though, and the ball goes into center field. So that's a stolen base for Omar. Nice job. He had a good jump, and I think he would have made it either way. The throw wasn't bad. I'm not sure why the second baseman missed the catch there. He's flashing signs to the catcher. I think maybe the wrong guy was covering the bag is what it looked like to me. Nonetheless, stolen base, runner in scoring position now. 2 balls and a strike to Cole Dawson. This is a good RBI guy at the plate here for the Busters. Get something going. Outfield playing very shallow. That is a chopper to second. High chopper. They're going to have to hurry to get Cole. He runs pretty well. They do get him. Nice play there at second base. And the runner does advance over to third in Jackson. So Keaton got it on the high hop. One down here. It brings up Trevor Matson. Trevor going to start at first base tonight, batting .297 on the season, taking his average up a little bit. Looks like he was playing pretty good over the road trip. Omar Jackson stands on third base. That one inside. And Matson in the last 7 days, well, he's hit 200 in the last 7 days. Does have only the one RBI chance to add another one here. 1 ball, no strikes, no score. Top one, that one into right center field. That's going to fall. Omar waited a second at third, but wanted to make sure the second baseman wasn't going to get it. He easily scores. It's 1-0 Sodbusters. RBI single for Trevor Matson. Doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to work. Just tap it into right field, and I think Omar thought the second baseman maybe was going to get it there for a minute. Jack Hammond comes up. Hammond batting .203. His numbers have dipped a little bit for Hastings. Wallington checks his runner up top. Ball gets away from the catcher, but not near far enough for the runner to advance. Wallington, a 27-27 ERA. And that's a tough number to have. 9 strikeouts on the season. Oh, excuse me, take that back. That's this inning. He's batted, his ERA for the season is .257. 7 innings pitched, 9 strikeouts coming into this game. And we have 2-0 here to Jack Hammond. 1-0 Sodbusters, bottom one. Duncan Field, doubleheader, wind blowing in, as you can hear, pretty much from right center field, which is typical at this time of night, even though we started a little earlier. Steve Stein will join me a little bit later, and then for game 2 as well. Inside out swing, that one goes foul, just off the handles there of Hammond. So goes to 2-1 now to Jack Hammond. Justin McGuigan coming up next. Eric Wallington is the pitcher. Big, tall, left-handed kid out there. I shouldn't say kid, but they all are to me because I'm old. Wallington, Asheville, North Carolina, Western Carolina University, where he goes. He is 6'6", so. That one hit into center field and going to fall right in front of the center fielder. Greer thought about catching it, but decided to just let it fall. So 2 hits in a row here, and 2 runners on for the Busters with only 1 out. 1-0, good guys. I always like to meet the broadcasters for the other teams. Souris Valley has a real nice guy. They had a great one for Western Nebraska. Of course, Nate with Fremont, always good dudes. We're always helping each other out with name pronunciations and whatever, so appreciate that, and I know they do too. So Justin McGuigan comes up. Guigs, as Steve calls him, batting .380 on the season. Pitch on the way. Misses for a ball. McGuigan in the last 7 days has batted .364. Very good. 2 RBIs for him. Couple chances now with Matson standing on second and Hammond standing on first. Here's the 1-0 from Wallington. Foul off first base side. Ball and a strike here to the backstop. McGuigan. I got to the ballpark today. I came up to my broadcast booth, and Luke Bay is here, the pitching coach, and he's talking to Shane Scott, and they're going over batters and where the guys like to hit the ball, which is cool. This guy likes to do this guy likes to do this, and so I was like, I hate to interrupt this, guys, but can I set up? And they were almost done. So I was like, you can still talk behind me, but I need to set up my gear. I went outside, but it's good to see them going over that, talking about each batter and dissecting it. And Luke Bay very good at that. He's going off of what he saw on some of these guys this year, or scouting reports he got. 2-1, 2 runners on, 1-0 Busters here, bottom one. 1 out, pitch on the way. Wallington swung on and missed on that one. So we go to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trains going by Duncan Field, add to the ambiance. Doubleheader, the drum guy's here. He's ready for 2 games. To my right. I don't see the guy in the skirt, or the kilt, I should say, here yet. Maybe game 2. Noon tomorrow, first pitch. If you want to call in sick, I think it's okay. And that one fouled off, just getting a piece of it. That was ball 3 he swung at. That thing was way high. McGuigan upset with himself. If you talk to Justin, he prides himself on his defense, which he should. He's got great defense. He doesn't talk about his hitting too much, and the guy's batting .380. So he says, I'm more known for my defense. I work harder on that. It's like, well, whatever you're doing for hitting, keep it up. Whether you're eating Wheaties or whatever you're doing, keep it up. That one inside, and that is ball 3. So now 3-2 here to Justin McGuigan. Matson stands on second. He singled. Hammond stands on first. He singled. 1 run in this inning. That run was Omar Jackson. 1-0 Sodbusters, bottom 1 out. Wallington the lefty. Versus righty McGuigan. Kicks and delivers. High chopper to the infield. Toss it to second. The only out they have is the fielder's choice, and they do get Jack Hammond doing a somersault at second base, trying to avoid the second baseman. He's okay. So the fielder's choice, runners on first and third now. Trayton Colesville comes up. Colesville, in the last 7 days, he has really been hitting well. 444 and 9 at-bats. He's got a double in that time, a couple RBIs, stolen base. He's really been seeing the ball good. Lefty versus lefty matchup here. Busters like to get a couple more on the board here against a very tough Souris Valley team. That one way inside, and Colesville gets out of the way of it. Ball, no strikes. 2 outs. Runners on first and third. 1-0 Hastings here in the bottom of the first. Warm day today. Warm. That one inside as well, 2-0. At one point today I looked and it said 93 degrees, and that was about 2 o'clock this afternoon. And I didn't want to know after that. Here's the 2-0. I know people in Arizona are like, that's winter. Outside 3-0 here to Trayton Colesville. They don't want to pitch to him for whatever reason. Two runners on here. 1 in for the Busters this inning. Bottom 1 out. Wellington comes to the plate, and it's a 4-pitch walk. So now bases loaded here for the Sodbusters. He didn't want anything to do with Trayton Colesville at that at-bat. Pitched all around him. In 93 it still is, according to the National Weather Service, with winds at about 26 miles per hour coming out of the south. So it brings up Cameron McClure. Cameron batting .250. That one fouled back. Strike 1. Bases loaded here for Cameron. McClure last 7 days only batting $182 in 11 at-bats. Had some good games here at Duncan Field this year for the Busters. Pitch on the way. And gets away from the catcher. Matson coming in, and he will score. That is going to be a wild pitch. It was a high kind of outside thing, and the catcher couldn't squeeze it, so not his fault. That's going to be Wallington's wild pitch. And 2 runs given up this inning. Now runners moved over to second and third. It's 2-0 now, Sodbusters. So Wallington. Has the 1-1 offering. Ooh, nice curveball on that thing. Or it looked like a changeup, I'm sorry. 1-2 as he just pulled the string and fooled McClure. So not an RBI, but they'll take the run nonetheless on the wild pitch. 2 earned runs this inning. 2 runners on here. 2 outs, 1-2 count. Wellington to Cameron McClure. And that one just misses inside. Looked pretty good from up here. I think Wallington agrees with me. That could have gone either way. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2-0. Sodbusters, 2 runners on. Deuce is wild here in the first inning. Sorry, had to do that. Busters at 2 runs on 2 hits. Here is a 2-2 offering from Eric Wallington. That one popped up short left field. Left fielder comes in, loses his hat, and makes the catch out there. That is Schwabe to retire. The Sodbusters leave 2 on. But 2 hits, 2 runs, and 2 left on base. At the end of 1 inning, it's 2-0 Sodbusters. This is Sodbuster Baseball from Duncan Field, and now a word from Sam's Club.
I'm a working mom. I don't have a lot of time for grocery shopping. That's why Sam's Club is so convenient. I can get the food my family loves, household supplies, and be on my way. My husband likes that they offer oil changes and tire services. Really saves him time. They have early hours for Plus Club members so I can beat the crowd on the weekend. Plus, Sam's Club offers free curbside pickup. Order online or in the app. Sam's Club, Grand Island.
Sam's Club, a proud partner of Sodbuster Baseball. For the best in promotional videos, custom designs, photography, websites, and more, it's Provident Promotions. You've got the business. Now make it stand out with Provident Promotions. Provident Promotions can help you design your logo, website, custom make your promotional video, and shoot just the right photo for your company or business needs to be seen everywhere. And they even offer email marketing services and social media management. Let them help you from start to finish. 111 North Burlington Avenue, Suite 110 in Hastings. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball.
All right, well, Busters get 2 on the board in the bottom of the first and give Shane Scott a little breathing room, but still got a very tough Souris Valley team with the 4, 5, 6 hitters coming up here for the Sabre Dogs. Josh Salmon back with you. Nate Miller to my right running your cameras as McGuigan took a little bit of time to get the gear on, which it does when you're a catcher and you just batted last inning. So it'll be it'll be Moretto, Bowling, and Keaton due up here for the Sabre Dogs in game number 1. Remember, this game only 7 innings. Play a second game after this one's over, take a little break in between, and then come back for game number 2. And then tomorrow noon is game time. Got all that? All right, Moretto comes up. That is Stephen Moretto, and they have him listed on the roster as an infielder. He's from British Columbia, Canada. Goes to Sacramento State. Right-handed batter. Busters with 2 hits. Able to put 2 on the board. 1 via the RBI, 1 via the wild pitch. Hey, we'll take runs any way we can get them. I'm sure any team will say that. So Shane Scott gave up a leadoff walk and got the line in double play. Got a strikeout at the end of the inning. His second inning of work here. Righty versus righty, and that one misses on the outside corner for ball 1. So again, 4, 5, 6 hitters due up here for the Sabre Dogs. That one in there for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Eric Moretto. Moretto batting .438 on the season. Yeah, not too bad. He's doing okay. Swung on and missed on that one. Changes speeds. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Souris Valley Sabre Dogs. First time we've seen them this season. The 1-2 offering coming up here from Shane Scott. Misses for 2-2. Crowd wanted it. These teams will see each other again tomorrow, obviously, as I said, and then they meet up one more time this season. And I'm not seeing it, so maybe this is the only outing. I thought they met up one more time, but they don't. So the only outing these 2 teams will see this year. That one fouled back. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Interesting that they don't see each other again this season. Here is the 2-2 from Shane Scott. Top of the second, 2-0 Sodbuster. Swung on a miss, got him. Have a seat with the fastball. Moretto, 2 strikeouts for Shane Scott. 1 down here in the second. So it brings up Dalton Bowling. He is the second baseman for the Sabre Dogs. Sabre Dogs haven't played for a couple days. They played at home against Pierre, won 11-9 on the 20th of the weekend, but that one fouled back to the net. Haven't played since. A couple days off for them, just like the Busters, though. Busters had a couple days off as well. So Bowling up here to bat. Dalton Bowling. 1 ball, 1 strike from Shane Scott. 2-0 Sodbusters. Bowling has no batting average in the last 7 days. And takes strike 2. Delayed call there by the umpire on the called strike. Bowling with a .234 average. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Shane Scott looking for his 3rd strikeout of the game. The righty kicks high, leg kick, and deliver. And a chopper just foul. Actually goes to the backstop. It took a weird hop on the turf. Chase Keaton, a fun name to say. He's due up next as well. 93 degrees, Duncan Field. But it's kind of overcast, right? I mean, the clouds are over the top of us. Nobody's really in the sun. It's just that dry heat and then the wind blowing a little bit, which wind wasn't blowing much earlier today. Here's the 1-2. That one way outside. Goes to 2-2 for Shane Scott. Shane's got 2 strikeouts in the game. And that one a high chopper to second base. Monroe fields it over to first, and there's 2 down. Nice job waiting on it. Sometimes guys will get anxious and try to run in on that. On the turf, you got to let it hop. Even if it's a high hop, Monroe's pretty tall and makes it look easy. 2 down. So Buster righty Shane Scott from Ponder, Texas. Goes to Arkansas Tech under Coach Dawson out there. Last pitched on June 15th. So it's been a while for him. I was at the Moo, and he took the loss on that one. 5 innings, gave up 6 runs, 10 hits. 1-0 here to Chase Keaton. Two 2-0 now. 2 outs, 2-0 Hastings. Keaton with the long moss as well under the helmet. 3-0 now. So Shane walked the first batter of the game. Hasn't walked anybody else since. He struck out 2 guys. Got 2 outs this inning. That fires that one in there, taking all the way was Keaton. DeClaw Buckle due up next. It's D-E-C-L-A-N. The 3-1 coming up from Shane. He works a lot quicker than his counterpart. And that one well outside, and it's ball 4. So 2 walks. He gave up a walk though in the first, as I mentioned, and then he ended up getting the next batter to line out as Schwabe walked and was faking to go to second. Well, then the ball was lined to first. And so the umpire talking to the first base, to Shane Scott. Different umpiring crew than we've seen this season. So another right-handed batter, Buckle, decline Buckle. He is a shortstop. Buckle batting .333 on the season. Here is the pitch, and that one misses for a ball. Declan Buckle. 4 RBIs in the season, 18 at-bats for him. He's from Newfoundland. Corner Brook, Newfoundland. Interesting. Monroe to second base to get the easy out. Thought maybe he was going to go to first there. He had to play it first as well, but he just tossed it to his right. Dawson was on the cover, and they got out of the inning, leaving 1 on base. So at the end of 1.5, it's still 2-0 Hastings. Bottom of the second coming up. This is Sodbuster Baseball from Duncan Field.
Summer means Sodbusters baseball and hot weather, so make sure you stay cool with Ruts. Ruts Heating and AC is your #1 source for residential and commercial HVAC services in Nebraska. For over 45 years, Ruts has been a name to trust for repairs, installation, and maintenance work on time. Call Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning today to discuss your HVAC needs, free estimates, and the guarantee of their work. Whenever your heating or AC needs, trust Ruts. Visit rutsheating.com.
Nebraska has some of the most beautiful state parks in the country. And to celebrate their 100th anniversary, the Nebraska Lottery announces our Great Outdoors Getaway promotion. Through June 8th, 2021, enter any non-winning $5 Nebraska State Park Centennial Scratch ticket for a chance to win a 2-night stay at a Nebraska State Park, $2,021 in cash, and Nebraska Lottery and Game and Parks merchandise. State parks as great as ours deserve a promotion as great as this. Top prize odds 1 in 80,000.
Welcome back. Shane Scott again gave up a walk but got out of it, ensuing the ground ball, and still 2-0 Hastings as they come up here in the bottom of the second. Josh Salmon with you. After a long hiatus, give the voice a rest with a 5-game road trip. I don't go on the road with the team. I would like to. It'd be fun, but I have a full-time job and I just can't do it. And So I don't. Works out that way. I was planning on doing one road trip this year, but I'll have to see if I'm going to be able to make that happen or not. So it'll be the 7-8-9 hitters due up here for the Sodbusters, leading 2-0. It'll be McClure, it'll be 7-8-9-1 up. As Monroe, Riley, and then back to top order with Jackson. So Busters put it together 2 in the first, 1 as an RBI, and 1 is a wild pitch. The 1-1 coming up here from Wallington is got some break inside. It wasn't a bad pitch. It fooled the batter, but it was a ball just a little too far inside. Three balls and 1 strike. To Tyler Monroe, the second baseman, had a couple plays last inning. That one on the outside corner for a strike. He thought he had ball 4. I think the umpire got it right. Looked like a strike to me on that one. Just on that, just clip that outside corner, but I think it was there. That one fouled off third base side and out of play. There's a little league team here, and there's about 5 kids chasing after it now. The mad dash for the foul ball. I love that. That's fun. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2-0 Busters. Chance to add more here in the bottom of the second. That one upstairs just missed a little high on Wallington. And it's second walk issued by him this evening. Leadoff batter on once again for the Busters. So Ian Riley comes up, a.k.a. E. That's his nickname. Ian Riley batting 116 on the season. Austin, Texas. Always one of those guys who says, yes, sir, when you talk to him. Lefty versus lefty. Foul off third base side. Big cut on that one to Wallington. Wallington has a 1-inning pitch. You give him 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 2 walks, and no strikeouts. Standing on first base is Tyler Monroe. Not a typical stolen base threat, but a good lead over there nonetheless. Pitch on the way. Changed speeds and fooled him on that one, strike 2. Omar Jackson due up next. Wallington 6'6". That's a big, tall guy. He last pitched on June 16th. No decision on that one against the Spuds. Canyon County, it's one of the new teams. And this one well outside. At some point tonight, Chicago Lucia's going to join me, either game 1 or 2, or in between. I'll talk about that. We have 1 new player on the team today and 4 more coming to the Sodbusters to join. A couple injuries and 1 guy left the team. Just the way things go this type of season, or this type of year, and this type of league. The 1-2 offering coming up here from Wallington. Runner goes, and that one inside. Did they get him at second? It was a pretty good throw, and they got him on a delayed call. It was actually called a strikeout throw out. So the old weird double play. Monroe caught stealing. That was a close play at second. I don't really have an opinion either way. The pitch looked like a ball to me. I'll tell you that. Omar Jackson comes up now with 2 outs. He was hit by a pitch on the second pitch of the first inning. That one almost takes his head off. Wallington looks down. Wow. He's faced other lefties. Monroe was a lefty. Ian Riley was a lefty. A bunch of lefties this inning, and that's the second time he almost hit. He did hit him the first time. Jackson. And that one does hit him again. He plunks him again. What's his deal here? So he faces 3 left-handed batters in a row and beans the third one. Twice he's beaten him. Omar, you got to stick it down his throat, man. You got to steal second. That's what we used to do. Cole Dawson comes up now. Dawson grounded out to second base back in the first inning. Believe me, Omar's thinking the same thing I'm thinking. He's okay. This one hit him similar, little different spot in the back, but nonetheless he turned his back on it. And I guess if you're going to get hit, you'd rather get hit in the back than in the chest, right? Oh, definitely. So 2 outs for Cole Dawson. Omar, good lead at first, doesn't go. That one is a ball inside Cole grounded out to second. Back in the first inning, batting .380. Omar came around to score last inning. The RBI single by Matson. Busters put another board on with Matson scoring in a wild pitch when Jeffrey Hammond was up there. Oh, they got him in a pickle now, and they're going to have to hurry to get him in a pickle. Do they get him? And, oh, they dropped the ball, though. They say they had the tag, and then he dropped the ball. They're saying on the exchange he dropped the ball. He went to tag him. To me, it looked like the ball came out on the tag. And Chandler Wagner's going to go discuss it. He had the tag down, and I think he was out on the tag. But the ball came out, in my opinion, that way. But the umpire's saying that it came out in the exchange, and I guess that's where we're going to go. So, umpire's running. Where's he going to? I think he's going to get a drink. Okay, so that's the end of the inning, I guess. So we'll leave it there. All right, that's kind of a weird way to end the inning, but there we go. We'll take a message from Graham Tire. We'll come right back. Sidebuster Baseball.
You know Graham Tire for their quality tires and service, but did you know that they do brakes, batteries, and oil changes, and even shocks and struts? Graham Tire in Hastings has the quality products and great service you have come to expect from the Graham name. Rick and his crew will get you fixed up and right back on the road safely. And you can trust that the job was done right. That's peace of mind. Graham Tire in Hastings, West 2nd Street, open 7:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball. Hey, you. Your ad here. It's Josh Salmon of Salmon Says Media. Imagine turning on the radio or TV and hearing or seeing your business being advertised. Salmon Says Media offers voiceovers, full audio production, on-hold messaging for your phone, and more. Nearly 2 decades of experience. Salmon Says Media also offers radio imaging and podcast production. See us on Facebook. Salmon Says Media, the official media partner of the Hastings Sodbusters.
Welcome back to Duncan Field. Kind of an unusual way to end the inning. It was a caught stealing is what's going to be ruled, but looks like the ball came loose in the tag, but it was ruled that it wasn't, so Busters will end the inning there. Still leading 2-0. Josh Salmon, Nate Miller back with you. Steve Stein will join us here a little bit later in the broadcast. So he'll be for game 2 as well. Back tomorrow for game number 3 in 2 days. 3 games in 2 days. It's a lot of baseball. Coming up for Souris Valley, it's going to be Cullen Hannigan, the catcher. It'll be 8-9-1 due up here for Souris Valley against Shane Scott. Shane's pitched a really good game, giving up the 2 walks. First hit on the first pitch he sees, so there goes the no-hitter for Shane Scott here in the 3rd inning. Cullen Hannigan with a single. And Hannigan, the 8th place hitter, batting .302. You know, you get through the guys batting in the 500s, the guys batting in the 400s, and the guy batting .302 gets a single to lead things off. So it's baseball, right? That's what it is. So it brings up 9th place hitter Jared Breedwell. Breedwell is the right fielder. Breedwell batting .222. Hannigan over on first and blew the fastball right by him. Breedwell, a right-hand batter, hails from, I think it's Vacaville, California. I don't know what that is. I've been out there for about 16 years myself. I don't know what that is. No balls, 1 strike. Decent lead at first. Hannigan probably not going anywhere. Fakes it. Fouled back to the net. 0-2 now to Breedwell. Schwabe due up next. Busters have their brand new programs out, so if you're coming on out to the ballpark for game number 2 tonight or coming tomorrow, get the programs, find out a little bit about your managers, your players, and the staff here, including myself in the program. The 0-2 swung and got him back down the first as the throw, runner back. It's 3rd strikeout of the game for Shane Scott. 1 down. For Souris Valley. So it brings up Schwabe. Caden Schwabe. Schwabe batting .476 on the season. That's after he walked his first time up, so no official at bat last time back in the first. Tough batter, left-handed batter, runner on first. Takes that one in there for a strike. It was on the outside corner of the plate. Schwabe, fun name to say. A couple different fun ones here. Schwabe I have a whole lot of numbers on him on the last 7 days. Must be off of injury or something. See if I can find on him. He's had 42 bats in the season, but I don't have anything on for the last 7 days, so maybe he hasn't. Keep digging here. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he is 2 balls, 1 strike count here to Schwabe. Schwabe is the left fielder. And yeah, in the last 7 days, he's batted .571. So alert the Hastings Volunteer Fire Department that this guy's been on fire. Here's the 2-1 coming up. Runner on first. That is Hannigan. Took the first pitch of the inning. Smacked it into left field. There is one down, though, as Breedwell struck out. The 2-1 offering from Shane Scott on the way. Fouled back to the nets, 2-2. Shane pitching a good game here. 3 strikeouts for him. 2 walks, but no damage with those walks. And a pitching coach will never tell you walks are okay, but if you're going to give up walk, give up 1 here, get out of it. Give up 1 here and pitch your way out of it. And pitching coaches will be fine with that. Again, they don't like the walks, but if you're going to give up walks, pitch yourself out of the situation, and Shane has done that thus far. The 2-2 coming up. Shane checks his runner at first and fouled off. We'll do the 2-2 again here to Schwabe. Alan Greer due up next. Caden Schwabe. Played 82 games this season. He's a didn't say what year he is in college at North Dakota State. Bats left, throws right. Here's a 2-2 once again. Hannigan, the catcher, stands on first. That one hit to left field. It's going to fall in fast. That's at least 1. He's thinking 2. They're going to stop the runner at third as Kozel runs over to get it. That's a nice piece of hitting there by Schwabe. As your left-handed batter, you know, everybody moves to the shifts to the right of the field. He smacked it into left field, opposite field double. 2 hits this inning for Souris Valley. But the run didn't score. Kozel got it in quickly. Here comes Alan Greer. Greer, the center fielder. Lined out to double play. That was that odd play back in the first inning. He's batting .273 in the last 7 days. And .349 on the season. Takes strike 1 in there. Doesn't like the call. Bo Brewer, who's also a very, very good hitter, is due up next. So this is an important at-bat here for Shane Scott. But through the first 2 innings, he gave up a couple walks, but got out of it. He's got 1 out here, but 2 runners on. Souris Valley threatening. They're trailing 2-0 to Hastings right now here in the top of the 3rd. Scott. And buckles him on that one. The batter says, really? It's a delayed strike call. He had really good movement on that thing. And he had that slider was nasty. Yeah, it came into the batter. Usually your right-handed pitcher throws a slider on the outside part of the plate. This was an inside part. It just poof. Right on the back door there. Here's the 0-2 coming up from Shane Scott. Runners on second and third. 1 down. And make that 2 down. Swing and a miss. It's a huge out for Shane Scott. Nice pitching there. Did a good job. Had Greer off balance that entire bat. It comes up Bo Brewer. Brewer struck out looking his first time up, which is an accomplishment because that guy is batting .515 on the season. Yeah, not in the last 7 days. On the season. .476 in the last 7 days is Brewer. Bo Brewer, McKinney, Texas. 35 RBIs in the season for him. Only 2 strikeouts coming into today. And that one misses. So if you struck him out this year, you can say, hey, I struck him out. He's only struck out twice coming into today, and he did strike out last time. 1-0 here. We got Hannigan standing on third. Schwabe doubled a moment ago. He is standing on second. 2 outs, so Busters lead 2-0, top 3. Shane Scott trying to pitch out of a little situation here. Checks his runner at third, Hannigan. And then we went over the outside corner. Tailing fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cleanup hitter Moretto will do up next. You have, of the top 4 guys in the lineup, the lowest batting average is .345 for Souris Valley. Yeah. He's swinging pretty good sticks. The big guy batting 5th is .229. Still not bad. Here's the 1-1. 2-1. And you look what he's done thus far against them. This is the second time he's faced those guys, but the first time he gave up a walk to the first 4 guys. Those tough hitters, some of the best hitters in the league, not just the division. Had a good first time through him. This time he gave up a double to one of them, struck out one of them, and he's got a 2-1 count here on Brewer. Brewer leading the world in hitting at .515 batting average. You think, oh, okay, that's only just a few games. No. 98 at bats. .515. It's pretty crazy. I think this guy's coach is happy for him. Yeah, I think he's doing okay. And check swing on that one. And it is a strike. Brewer goes to Paris Junior College. So if he plays junior college, this guy should transfer probably because he's a really good player. Unless he wants to be one of the better ones in the league, which could happen. That's where Luke Bay went. Interesting. Thank you, Nate. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2-0 Buster. Shane Scott 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning. And, fouled off. Staying alive there is Brewer. Paris Junior College. I bet they teach French there. It's Paris, Texas. That's what I'm thinking. Because there's a Paris, California, and a Paris, Texas. So I'm betting it's in Texas. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Shane Scott's battling with Bo Brewer here. Righty versus righty, 2 on for Souris Valley. And that went upstairs, 3-2. Fastball misses. Shane Scott stands on the first base side of the rubber. He's got Hannigan standing on third base. Schwabe standing on second base. 4 strikeouts in the game for Shane Scott. He's pitched a good game here. We're in the 3rd inning trying to get through a very tough batter. The toughest one statistically in the batting order for Souris Valley. That one inside out swing, and it just over the second base falls into right field. 1 run will score. They're waving the second one home. Matson cuts it off. They had no chance at him anyways. 2-run RBI single there, and a good piece of hitting for Bo Brewer, and that shows you why the guy is batting .515. He's a beast. So Schwabe scores on that one. Hannigan scores. Steve Stein in the house. He's over there doing the PA right now. 3 hits this inning for Shane Scott. Just trying to get out of the situation. Brings up Moretto. Moretto, the 6th batter of the inning. Brewer leads off at first a little bit. I think maybe the MO kind of got out about McGuigan, how good an arm he's got back up on the home plate. Haven't tried to steal against him yet tonight. The 1-0 coming up from Shane Scott. 2-2, we're all tied up here at the old ball yard. And that one plunks him, and that hurts. That hit in the arm. Obviously not intentional. That's the last thing you want to do in that situation. He's hit a batter, so Shane Scott laboring here with 2 outs. This seems to be a Sodbuster trend this year. They get 2 outs and then just can't finish off the inning for whatever reason. So Dalton Bowling comes up, the 3rd baseman. 2 on here. Just need a ground ball into the infield to get an out. Runners on 1st and 2nd. Bowling struggling in the last 7 days, so this is the guy you need to get out of the inning and count your losses. Go back to the dugout. Tied at 2-2, top 3. 2 on here for Souris Valley. Swung on and missed. Bowling grounded out his first time up. So Hannigan led off the inning. First pitch he saw with a single, then Breedwell struck out. Schwabe doubled. Alan Greer struck out, and then a 2 RBI double a moment ago for Bo Brewer. He stands on second base. His average will probably jump up to like 520 something now. The 0-1. Well outside McGuigan, a heck of a job stopping that thing. He's going clear to his right. Full body lunge and a backhand to stop that thing. Boy, what a good catcher he is back there. Ball and a strike. I'm not sure how he stopped that thing. A left-handed catcher would have had a hard time with that one. There's no left-hand catchers, but I'm saying that's where the ball was. So Shane Scott, no control issue here, just trying to get out of the inning. He's battling here, and that one misses for 2-1. Chase Keaton due up next. So 3 hits, 2 runs, all earned this inning. Coming into this inning, we had 2 walks. He's hit a batter this inning, but no walks. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. 2-2 our score. Top 3, 2 on here for Souris Valley. Scott taking his time now. High chopper to short. Dawson on the in-between. Have to hurry over to second. They do get the force out at second base. And getting out of the inning is Shane Scott. But 2 runs on 3 hits and 2 left on base there for Souris Valley. We're all tied at 2 apiece. Bottom of the third coming up. This is Sodbuster Baseball from Duncan Field.
5 Points Bank has been your hometown bank for over 40 years, and now you can take us wherever you go. Mobile Deposit allows you to deposit checks from your smartphone or tablet with our free business banking app. And never pay for an ATM charge again with our MoneyPass app. It maps out ATMs near you that won't charge a fee because of its partnership with 5 Points Bank. We're here to serve you in person and online, and that's why we're the better bank.
Have you heard the latest in Sodbusters news? Hey, this is Josh Salmon, voice of Hastings Sodbusters Baseball, inviting you to check out the Sodcast, the official Sodbusters podcast. Each episode gets you up to date on team info, the latest news, player and coaches interviews, and more. Join Brian Frew and myself for the Sodcast all through the baseball season. The Sodcast is available for listening on Spotify for free. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball Inside Duncan Field with me, Josh Salmon, and co-owner Brian Frew. The Sodcast. Listen today.
All right, Brian and I actually worked on a brand new Sodcast episode yesterday. I'm going to take some audio from today's games, maybe tomorrow's, and put it on and get it ready for you for the weekend. How about that? Josh Salmon back with you. Tied at 2 apiece here. Let's take a look at some of the other scores in the Expedition League here tonight as other games are starting to get underway. We were one of the earlier games. Sioux Falls and Pier Trappers just getting underway there. And Mining City Tommyknockers at Western Nebraska, they're getting underway as well. Tonight, Casper Horseheads hosting Canyon County Spuds. Wheat City hosting Fremont. That should be a real good series there between them. Well, up for the Busters here, it is Cole Dawson. As they peel to first, they say no swing on that one. Cole was up when Omar got caught stealing on second base to end the last inning. So Cole comes back up here to lead off the third. Souris Valley with 2 on the board in the top of the third. And that went into center field. That's going to fall in front of the center field. No, he made a catch. He tried to make a catch. He trapped it, though. Not a catch. That'll be as a single. Greer tried to get it. I think he has a hard time seeing it off the bat as he delayed for a second, then tried to run in and make the catch. So 3 hits for the Busters in the game. Cole Dawson, 1 of 2. Brings up Trevor Matson. RBI single. Back in the first inning. Game number 2 to come up after this one. Only 7 innings here in game 1. Keep that in mind. First doubleheader here at Duncan Field this season. Next one will be on 4th of July. And they're going to do some cool, you get some meal with your ticket for the 4th of July doubleheader. They'll feed you with your admission. So pretty cool. Brian and I talk about that on the next podcast. 1-0 to Trevor Matson. 2-2 our score here. Cole Dawson stands on first. 2 balls, no strikes. Trevor Matson. Dawson singled a moment ago to lead off the bottom of the inning. We're in inning number 3. Only 1 stolen base this season for Cole, so not a big stolen base threat. Now one called a strike that looked a little outside to me. 2-1 though. Jack Hammond due up next. Here in game 1 of your double dipper. 2-1 is the count. Wellington comes set, and that one fouled off by Matson. And 2 balls and 2 strikes. Noon, first pitch tomorrow. Be here or be square. If you can't be at the ball game, we'd love to have you out here, but make sure you're listening on YouTube, watching, and you can listen on Mixler Radio as well. Pitch coming up, and outside. Good job laying off of that one, Matson. It goes to 3-2. When you come off the Duncan Field, the brand new programs are out and ready to go. Got the players in there, info on the staff, sponsors, and some trivia stuff, some fun things. Three-two coming up here from Wellington. Cole Dawson standing on first. 2-2 our score. Duncan Field game 1. Souris Valley and Hastings. Center fielder Greer playing a little more towards left field. Everybody playing very shallow, especially the right fielder Breedwell. Matson swung on a miss on the fastball. That thing was coming in. It's a strikeout. Only second strikeout of the night for Wellington. There's one down. So Jack Hammond comes up. He singled back in the first. Hey, did you know 1846, the first official game of baseball, was played? Back then, they used to throw the ball at the guy when he's running on the bases. True that. And if you tagged him with the ball, if you threw it and hit him with the ball, he was out. I see why they changed that. Not a good idea. Too many injured players. Didn't have a minor league system yet, you know. But we just got this guy. He's already hurt. The bases looked a lot different. The gloves back then. Look at pictures of the old gloves back then. There was barely anything there. The 1-0 ends way inside. Hammond takes a deep breath as that one almost hit him. Wow, ball and a strike. They called that thing a strike. That took his belly button. So Cole Dawson led off the inning with a single. He stands on first. One out here as Matson struck out a moment ago. 1-1 coming up here to Jack Hammond. The lefty Wellington swung on and missed on that one. He's had a really good fastball this inning. Having a hard time for Hastings catching up with it. Nice team picture here of the guys. Here is 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that went outside. So it goes to 2-2. Cole Dawson due up, or on first base. Jack Hammond here, Justin McGuigan due up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That one floats way outside. Wellington had a hard time holding on to that thing. So we go to 3-2 now, full count for the lefty. No action on either bullpen as we're tied at 2 runs apiece. Buster scored 2 in the bottom of the first. Souris Valley countered with their 2 in the top of this inning. We're in the third. A 3-2 coming up here. And that one hit to short. They have no play at second. They throw across the diamond. No play there either as the shortstop took a long time to get that ball out. And hustling down the line is Jack Hammond. So that's an infield single. Not sure what the shortstop Buckle was doing over there. If he just had a hard time getting a grip on the ball. It looks like he's grabbing his fingers. So 2 hits in the game for Jack Hammond. And 2 on here for the Busters. There's only 1 out. Bringing up Justin McGuigan, one of the hottest hitters for Hastings this season. Justin playing very well for us. Great pickup. 373 on the season, even after he hit into a fielder's choice last time up. 2 on here. 1 out. Runner goes to third, and it's a delayed double steal. They got him at second base. I think somebody missed the sign there. As Hammond delayed, it was supposed to be a double steal. So Cole Dawson stole third easily. The catcher dropped the ball. By that time, the runner from first took off. And Jack Hammond, and then the catcher had plenty of time to get him out. So, and somebody missed a sign there. So 2 outs now. 1-0 counting in the meantime to Justin McGuigan. And that one hits him. So hit by a pitch here. McGuigan's a catcher, so that's not a big deal for him. He takes a beating anyways. So interesting situation. If Hammond wouldn't have got out, we would have had bases loaded again with Trayton Colzo, who's been red hot lately. but a delayed double steal, and I don't know if he just missed a sign or decided, hey, the catcher dropped it, I'm going to take off, but whatever it was, it didn't pay off. Dawson had stolen base third easy. Even on the throw, I think he would have had it. Catcher dropped the ball and then got Hammond going to second. So runners on first and third now. Dawson and McGuigan, respectively. Third and first. 1 ball, no strikes. Busters trying to get a 2-out rally. They have been very good at 2-out rallies this season. Lots of those. We could use one here. Big gap in right center, big gap in left center. Outfield very shallow. Runner goes. McGuigan gets down. The catcher is... And they call him out. Not a great jump from McGuigan. I'm surprised they had him steal there. Not the quickest guy on the team, but that's what Chandler Wagner called for. So 1 left on base after 2 hits, no runs this inning. And the end of 3, where 2-2 is our score. This is Sodbuster Baseball from Duncan Field.
Adams County Visitors Bureau is the perfect place to start your Hastings experience. A place where you'll meet artists, shopkeepers, and storytellers while you stroll through downtown shops, beautiful parks, and historic housing districts. Whether you're a traveler, meeting planner, or a new resident, the Adams County Visitors Bureau is excited to help you find what you're looking for, from places to eat, things to do and see, to places to stay. Ask the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Get details at visithastingsnebraska.com. Experience Hastings with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Nebraska Land Distributing is a proud sponsor of the Hastings Sodbusters. When you come to the ballpark, get a refreshing Coors Light, courtesy of Nebraska Land Distributing. Nebraska Land Distributing also features Leinenkugels, the ultimate summer drink, cold and refreshing, and sold at Duncan Field. Another Nebraska Land Distributing option when you come to the ballpark is light beer from Miller. Everything you've always wanted in a beer and less. Nebraska Land Distributing, proud sponsor of the Beer Batter at all Hastings Sodbuster home games.
2 innings in a row that the Busters get out of the inning by running themselves out of the inning on the base pass, or lack thereof, trying to anyways, leaving runners on base. So we're still tied at 2 apiece. Josh Salmon with you, Nate Miller to my right. Brian Frew joins me here, and Brian, you can throw on a headset if you want. You gotta mess with some wires there. Coming up for Souris Valley here this inning, we should be back at it'll be Chase Keaton. And then Brian, let's see, I think you should be right there. There you are. How goes it, sir?
Good, Howard.
All right, very good. Well, we ran ourselves out of an inning, 2 innings in a row, and that was kind of a questionable call with Omar, but that one there, I think he was out at second. Didn't look like he had a very good jump.
Yeah, I think probably a good time to try double steal, but that one where Jack gets thrown out on the backside of a double steal, that was kind of a tough one to swallow right there.
Yeah, I think maybe he missed a sign. Geez. That one clobbered to left field, and Kozel's going to have to run back. Yeah. That's going to be extra bases there.
Not a great read on that one. Let's see if we can keep him to 2.
Keaton going for 3, thinking it all the way. The relay to third
Got him!
They got him. And
got
he
him!
slid off the bag. There we go.
Hot dog.
Yeah, he slid off the bag. Way to get that in. Trayton Kozel was playing very shallow. Got a great throw in. Nice relay from Dawson to third. I think they had him on the tag initially anyways, but then he overslid the bag. You Riley hold the tag there. They teach you that in Little League, and it pays off.
Yeah, great job by Kozel right there. He kind of got fooled on the read, but he did a great job of sprinting to the ball. Obviously, Dawson with a tremendously quick relay on that. So that's the difference between nobody on and 1 out and a runner on third with 0 outs is huge for us right now.
Okay, and he gets the hit, put down as a single, but it's also an out as Shane Scott's pitch is in there for a strike. Now, Shane had a really good first 2 innings, got a little bit tough against this Souris Valley team, but being 2-2 here in the third against this team and the way they can hit, that's something to put a feather in your cap against.
Yeah, I think their pitchers tried to give us a couple innings, and we've kind of ran ourselves out of those opportunities. But, a couple more walks, a couple more hits, I think we'll be all right. Scott's obviously pitching great right now.
Shane Scott's pitch is up high, and the 0-2 goes to 1 and 2. Brian, tell people what's going on 4th of July. We mentioned it on the Sodcast, but for those who haven't heard it yet, go ahead and tell
we got
them.
a daytime doubleheader coming on 4th of July with all-you-can-eat tickets, basically. Another well-hit ball. Kozel was ready for that one.
Trayton lets that one fall in front of him. I thought he was lined up pretty good to get it, but he maybe misjudged it off the bat, so that's just a long single for Declan Buckle. Anyway, so basically all-you-can-eat type thing with the ticket, or feed you.
Yeah, the ticket. I mean, all you can eat is is maybe not the right term
Right.
for it. The ticket comes with
Meal ticket. There you go.
Like, you don't have to buy any of the food, so the ticket includes the food. So
sure.
Instead of going to the concession stand and having to have cash, you just go to the concession stand, tell them what you want, grab it, and go back to your seat. So it's a new thing we're trying that I think is going to work out pretty well, especially since it's going to be around lunchtime for everybody.
Cullen Hannigan, the catcher, comes up. He is one of one today. First pitch in there for a strike. Two runners on here. One runner on and 2 hits this inning for Souris Valley. Tied at 2-2 apiece here in the top of the 4th inning. First game goes 7 innings, and we'll take a little break and come back for game number 2. Shane Scott checks his runner. Comes set. Runner goes. McGuigan on the throw. It's a pretty good one, but he had a really good jump. I think he's going to be safe, and he is. Pretty good jump there by Buckle.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shane did a good job of holding him right there, but great jump. Guy runs well. Nothing McGuigan could do on that one because he made a pretty good throw down there, so it is what it is. I mean, we'll tip our hat on that one and let him have it.
First stolen base of the game for Souris Valley. So 1-1 count here, 1 outs, 2-2 our score. Shane Scott checks his runner, comes set, and swung the fastball, blew it right by him there. The old Linda Ronstadt blue bayou fastball, if you will.
Yeah. Well, based on the crowd noise right there, I would assume this is the beer batter here. So
here we
get
go.
Another one. We got half-price beer for everybody.
All right. What's the beer of the day? Do you remember?
It's Coors Light today.
Coors Light.
Yeah.
All right. So there we go. Here comes the 1-2. He wants a new sign. Batter steps out. So Sodbusters put 2 on in the first. Souris Valley put 2 on in the third. They have a runner in scoring position right now here in the top of the 4th. Busters had a chance in the third, but ran themselves out of the inning. Did have a couple hits there. Shane Scott in his 4th inning of work here. The 1-2 comes set. Right-hander versus right-hander. And beans him. Another beanball. There's been a lot of hit batsmen in this one. You guys might as well back the ice truck up. That's the 2 hit batters apiece for each squad.
That's a tough one with 1-2 count. But, yeah, Shane, I think, tried to change up there. It looked like maybe a slider got away from him. It was definitely off speed. And, that'll happen sometimes. Overall, his command has been pretty good. So
right.
Hopefully he'll come back and maybe get a ground ball here, at least an out of some kind.
Well, and that's kind of the same way that Wellington was. It was weird that Wellington last inning faced Omar Jackson. He faced 3 lefties in a row and then hit Omar, the third of the 3, and 2 times in a row that Omar's been beaten tonight. So
yeah, which seems like it might be unlike Omar. He's not a very big guy.
Yeah.
Doesn't stand super close to the plate, but got hit twice already tonight, which, especially a guy like Omar, you don't want to put him on base because he runs really well.
Right, we'll take that any time, and I'm sure he's fine with that. 0-1 coming up here from Breedwell. I remember talking to Casey Burnham last year. I was like, you getting beaned? Does that bother you? He says, hey, I get on base any way I can.
Yeah, and I was kind of the same way. I was a leadoff hitter type, but I was definitely all right with getting walked or getting hit as long as it wasn't in the legs.
Sure. That went into right field, and McClure not able to make the catch, falls in front of him. That'll score a run. He does get it in quickly to hold the runner to first, but the other one goes from first to third. It's 3-0 Souris Valley. 3-2 Souris Valley.
Base runner on second got a pretty good jump on that. I thought McClure had a chance on it, but he kind of sold out. And if McClure comes up with a diving catch, we might get a double play. But he got a good jump on it, so he's not getting held up at third there. He's able to score from second.
Declan Buckle on the score there. RBI by Breedwell. 3 hits this inning. It hits batsman. Still 1 out though, and Schwabe. So that turning that thing into a triple with that out was into being a huge play thus far in the inning because that's the only out we have.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely huge. I thought Kojal maybe had a chance at that second one, but we get one taken away. It all evens out in the end.
No balls, 1 strike. Runners on the corners here for Souris Valley. 3-2 our score. They have 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Busters have 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. Right from the stretch is Shane Scott getting a clean set of signs here from McGuigan. Shane's 0-1 offering coming up here. Infield in at third base. And out over the outside corner. I think umpires have done a great job in this game. I think they've been pretty consistent.
Yeah, I guess the only one I would say is there was that stolen base that Omar had that he got called out on, that the ball squirted away from the shortstop. I'm still not sure why he was out there, but Chandler gave it a run, but didn't get very far with the base umpire. So
sure, I agree with that. Here's the 0-2 from Shane Scott. Floats it up there and doesn't get anywhere close, but McGuigan catches it 1 and 2.
Yeah, but other than that, I think the umpires have done a pretty good job. They've had, especially the base umpire, he's had a lot of calls to make, and he's done a pretty good job on all of them. Umpire's zone has seemed pretty solid.
Yeah, I think he's had a good strike zone tonight, pretty consistent. See if the runner goes here. There is 2 strikes, but there's only 1 out. Shane Scott checks his runner, doesn't go. That one misses inside. Talk about Luke Bay. When I came to the game, I went to set up when I got here today, and Luke and Shane Scott were talking things over about each batter, each individual batter, how this guy likes to hit, what he likes to, where he likes to hit, and that's something a pitching coach should do, and Luke does a tremendous job at that.
Luke has been working with these guys a lot. I know Eduardo I've talked to a little bit, and he's really been impressed. There's nice inside corner fastball for strike 3. That's a big out for Shane right there.
Swaby strikes out, and that's 5 strikeouts in the game for Shane Scott, and there's 2 down here with 2 on. So yeah, Luke does a tremendous job with all the pitchers, and you've seen a difference since he came.
He's very technical. He's doing a good job, and I mean, normally in summer ball, it's just kind of like you're managing a staff and making sure nobody goes over pitch counts and keep everybody healthy. But Luke he's really taken it a step further, and he's actually working with these guys on technique and the mental side of things that he was working with Shane earlier before the game. So that's really great to see. I've been very impressed with Luke and how he's worked with our staff. And honestly, it's probably not our pitching staff's fault that we're 6-16 right now. Our pitching has been great so far, I think.
Here's the 1-0 coming up to Alan Greer. That one misses. It is 2-0. Greer had that line into double play in the first, struck out back in the second. Could use another strikeout here. Souris Valley put 1 on the board this inning. 3-2 they lead. Runners on the corner. Brian Frew joins me up here in the booth. And yeah, it's nice to have that. You have Chandler Wagner talk to the guys, and these guys are close to these players' ages, so I think that's something too that they relate to as far as the coaching and the players. That one right center field. That's going to loop in for another hit this inning. Another run will score as Omar scoops it up and gets it into second base quickly. So just a quick little poke there in the right center field, and Souris Valley shows how they are so good.
Yeah, it's another little 2-out RBI that's kind of the bane of Scott's outing so far. So Omar does a great job of backing up Cameron on that one and keeping that guy on first. So they do get another single here. It's only 1 run instead of 2. That's the little things that Omar is figuring out as a new outfielder. He's doing a great job out there, I think, and that's keeping that guy on first base and keeping him out of scoring position with 2 outs is big.
Bo Brewer, 2 RBIs last inning, and the third struck out looking in the first. So over to first, runner back. You'd love to get a guy picked off base here and have this guy lead off next inning. I mean, you don't want to face him at all. We'd rather face him with bases empty than 2 runners on, as he's batting .500 on the season.
Yeah, I would like to think that's probably not going to last, but
520.
Yeah, he's hit a couple balls hard, and he's looked pretty good on at least one of his at-bats.
Yeah, 98 at-bats coming into today, batting over 500. That went in there for a strike.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
This guy can hit, and he goes to the same college that Luke went to.
Oh yeah.
So interesting there.
Yeah, I think. Obviously handles the bat well. I would say he's probably not going to get hit 500 by the end of the year, but if you're through 100 at bats and you're hitting 500, you're doing something right for sure.
McQuegan with another good stop. Runner goes. They don't throw it down to second. Good fake there. Is holding the runner at third. You give up that stolen base any time.
Yeah, you got me on that one because I was about to yell, no, don't throw it.
Yep.
But that was a good. I mean, sometimes you can get an overly aggressive runner on third base, and McGuigan he's about as sharp of a baseball player as you can get.
Yeah.
So he knew exactly what he was doing, trying to steal it out if he can, because he knew he didn't have a shot at the guy going to second base there.
Yeah, I talked to Scott about Guigs, and not only is he hitting good defense, but his baseball brain is just, it's tops. There's the 1-1, and that one looked pretty good, and it was 1-2.
Yeah, Guigs does an amazing job. Obviously, defensively, the kid has a great arm. As far as his ability to block balls in the dirt, he can cover so much ground behind the plate to make sure that balls are stopped. So our pitchers feel very comfortable with 2-strike breaking balls in the dirt. He just makes them feel comfortable. But beyond that, he understands the game as well as anybody I've ever coached.
1-2 down the line, and that's going to go right past Ian Riley. That'll score 2 more runs for Souris Valley as Brewer's making his way to second. Colger with a good throw, not cut off, and that one goes into right field. So lots of things wrong with that play.
Oh, here he comes.
Brewer's trying to come home and see if they get him out, and he is going to be safe. Oh, they call him out. Wow, it looked like his hand got in there to me, but they call him out. We'll take it. But the hit counts, and the 2 runs before that count.
Yeah. I mean, that's aggressive base running. I think if he took off right away, he probably would have made it. But bottom line on that one, Cameron's got to be there on the backup because he knows there's a play at second. He's got nothing better to do than back up that throw. But, I would say despite us being down 6-2 right now, we've gotten the benefit of a couple nice, I wouldn't say base running errors, but aggressive base running moves by them that we've got some outs out of.
Well, they got 4 more runs that inning. Busters will battle back here in the bottom of the 4th. We'll be right back. This is Sod Buster Baseball from Duncan Field.
It's hot. Can we get some popsicles? A lot of popsicles.
Okay, sure.
Let's go to Sam's Club. We can get some popsicles there. Plus, check out the pools on sale.
Didn't Dad want to barbecue tonight?
With all those popsicles, we should get some paper towels, too.
Good idea, Mom.
I'll grab some chips. Sam's Club has something for every season.
Sam's Club, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball. Stop by before or after the game. For the best in promotional videos, custom designs, photography, websites, and more, it's Provident Promotions. You've got the business. Now make it stand out with Provident Promotions. Provident Promotions can help you design your logo, website, custom make your promotional video, and shoot just the right photo for your company or business needs to be seen everywhere. And they even offer email marketing services and social media management. Let them help you from start to finish. 111 North Burlington Avenue, Suite 110 in Hastings. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball.
Welcome back. Duncan Field is an interesting play ends it for Souris Valley. We've had a couple interesting plays in the innings here this game for both teams as Brewer gets a hit, comes all the way around to basically a triple with 2 RBIs, and then gets out trying to go home on the overthrow. So interesting way to rule that one. As up here for the Sodbusters is Trayton Colesville walked his first time up. He was up last inning. We ran ourselves out of the inning on that one. So Brewer, they ruled another hit, 2 hits for him. And he does have 4 RBIs in the game for Brewer. 4 of the 6. Here's the 1-2 offering to Colesville. Swung on and missed. Trayton goes down. 1 down here for the Busters. First time they haven't had a leadoff hitter on in the game. So Cameron McClure comes up. Cameron flew out his first time up. Game number 1 of 2. It's a doubleheader tonight. 1 game tomorrow at noon. And I think that works good for Souris Valley because they have such a long drive, almost a 10-hour drive home back to Minot, North Dakota. The 1-0 here to Cameron McClure. Outfield shallow. Going up high. Jared Breedwell in right field is very shallow. Extremely shallow. He hasn't had much action out there tonight, though. Here's the pitch from Wallington. Eric in his 4th inning of work. Upset he didn't get the call on that one. 3-0 now to Wallington. So a difference in inning makes is 4 runs scored their last inning by Souris Valley. Here's the 3-0 offering, taking all the way as McClure, 4 strike 1. 3 balls, 1 strike. Wallington with 3 strikeouts in the game. And strike 2 on that check swing there. For McClure, he knew he didn't get a good swing. He got fooled on the pitch. Adjusts his batting glove, steps back in the box. So July 4th doubleheader. You get a ticket to the game. You go up to the concession stand and you get some free food. Just one time. It's not an all-you-can-eat thing. I misspoke earlier. But strikeout there on a foul tip caught by the catcher. Again, that's not something you can practice. It just kind of happens. But 2 batters, 2 strikeouts this inning for the Busters. Brings up Tyler Monroe. So after giving up 4 runs, you want to come back and try to get something going offensively. Not the way you want to start off the inning here in the 4th. Lefty versus lefty. 4 strikeouts now in the game for Wallington. Pitch misses for a ball. Ian Riley due up next for the Sodbusters. 4 hits in the game, 2 runs, 1 error. Error last inning on a throw. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Just some mental mistakes in this game. There's been a couple caught stealings on base running blunders. There's been some throws that haven't gotten around, but they've had some base running things too, as that one's in there for strike 2. As Brewer tried to stretch his triple into a triple with a run scored error, and he got gunned out at home on the overthrow. There's a play earlier where the guy let off what would have been a triple last inning, but got thrown out trying to go to third, and that one almost takes Monroe's head off. Wellington has been wild at times. Ask Omar Jackson, who's been beaten twice tonight. 3-2 here to Tyler Monroe. Checks his insurance. The 2-2. That one fouled off. Just underneath that a little bit. Do the 3-2 again to Tyler Monroe. 6-2 Souris Valley here in the bottom of the 4th. Busters 2 runs in the first. That's all the scoring for them. 4 hits, though, along the way. That one just reached out and fouled it off again. The 3-2 once again to Souris Valley. Excuse me, to Tyler Monroe. Souris Valley with the lead. Wellington working a little quicker here. Lefty versus lefty, stands on the third base side of the rubber. And that pitch misses outside, and the whole infield just started jogging in thinking, hey, that was a strike. And umpire says, not so fast. I beg to differ. Apparently it was 3-2 now, or 2-2 now. It's 3-2. Scoreboard had me again on that one. Here's the 3-2 with 2 outs and the pitch. That one well outside. A good at bat here for Tyler Monroe. So that's the 3rd walk given up by Wallington. Wallington will now face the 9th place hitter, Ian Riley. Monroe standing on first base. Take a look at some other scores here next inning. Steve Stein will join me here in a little bit as well. First pitch misses to a ball here to Ian Riley. Riley struck out his first time up back in the 2nd inning. Here we are, the bottom of the 4th. 6-4 Souris Valley, 1 on for the Busters. 2 outs, though. Monroe leading off first, probably not going to go anywhere. You need base runners. I went outside, 2-0. Pier Trappers up 2-0 at Souris Valley right now in the bottom of the 1st. And that's the only other scoring going on as the other games are all getting started. 2-0 pitch coming up here from Eric Wallington. Chop foul, first base side. It'll be a 2-1. Ian Riley. Third base. He played a little bit of second base, too. Can Ian. Austin, Texas is where he's from. Cloud County Community College. We got a lot of those guys in his team. Good baseball program. Here's the 2-1. Coming up with 2 outs. Runner on first. And that one misses. It looked pretty close up here. I think Wallington is not too happy with some of the calls he's getting this inning, but I think they've been pretty good. 3 balls and a strike. 2 outs. 1 on here. Busters trail by 4, bottom 4. Wallington, that one hit deep to right. And the right fielder, who was playing shallow all night, it pays off this time as Breedwell makes the catch, and the Busters leave 1 on base. No hits, no runs, 1 left on. At the end of 4, it is 6-2, Souris Valley from Duncan Field. This is Sod Buster Baseball.
Time out. Smith, we only need 1 more out. Do you think you have enough energy?
I'm exhausted and it's hot out here. I'm thinking about enjoying that nice, cool air conditioning I have at home.
Oh yeah, you've talked about Ruts Heating and AC, the #1 source for residential and commercial HVAC services in Nebraska for over 45 years.
Yeah, now, I have enough for 1 more batter, Coach.
Smith, go finish this thing so we can all go home and cool off. Visit rutsheatingandair.com.
My husband and I love to live in Nebraska.
It's the good life.
We always vacation here.
Love those Nebraska state parks.
We love to eat here.
Where are you going to get a better steak?
And we love to play here, especially Nebraska Pick 5 from the Nebraska Lottery. It has a $50,000 starting jackpot, drawing 7 days a week, and all the proceeds go back to our state.
Hey, honey, this weekend, let's buy some Nebraska Pick 5 tickets, go to a state park, and grill some steaks.
Like our first date.
I'm no amateur.
Top prize odds 1 in 501,000.
All right, welcome back to Duncan Field. Steve Stein joins me as Souris Valley's going to send up a pinch hitter here. Steve will get you a number. It's number 7's going to come in and a pinch hit for Moretto. That'll be Drew Miller from Pryor, Oklahoma. Steve Stein will have you for the play-by-play here in the 5th.
All right, thank you very much as we head to inning number 5, 6-2. Souris Valley's come back from an early 2-0 deficit. 2 runs in the 3rd, 4 runs in the 4th. Sodbusters throwing it around a little bit. They've lost a couple of runners on the bases, and so trying to find a way to get things turned around. Off to a good start today, but trying to break that 6-game skid and not looking promising right now. Meanwhile, Souris Valley, one of the hottest teams in the league. They had won 6 in a row, coming in 8-2 in their last 10 as they control things in their particular division. Meanwhile, in the Clark division, it's crazy. Western Nebraska red hot. They have taken over the top spot from Fremont, who sit up a little bit of a skid, just a 3-game losing streak, but that has seen Western Nebraska take over the top spot in the tough division. So, a look at Drew Miller as he bats here in the top half of inning number 5. Saber Dogs have out hit the Sodbusters 7-4, and the first pitch is skied a mile high in the air to right field, and coming in gently, a few steps, and making that play is Cameron McClure for the first out here in inning number 5.
Yeah, it's nice to see Fremont, no offense to them, losing some more games. We did have bragging rights for a while because we were the only team that beat them there for a long time with three losses. But Western Nebraska has been playing some pretty good ball.
Yes, they swept Hastings as part of this streak. They won again last night and just keep on keeping on, and they certainly appear to be returning to form after they were sub-500 a year ago. Here's Dalton Bowling, third baseman, stepping to the plate, and he takes inside for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. The man who's playing third base for the Souris Valley Saber Dogs out of Minot, North Dakota, 16-7 coming into today. And the 1-0 delivery on the way. It's outside for a ball, 1 ball and 1 strike. Hastings Sodbusters getting a couple of pretty good innings out of Shane Scott, but he's been roughed up for 6 runs the last 2 frames. If Shane can get the ship righted here and keep it going. A pair of 7-inning games as this pitch is fouled away. 2 balls and 1 strike. So
been kind of an odd game. I mean, we ran ourselves out of the inning a couple times, and one time it wasn't. I don't think it was a great call at second. But then they ran themselves out of a play last time, and they ran themselves out of a triple, and so it's been some weird plays.
Yeah, it could have been a huge inning in the 4th. They end up scoring 4 and lost 2 guys on the base paths. The Souris Valley. Meanwhile, Sodbusters are lamenting losing 2 base runners in the 3rd when the back guy basically didn't follow the front guy in a double steal and got gunned down. 2-2 pitch, lined to the first baseman. Matson makes a little leap and makes the grab as Dalton Bowling is out. So 2 up, 2 down here in inning number 5.
Bowling continues to be the only guy who has not been on base at any capacity for Souris Valley.
Here's Chase Keaton, second baseman. He doubled his last time up, but he was thrown out trying to get that double to a triple. Top half of inning number 5, Souris Valley leads it 6-2, and this one is bunted down the third base line. Could be trouble. Picked up by Scott. Throw to first. Nice job, and a good bounce back inning for Scott as Souris Valley retired in order. No runs, no hits. We head to the bottom half of inning number 5. It remains Souris Valley 6, Hastings 2. You're listening to Sodbuster Baseball.
You know Graham Tire for their quality tires and service, but did you know that they do brakes, batteries, and oil changes, and even shocks and struts? Graham Tire in Hastings has the quality products and great service you have come to expect from the Graham name. Rick and his crew will get you fixed up and right back on the road safely. And you can trust that the job was done right. That's peace of mind. Graham Tire in Hastings, West 2nd Street, open 7:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball. Hey you. Your ad here. It's Josh Salmon of Salmon Says Media. Imagine turning on the radio or TV and hearing or seeing your business being advertised. Salmon Says Media offers voiceovers, full audio production, on-hold messaging for your phone, and more. Nearly 2 decades of experience. Salmon Says Media also offers radio imaging and podcast production. See us on Facebook. Salmon Says Media, the official media partner of the Hastings Sodbusters.
And the bottom half of inning number 5. Sodbusters with some work to do, trailing at 6-2, trying to break that 6-game skid as Souris Valley trying to continue its hot streak, and so far so good for the Saber Dogs. Top of the order coming up if the Sodbusters are going to come back. The innings run away in a hurry in these 7-inning contests, so just 9 outs with which to work for the Hastings Sodbusters.
Yeah, they do. They are going to try to come back. And speaking of back, Omar's back is probably going to be a little sore tonight after being beamed in the back twice. Both at bats, he's been hit by a pitch. Here's Omar Jackson.
Well, we'll see what the left-handed hitting Jackson can get done this time as he stands in. Lefty-lefty matchup, and Omar, nice drag bunt on the first base side. Nobody's going to get there, and Omar beats out an infield single. Aboard for the 3rd time today.
Love the call there. I don't know if that was Omar's or coach's, but he knows his speed, we know his speed, and they were in no position to field for a bunt. Totally caught him with their pants down. Nice play.
And here's perhaps the best bunter on the team coming up now, down by 4, probably not sacrificing it all. He'd be bunting for a hit, but first it's going to be a visit to the mound here as the Sodbusters do trail it by a score of 6-2. There is action in the bullpen for the Saber Dogs, and it looks like they could be making a pitching change right here. Indeed, Souris Valley will take out their left-hander, Eric Wallington. We'll tell you about the new pitcher for the Souris Valley Saber Dogs when we come back. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
5 Points Bank has been proudly serving the Tri-City area for decades, and we are continuously finding ways to make your banking experience easy and enjoyable. We offer the best of both worlds with kind and welcoming employees in the bank while creating a strong online presence to accommodate your busy lifestyle. Our innovative technology adds layers of security while being easily accessible to all age groups. Stop into the Better Bank to learn more today.
Here, do you want his number, Steve?
Have you heard the latest in Sodbusters news? Hey, this is Josh Salmon, voice of Hastings Sodbusters Baseball, inviting you to check out the Sodcast, the official Sodbusters podcast. Each episode gets you up to date on team info, the latest news, player and coaches interviews, and more. Join Brian Frew and myself for the Sodcast all through the baseball season. The Sodcast is available for listening on Spotify for free. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball Inside Duncan Field with me, Josh Salmon, and co-owner Brian Frew. The Sodcast. Listen today.
Right-hander Jaden Beck getting set to enter the game for the Souris Valley Saber Dogs. He's making his team-leading 7th appearance now, 15 2/3 innings. He is 2-0, a 2.87 earned run average. He's struck out 18, he's walked 6, so averaging better than a strikeout an inning, allowing 5 runs, all of those earned, as he takes to the hill and will be facing the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, Dawson, Matson, and Hammond, as Eric Wallington goes the first 4 innings today, and Jaden Beck trying to finish things up with the Saber Dogs.
Got the line here on Wallington. Officially 4 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, and 19 batters faced. But the lefty, bring on the righty here in Beck.
Jaden Beck, 6'4", 260 pounds, out of Texas Southern. He's from Troy, Texas. He doesn't look 260 pounds to me. That's what he was listed. I guess, I don't know, maybe that midsection, maybe he could hit 260. I'm not going to go challenge him, but he's
about 10 pounds of hair.
Yeah, he's got the long hair. So. And we'll see what the Sodbusters can get done with Dawson, Matson, and Hammond now. Leadoff man aboard here for the Sodbusters in inning number 5 as they trail it by a score of 6-2. They've been out hit 7-5 the game. They've committed the only error of the contest, as we will see what Cole Dawson can get done for the Hastings Sodbusters.
So Omar Jackson stands on first, brings up one of your best hitters, Cole Dawson. And, you know, even on a bad day, Cole Dawson, he's not having a bad day. He's got 1 hit, but he's 389. So he's our Brewer guy, which is their best hitter.
Bo Brewer, outstanding numbers for Souris Valley. I'm sure you've gone into those already. As the first pitch is called strike 1, no balls and 1 strike on Cole Dawson. And just the Souris Valley numbers overall compared to Hastings, pretty startling, really, compared to the rest of the league. Souris Valley coming into today, hitting .335. They led the league in hitting by 21 points.
Wow.
Not just leading the league, but dominating the league as the pitch is swung on and missed. Cole Dawson down to the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Omar Jackson runs at first. Souris Valley hitting almost 100 points higher than Hastings, 335 to 246 coming into today. Sodbusters 9th in the 12-team Expedition League coming into today. 0-2 pitches outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now, pitching-wise, it's definitely been a pitcher's division where this Souris Valley, or where the Hastings Sodbusters are concerned. They are third in the league in ERA, behind Fremont and Western Nebraska, both tied for first place. This division, the top 3 teams are the top 3 ERA teams. Pitch is fouled away down the left field line. It remains 1 ball and 2 strikes on Cole Dawson.
Yeah, Souris Valley's ERA is 5.72, and you look at Hastings' ERA coming into today, and it's lower. It's 5.46.
Yep, Souris Valley 5th in the league in earned run average, and again Hastings 3rd behind their 2 division counterparts. The rivals Fremont and Western Nebraska top that category. 1-2 pitch is on the way. Check swing, grounder left side, throw to first in time. Poor luck for Cole Dawson, was just trying to get out of the way, fell down as he hit it. Heads up play for Souris Valley is Dalton Bowling able to take his time and throw out Dawson for the first out of the inning. Omar Jackson advances to second on the play. And if Dawson is able to get a good jump out of the third base, or out of the right side batter's box, he may beat that out, but basically just fell down as he swung, and it was going to be an easy play for Dalton Bowling. Here comes Trevor Matson, struck out his last time up, again seeing a right-hander for the first time today. And this pitch is hit hard. The shortstop makes a nice backhand stop, throws to third. They'll get the lead runner, Omar Jackson. Souris Valley fundamentally sound there. Declan Buckle over to Dalton Bowling to gun down Jackson. Reaching on the fielder's choice, it's Trevor Matson. So 2 outs and 1 on as the Sodbusters continue to trail up by a score of 6-2.
Yeah, that's just a good play by Buckle there at shortstop. I mean, you had no chance of getting Matson, goes deep in the hole, and Matson runs pretty well for a big guy, but Omar's right there. He took off, and you had a better chance, and so that's not a play you see all the time, but it was a good one.
And down 4, Jackson probably should have played a little more conservative at this point, but move on. Pitch is missing for ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes on Jack Hammond, who had an infield single his last time up. Jack Hammond, the University of Kansas product, majority of time at DH for this Hastings Sodbuster squad. Runner at first, 2 outs, and the pitch is in the dirt. Runner stays at first, that's Matson. 2 balls and no strikes on Hammond. We'll see if he's got the take sign here with the team down by 4 runs.
Noon first pitch tomorrow, so I told people, Steve, it's okay to call in sick if they want to come up to the game.
Get Scott Galusha, Brian Fruit to give you a note, and you can just take the day off. Pitch is missing, 3 balls and no strikes. Sodbusters in the green jerseys today, white numbers trimmed in yellow. The white pants today with a green pinstripe. Souris Valley, their red jerseys, gray pants. As the right-hander, Beck brings the pitch across for a strike, 3-1 the count now on Jack Hammond.
I had a friend years ago living in San Diego. He called in sick to school, and he went to see the Padres and Mets play during a day game. And I was like, well, they have Doc Gooden, so you did kind of see the doc.
Went to see the doctor.
Right?
Yep, there you go. 3 balls and 1 strike, and the pitch. Skied out of play down the right field line. No chance there. Good hustle there for the right fielder, however, as Jared Breedwell gave it a look. Now 3 balls and 2 strikes. That will allow Trevor Matson to get a running start from first with runner at first, 3-2 count and 2 outs. Sodbusters trailing it by a score of 6-2. Bottom half of inning number 5. 2 first-inning runs for the Sodbusters, nothing since. Meanwhile, Souris Valley battling back with 2 in the third, 4 in the fourth to grab the lead, and they look for a 7th straight win. One of the hottest teams in the Expedition League right now, second only to Western Nebraska, which has won 8 in a row heading into today. 3-2 pitch. Line drive, but right at the shortstop, as a good inning there for Declan Buckle as he takes care of Jack Hammond, and the Sodbusters get nothing across. No balls, I should say no runs on 1 hit and 1 left as we head to the 6th inning. It remains 6-2 Souris Valley. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Imagine visiting a place with historic housing districts, beautiful parks, and strolling through downtown shops. No, it isn't a fairy tale. It's Hastings, Nebraska. The Adams County Visitors Bureau invites you to experience Hastings. From bird watching to the Aqua Court Water Park to taking in a Sodbusters baseball game at historic Duncan Field. It all starts with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. What would a visit be without great eats? Hastings has plenty for all cravings. Start exploring at visithastingsnebraska.com. Experience Hastings with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Nebraska Land Distributing is a proud sponsor of the Hastings Sodbusters. When you come to the ballpark, get a refreshing Coors Light, courtesy of Nebraska Land Distributing. Nebraska Land Distributing also features Leinenkugels, the ultimate summer drink, cold and refreshing, and sold at Duncan Field. Another Nebraska Land Distributing option when you come to the ballpark is light beer from Miller. Everything you've always wanted in a beer and less. Nebraska Land Distributing, proud sponsor of the Beer Batter at all Hastings Sodbuster home games.
Shane Scott will begin the 6th inning for the Hastings Sodbusters. There is relief action behind him. Manny Herrera warming up, so we'll see how far Scott goes as he has gotten his pitch count up a bit. Head to inning number 6, again, a scheduled 7-inning game, and we'll follow that with another 7-inning contest, and then the two teams will wrap up this lightning-fast 3-game series tomorrow at noon before Sodbusters hit the road and Souris Valley gets out of town. Get an opportunity to see the bottom of the order coming up for the Sabre Dogs. It's Buckle, Hannigan, and Breedwell. All of these guys reached the last time up against Shane Scott. So they're going to be facing the bottom of the order, but they all were able to have good quality at-bats the last time against the right-hander Shane Scott. See if it goes better this time. Scott, the right-hander, winds and delivers, and this one is fouled straight back. No balls and 1 strike on to Clan Buckle.
Buckle did a great job blasting a defense. Busy guy out there and trying to do something with his bat here. He has the 1 hit today.
For Scott, 86 pitches thrown coming into this frame as he throws this one way outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. And you mentioned Buckle 1 for 2 on the day. For the season, just 18 at-bats, so hasn't been in the lineup a great deal. 6 out of 18, 4 runs batted in for Declan Buckle. 1-1 pitch. Way behind that offering from Shane Scott. Blew it by him. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and we'll see if Scott goes right back to that one. Buckle could not stand up to that particular fastball. The arm of Shane Scott.
Never heard of the name Declan before, his first name.
Yeah, it is one of the all-name teams. Well, one of the name team guys here in the Expedition League as the pitch is swung on and missed. Scott takes care of Buckle. It sounded like a Key and Peele name to me.
Yeah, you're right. There you go.
Clan Buckle.
Very nice.
Yes, that's
Aaron, one of those.
As here comes Cullen Hannigan. Hannigan hit by a pitch his last time up. It was particularly painful for the Sodbusters as well as Hannigan, as had 2 strikes on him. He was hit by a pitch. He would come around to score. So did Buckle. And we'll see what happens this time in the 6th. Off speed, stays high, 1 ball and no strikes on Cullen Hannigan.
Looks like Manny Herrera's just lightly tossing now, so he could come in at any time if needed.
So he is probably ready to go, but hopefully Scott can work his way through a clean 6th. And this one is rifled to the left center field gap, and that is going to be extra bases as we will see Hannigan hit the second base bag and stop there. 1-out double off the bat of Cullen Hannigan, who is now 2 for 2 on the day. And Jared Breedwell will come to the plate, number 9 hitter for this squad from Souris Valley.
So another extra base hit for Souris Valley. They got several in today's game.
Souris Valley, amazing power, particularly compared to the Sodbusters, as they had 12 home runs, 11 triples, 43 doubles coming into today. And they like to run. 96 stolen bases compared to 27. They have a guy who stole 27 bases for the season. Hastings has stolen 27 bases as a team.
Wow. They've only stolen 2 tonight, though.
Pitch is taken high and outside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes on Jared Breedwell as their leadoff guy, Caden Schwabe. 27 stolen bases, just 2 caught stealing coming into today's competition here in Expedition League play. 1-0 the count. Scott trying to work his way through the 6th. Sodbusters trail by a score of 6-2. The wide and the delivery looped in the air. Center field. Omar Jackson a long run. Covers a lot of ground out there. Makes the catch. Runner tags at second. Here comes the throw from Jackson, and it is going to be in time. Omar Jackson guns it over to the third baseman, Ian Riley. It's a fly out and a throw out. And that should end the inning. As you had the strikeout to end it. Fly out to center. 8-5 on the putout, and that will do it for Souris Valley. No runs, one hit, nobody left, and we head to the bottom half of inning number 6. It remains Souris Valley 6, Sodbusters 2. This is Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
It's hot. Can we get some popsicles? A lot of popsicles.
Okay, sure.
Let's go to Sam's Club. We can get some popsicles there, plus check out the pools on sale.
Didn't Dad want to barbecue tonight?
With all those popsicles, we should get some paper towels, too.
Good idea, Mom.
I'll grab some chips. Sam's Club has something for every season.
Sam's Club, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball. Stop by before or after the game. For the best in promotional videos, custom designs, photography, websites, and more, it's Provident Promotions. You've got the business. Now make it stand out with Provident Promotions. Provident Promotions can help you design your logo, website, custom make your promotional video, and shoot just the right photo for your company or business needs to be seen everywhere. And they even offer email marketing services and social media management. Let them help you from start to finish. 111 North Burlington Avenue, Suite 110 in Hastings. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball.
Head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Sodbusters trying to make some magic here, trailing it by a score of 6-2. And if you want to see Souris Valley play this year, the only time these two teams are playing, today and tomorrow. So, Souris Valley, it's great to have you in the league, and see you next year.
Yeah, they met up 6 times last year and split the series 3-3. So, shortened season. I swore they were blue last year. I think the red is the new color for them. I thought they were blue and dark blue and light blue last year, if I remember right.
I remember red, but I could be wrong. We see a lot of Western Nebraska too, but Souris Valley, I tell you what, this program, franchise, if you will, has done a nice job since entering the Expedition League. They are one of the original teams, and they've been in the hunt every year. 2018, they went 40-25. They were the Lewis Division champs that year, but lost to Badlands in the playoffs, got knocked off. Badlands went on to lose to Western Nebraska. The Sodbusters bat there, 5, 6, and 7 hitters. Justin McGuigan, who was hit by pitches last time up, stands at the plate for the Hastings Sodbusters, down by a score of 6-2. Pitch is over for strike one. No balls, one strike on Justin McGuigan. Mentioned Souris Valley in their second year of existence went 38-27. They finished second behind Badlands, lost to them in the playoffs again 11-1. Badlands went on and knocked off Western Nebraska for the Expedition League Championship. Bouncing ball headed up the middle, but an easy play, and the throw to first is in time. Souris Valley's shortstop, DeClan Buckle, has been rock solid today and went out here in the 6th inning. That will bring up Trayton Kojal, left fielder for the Hastings Sodbusters.
Yeah, last year when Souris Valley was here, we had a rain delay at one of the games. I think we were second or third inning in rain delay, and it was a long one. And really didn't rain a whole lot, but there was thunder and lightning, so the guys were playing hacky sack on the field.
Pitch is inside for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Souris Valley last season went 27-25, finished second behind Badlands because only 6 teams took the field last year in the Expedition League due to COVID. But Souris Valley and Hastings, 2 of the teams which have been in this league since the beginning. Hard to believe we're already in year number 4 of the Expedition League, and Souris Valley looking like they could be the class of their particular division before it's all said and done. 2-0 delivery is taken upstairs, 3 balls and no strikes now. Sodbusters need base runners, and Trayton Kojal trying to provide that opportunity.
Come back from that Souris Valley, that rain delay game, and we had a runner on first, and Cole Evans hit a home run to left field.
And that is news. Anytime a ball leaves Duncan Field, 367 down the right field line, 370 down the left field line, 405 to the power alleys, and 408 to straightaway center. 3-1 the count now on Kojal, who watches it go by for ball 4. Sodbusters do have a 1-out base runner here in inning number 6.
You were talking about the league and how it's expanding, 3 new expansion teams this year. Brian and I hit on that pretty heavy on the next Sodcast episode yesterday. We talked about why he started the team and when he started the team and how the league's growing, and so we'll have that up and going by the end of the weekend.
Cameron McClure stands in the right-handed box as the Sodbusters have 1 on and 1 out. 6-2 the score. Sodbusters on the short end with Souris Valley scoring 2 in the 3rd, 4 runs in the 4th, and the pitch is inside for a ball. No ball, 1 ball and no strikes on Cameron McClure.
So, Steve, we have a new player on the team today, and then we have 4 more guys coming, all Division I guys. 5 Division I guys total in the next 3 days.
And see, that's the neat thing about this league. They are playing split season, so you play your first half, you play your second half. You may be a totally different team come the middle of July than you were in the middle of May. And the Hastings Sodbusters really out of the playoff hunt at this point in the first half, but you start over at 0-0 in the second half. You have 4 D1 guys, and that could be a totally different kind of looking team as the pitch swung on to miss. Cam McClure, 2 balls and a strike on him.
Yeah, it's Connor Feeney. Connor Feeney from Wayne State is here, and he's been warming up the pitchers in between while McGuigan's been getting his gear on. So we may see him next game.
Yep, may see him as part of this doubleheader. Pitch is grounded to the left side. The shortstop Buckle throws to second for 1. Over to first, not in time. They get the lead runner. A pretty tough play. Didn't know if Buckle would have the opportunity to get to Kojal, but it goes 6-4 in the putout. Cam McClure reaches on the fielder's choice, and Tyler Monroe tries to continue the inning. He is second baseman for the Hastings Soundbusters.
Monroe's reached twice via the walk tonight, so he's been on base twice. Just hasn't done it swinging the bat, but we'll get on any way we can get on. We need base runners right now, down to our last few outs here.
4 outs with which to work now. 7-inning game, and the pitch is flied out of play from Monroe. No balls and 1 strike on Tyler Monroe. The number 9 hitter Ian Riley waiting on deck. Hastings Sodbusters trying to break their skid today. It's not looking good here in game number 1. There is a second game of the doubleheader coming up as the pitch is right there for a strike. Quickly 2 strikes on the Hastings Sodbuster second baseman.
There'll be a little break in between the 2 games. We'll go some scores and see if I can get an interview and stuff before we start game 2 a little later.
No balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch misses outside 1 and 2 as saw Beck take a couple of steps toward the dugout, thinking maybe he had strike 3. Wasn't called that way, and he'll have to do it again here at 1 and 2. Hastings Sodbuster baseball. Good chance to get out if you're off tomorrow. Again, a rare noon game as the pitch is fouled away. It remains 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It's a great chance to bring the kids out. You know, sometimes the games get a little late. Those 6:35 games go till 10, but if you want to have a chance to bring your kids out, noon tomorrow, first pitch, great time to bring the kids out.
I don't think it's going to be quite as hot tomorrow as it was today. We're supposed to get up near 100 today. Now, I don't know if it ever got there, and it's a little overcast now. Thunderstorms forecast for later on. It's pitching in the dirt. Nothing looks threatening at this point. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes on Tyler Monroe, trying to keep it going. Cam McClure runs at first. Sodbusters 2 outs, 1 on, trailing at 6-2, bottom half of the 6th inning.
Yeah, 93 is the warmest I saw today.
2-2 pitch. Called strike 3, and the Sodbusters are gone here in inning number 6. No runs, no hits, 1 man left. We head to the 7th inning. Josh Salmon will take you home when we come back. 6-2 Souris Valley as we bring you Sodbuster Baseball.
Summer means Sodbusters baseball and hot weather, so make sure you stay cool with Ruts. Ruts Heating and AC is your number 1 source for residential and commercial HVAC services in Nebraska. For over 45 years, Ruts has been a name to trust for repairs, installation, and maintenance work on time. Call Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning today to discuss your HVAC needs, free estimates, and the guarantee their work. Whenever your heating or AC needs, trust Ruts. Visit rutsheating.com.
Nebraska has some of the most beautiful state parks in the country. And to celebrate their 100th anniversary, the Nebraska Lottery announces our Great Outdoors Getaway promotion. Through June 8th, 2021, enter any non-winning $5 Nebraska State Park Centennial Scratch ticket for a chance to win a 2-night stay at a Nebraska State Park, $2,021 in cash, and Nebraska Lottery and Game and Parks merchandise. State parks as great as ours deserve a promotion as great as this. Top prize odds 1 in 80,000.
Well, new pitcher due up here for the on the hill, I should say, for the Sodbusters in the 7th inning. Manny Herrera, so the night is done for Shane Scott. And you get your Scott's numbers here as Shane started off strong, had a little bit of a rough outing here. 6 innings, 9 hits, 6 runs, all earned. 2 walks and 6 strikeouts and 27 batters faced. Manny Herrera comes in to the game, and Manny last pitched on June 20th. This is his 10th appearance here with the Sodbusters. He has a 1-0 record, 6.75 ERA. One save, 16 innings pitched, 15 strikeouts, 18 walks, and 12 hits. And this guy loves being on the team. He goes to York College, but he's from Panama City, Panama. And I know his family's watching and listening right now, so hello to the family in Panama City. His good buddy Trayton Scully from York College also on the team as well. So Manny will face off against the top of the order. It'll be 1, 2, 3. Schwabe, Greer, and Brewer due up for Souris Valley here in the 7th. Souris Valley leads by 4. 6-2. Buster scored 2 to start the game and hasn't scored since. Souris Valley put 2 on in the 3rd and 4 in the 4th. First pitch coming up from Manny Herrera. Swung on and missed. Bottom fell out of that thing. The ball's 1 strike. Curveball there from Manny. Schwabe, 1 of 2, been on base twice tonight. A walk, a double, and a strikeout looking his last time up back in the 4th. That one in there for a strike as well. No balls and 2 strikes. Souris Valley struck out 6 times in the game. And Sodbusters have struck out 5. Here's the 0-2 from Manny Herrera, well outside. So as I mentioned, a new catcher is here. He'll probably catch the next game, we'll see. But it's Connor Feeney. Goes to Wayne State College. And he took over number 32. Seth Claiborne is not on the team anymore. He left. So that one hits him. Not the way you want to start off the 7th inning by hitting off the leadoff hitter, Schwabe. So Schwabe's aboard, and it brings up Alan Greer. 1 of 3 tonight, lined in double play, struck out, and a single. Schwabe stands on first base. 27 stolen bases for Schwabe. He has many as the entire Sodbuster team. He's going for 28 right now. It's a high pitch, and he's got 28. Not much McGuigan could do on it. The pitch was high, and he was so fast that McGuigan got a throw off, but it was on the third base side of the second base bag. And so stolen base number 28 for Caden Schwabe. 28 stolen bases in 21 games. This is game number 22, so in 22 games. It's crazy. The 1-0 coming up here to Alan Greer. That one high and outside. Manny hasn't really found the strike zone yet. Somebody's doing some soft tossing over the bullpen right now for the Sodbusters. A righty warming up as well for Souris Valley. Runner on second, 6-4 Souris Valley. The 2-0 well outside. Goes to 3-0 here. Manny hit Schwabe. He stole second base. That's where he's at. Falling up behind 3-0 here to Alan Greer. The very tough Bo Brewer due up next. And that one in there for a strike, taking all the way was Greer. Greer currently batting .353 on the season. He's had 82 at-bats. These guys can swing the sticks. Here's the 3-1. Manny Herrera checks his runner, so I'll be not going anywhere. That one, strike 2. That inside corner, you know, umpire's been calling that pretty consistently to both teams. Outfield, a little deep in left. Center, Jackson's a little shallower. And right field, Monroe's the shallowest of the 3. Herrera checks his runner, Schwabe, and comes set to the plate. That was a slapper to the shortstop, Dawson, over to first, and they do get the force out, but Schwabe advances to third. So 1 for 4 now is Greer grounding out to the shortstop. So Bo Brewer comes up. Brewer had that double in the game. He's been kind of all over the place. He tried to had a triple last time, and then he tried to, well, it looked like it was going to be a triple, and then they overthrew it. So he tried to go home, and we got him going out. So he's got 2 hits nonetheless. .525 batting average for Brewer. And that one popped up right field. McClure going to be underneath. It should be deep enough for Schwabe. He runs very well. The throw in, they're not going to be able to get Schwabe. And it's now 7-2. The RBI there for Brewer is number 5 of the game. On a sacrifice fly. The RBI is number 36 on the season for Bo Brewer. It's amazing. So, run scores there by Schwabe. And it brings up Drew Miller. Came in a pinch hit last inning. No, excuse me. Yeah, Drew Miller's up. He took over as the DH for Moretto last inning. Herrera's pitch up high. Seven to 2 now. And that run hurts because the guy didn't earn it. You know, I mean, you hit him. He got on base. He stole second. He advanced to third. And then he came in. So, I mean, you're giving them a run right there. Busters have hurt themselves here in game number 1 several times. Some base running blunders. Some balls I thought maybe should have been caught that they just let fall in front of them. And now hit batsmen come around to make them pay for it. 2-1 count, 2 outs here. To Miller, pops it up third base side, slicing out of play. Go to 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, a run in this inning for Souris Valley. They lead 7-2. This is a 7-inning game. Game number 2 will be up after the Busters have the bottom of the 7th. We'll take a little break and then come back for game 2 of 3. Game 3 tomorrow at noon here at Duncan Field. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Manny Herrera kicks and delivers, and that one fouled off the plate and back off the shoulder of the batter, Drew Miller. So we'll do the 2-2 again. 8 hits this game, 7 runs for Souris Valley. Busters have 5 hits, 2 runs. That big 4th inning there was a big capitalize for them. And we had a chance in the 3rd inning to get something going and round ourselves out of the inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Swung on and missed on a bad pitch. Throwing down the first to complete the play is McGuigan. That'll go as a strikeout for Manny Herrera. And he gets out of the inning in his 1st inning of relief. So 1 run given up. It's 7-2. Bottom of the 7th. Last 3 outs of game number 1 coming up here for the Hastings Sodbusters. And first we'll hear a word from Graham Tire.
You know Graham Tire for their quality tires and service, but did you know that they do brakes, batteries, and oil changes, and even shocks and struts? Graham Tire in Hastings has the quality products and great service you have come to expect from the Graham name. Rick and his crew will get you fixed up and right back on the road safely. And you can trust that the job was done right. That's peace of mind. Graham Tire in Hastings, West 2nd Street, open 7:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball. Hey you, your ad here. It's Josh Salmon of Salmon Says Media. Imagine turning on the radio or TV and hearing or seeing your business being advertised. Salmon Says Media offers voiceovers, full audio production, on-hold messaging for your phone, and more. Nearly 2 decades of experience. Salmon Says Media also offers radio imaging and podcast production. See us on Facebook. Salmon Says Media, the official media partner of the Hastings Sodbusters.
Jaden Beck back out there to finish out the game for Souris Valley against Hastings. Game number 1. Busters now trail 7-5. Josh Salmon with you, Nate Miller, Steve Stein along, and we'll have game number 2 coming up shortly after this one. Hopefully Busters can put a couple more on the board here in the 7th. Why not? Souris Valley, though, very tough. We knew that coming in, and we saw that here today. They've made some base running blunders, but they've also out-hit and outscored us. So Ian Riley, going to be 9 1-2 hitters due up here for Hastings. Take a look around the scoreboard this inning as well. In the Expedition League, Wheat City up 2-0 at home against Fremont, bottom of the 2nd. They'll pitch outside. Mining City, Tommy Knockers at Western Nebraska. That game top of the 1st, no score. Canyon County leads 1-0 at Casper in the 1st. Pure Trappers up 3-0 on Sioux Valley. Excuse me, Sioux Falls in the fourth. That one popped up mile high, left field. Who's going to get it? A fielder's out there. Glove in one hand, hat in the other. That's Schwabe. And there's one down. So it brings up Omar Jackson. Omar's been on base 3 times. I love the crowd yelling, Omar! Omar! Hit by pitch twice. Drag bunt last time. Nothing was a beauty between first and pitcher. Oh, we have a cowbell now to go with the drum guy here at Duncan Field. Pitch outside to Omar Jackson. Omar batting .225. Pitch on the way here from Jaden Beck. So we have a ball and a strike. One ball, one strike, one out. 7-2, bottom seventh. Down to the last 2 outs of this game. Game number 1 here for the Sodbusters. That one hit deep to right. Playing shallow, but be able to backtrack and make the catch out there. He's hit on the screws just right to Breedwell, and there's 2 down for the Busters here in game 1. So in 4 at-bats, you look at Omar Jackson, he's 1 of 2. Baseball scoring's fun. Cole Dawson comes up, he's 1 of 3 tonight. His single coming back in the 3rd inning. One ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch from Jaden Beck. 1 ball and 1 strike. We'll have game number 2. Take a quick break a little bit and then come back and have game number 2. Please join us. If you can't come out to Duncan Field, you got a little bit of time to get out here if you live locally. Otherwise, tomorrow noon, first pitch, and the last time you'll see Souris Valley this season. 2-1 here to Cole Dawson. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, 7-2. Jaden Beck trying to finish off the game here for Souris Valley. Goes to 2-2 now on a bad swing by Cole Dawson. He didn't look comfortable in that swing at all. As I mentioned, we're going to have we have 1 new Division I guy on the team here today. We have 4 more coming by the weekend, early next week. So some roster changes. We'll keep you updated abreast of those. 3-2 now as that one's on the dirt. Two balls, 2 strikes is what the scoreboard says. It's actually 3-2 on my card here. Andy Chase, our stat guy, has 3-2 as well, so I'm going with him. Here's the pitch, and misses for ball 4. That was a close one, but we'll take the walk. So another walk given up by Beck. And for Beck, it's only his 3rd inning of work, but he's given up 3 walks. Excuse me, 2 walks now. So Trevor Matson comes up. Cole Dawson on first. Busters down to the last out here in game number 1. Beck's pitch taken for a strike by Matson. Trevor 1 of 3. RBI single in the first, struck out in the 3rd, fielder's choice in the 5th. Runner on here, 7-2 our score. That one outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Only 7 innings here in game 1. Game number 2 to follow. Game 3 tomorrow. Busters hit the road. These are the last 2 home games, or 3 home games I should say, of June for Hastings. Swung on and missed on that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. So after tomorrow, Busters hit the road again. For the weekend, they go to the Sioux Falls Sunfish. Expansion team is right below them, or right around their ranking, I should say right above them, and division lead. 2 balls, 2 strikes. See them Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're off Monday, then back to Fremont for 3 to start June. Busters return home on July 3rd, and then play doubleheader on the 4th. I'll go all those against Spearfish Sasquatch. On fouled off, remain 2-2. Then they have one lone game with Fremont here, 2 at Fremont, 1 here on July 8th, and then we have a 7-game homestand starting July 12th. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. You get to see Casper Horseheads in there. You also get to see Sioux Falls in there as well. Casper Horseheads you see 5 times in those 7 games. We get to know them pretty good. Again, fouled off by Trevor Matson. Keeping the game alive here is Matson. Busters on life support here in game 1, 7-2. Runner on first. Cole Dawson walked. Matson, 2-2 count, has fouled off the last 2 pitches. Look at the pitch count here for Beck. 46 for him. Pitch on the way, swung on and missed. And struck him out. And that's the ball game there. Your score is 7-2. The strikeout is number 2 to Beck. Winning pitcher is Eric Wallington. Your losing pitcher is Shane Scott. 7-2 our final. It is Souris Valley having 7 runs on 8 hits and no errors. Busters with 2 runs on 5 hits and 1 error. So we'll take a little break and come back for game number 2. Stick around for the broadcast. We'll play a couple ads and we'll have game number 2 coming up here in just a little bit. First we'll play some sponsors, and we'll be right back.
County Visitors Bureau is the perfect place to start your Hastings experience, a place where you'll meet artists, shopkeepers, and storytellers while you stroll through downtown shops, beautiful parks, and historic housing districts. Whether you're a traveler, meeting planner, or a new resident, the Adams County Visitors Bureau is excited to help you find what you're looking for, from places to eat, things to do and see, to places to stay. Ask the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Get details at visithastingsnebraska.com. Experience Hastings with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Nebraska Land Distributing is a proud sponsor of the Hastings Sodbusters. When you come to the ballpark, get a refreshing Coors Light, courtesy of Nebraska Land Distributing. Nebraska Land Distributing also features Leinenkugels, the ultimate summer drink, cold and refreshing, and sold at Duncan Field. Another Nebraska Land Distributing option when you come to the ballpark is light beer from Miller. Everything you've always wanted in a beer and less. Nebraska Land Distributing, proud sponsor of the Beer Batter at all Hastings Sodbuster home games.
7-2 our final there, as we'll take a quick little break and come back. In 20 minutes, we'll have game number 2. And we'll take a look at this one a little bit more. We'll take a look at the scores here right now from around the league as Steve Stein joins me here. And Steve, let's take a look at some of the scores. I know these games are still kind of early, but Wheat City up on Fremont right now 2-0 in the third. Canyon County visiting Casper and leading 1-0 in the bottom of the first. Pure Trappers up 3-0 at Sioux Falls in the bottom of the fifth. Mining City Tommyknockers leading 1-0 at Gering against Western Nebraska in the bottom of the first. Our final for game number 1, 7-2, and Busters just kind of want to flush this one out and start over here in game number 2. A lot of mental mistakes and kind of hurt themselves. That's really how they lost this game. I mean, you look at the lineup here, Steve, for Souris Valley, and they only had 2 guys with 2 hits. So it wasn't really that they, played that much better. They just kind of hurt themselves. The Busters did, and Souris Valley is a good team, but we helped them out and they took advantage of it.
Teams won 6 in a row, which teams lost 6 in a row. You could kind of figure out just by the way the teams went about things. It seemed like everything kind of fell for Souris Valley, even though they did have some guys that they lost on the bases as well. But there was just a sense of urgency that Souris Valley played with that we really didn't see out of the Sodbusters. At some point, they got to find that, and hopefully it's game 2 coming up here very shortly.
All right, so game number 2 will be coming up about 20 minutes. Stick around. We'll have that for you here. Take a break in the broadcast and come back. brother played last weekend. I like to do the driving range. That's the only thing I like to do. Nice. Dawson. Matson. Okay. How long do we have? Okay. Feeney's in the game. Shaw and Schneider. Connor's catcher. Okay, so we have 13, 4. Okay, thank you. 24, 1. All right, welcome back to game number 2 as we get set for some more baseball here. Josh Salmon back with you. Let's do it the official way with the Sodbuster Open.
It's time.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Blast off.
It's time for Hastings Sodbuster Baseball. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner will be going. This is the payoff pitch. Let's see if Shea can get out of the inning here. The kick and deliver. Swung on and missed it. Got him. 12 strikeouts for Shea Shanneman. That one hit to left field, making the left fielder go back. Keep going back, and that thing is going to be gone. It's out of here. Holy moly, Cole Evans. 370 feet. Cole Evans got a hold of that thing. Wow. That one hit to short. Cervantes is second, back to first, and they get him. Nicely turned double play there, the old 6-4-3, and there's 2 down. Their double play tonight turned by the Busters. Sodbuster Baseball is on the air.
All right, welcome back to Duncan Field. It's been a few minutes. I hope you missed me. Josh Salmon, I missed you. All right, it's getting weird. Game number 2 coming up is Souris Valley won game number 1. 7-2, and Busters kind of hurt themselves in that game with some base running blunders, overthrow, and just not getting out of 2-out innings. So look for a much better game, hopefully this time. Souris Valley, a tough team, don't get me wrong. But when we held them, their top batters to just a couple of hits total, we should have probably had a few more runs on the board there. But that's the way it goes. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for the two teams. For Souris Valley, Caden Swaby is leading things off again. He is in left field. Alan Greer again batting second in right field. Bo Brewer, the first baseman, batting third, playing first base. Dalton Bowling, late minute addition. He is a cleanup hitter, batting third. Drew Miller is your DH, batting. Brewer's batting fourth at third base. Drew Miller's batting fifth at DH. Justin Cooper's your shortstop, batting sixth. Ethan Moore, second baseman, batting seventh. Lance McDonald is your catcher, batting eighth. And Reese Anderson is your center fielder, batting ninth. So I've got Swaby, Greer, Brewer, Bowling, Miller, Cooper, Moore, McDonald, and Anderson. On the hill is Matt Jackson for the Sabre Dogs. For Hastings Sodbusters, it'll be, again, Omar Jackson leading things off in center field. Then Cole Dawson batting second, playing shortstop. Trevor Matson moves across the diamond to third. He's batting third. JT Cafferty in right field, batting cleanup. Matt Rodriguez in the game at first base, batting fifth. Carson Cohoy in the game in left field, batting sixth. Trevor Stevens in the game, batting seventh at second base. Connor Feeney, the new guy, we'll talk about him as the game goes along. He's behind the dish, batting eighth. And Jacob Shaw, who's doing some warm-up sprints and waving at the crowd right now. He is your DH tonight on the pitchers. He's a good hitter. He is batting ninth with Jeremy Schneider on the hill. So it's Jackson, Dawson, Matson, Cafferty, Rodriguez, Cohoy, Stevens, Feeney, Shaw with Schneider on the hill. We'll take a little break and come right back. And first pitch, just a little, we'll say about 5 minutes away here. Stick around.
Nebraska Land Distributing is a proud sponsor of the Hastings Sodbusters. When you come to the ballpark, get a refreshing Coors Light, courtesy of Nebraska Land Distributing. Nebraska Land Distributing also features Leinenkugels, the ultimate summer drink, cold and refreshing, and sold at Duncan Field. Another Nebraska Land Distributing option when you come to the ballpark is light beer from Miller. Everything you've always wanted in a beer and less. Nebraska Land Distributing, proud sponsor of the Beer Batter at all Hastings Sodbuster home games. Adams County Visitors Bureau is the perfect place to start your Hastings experience, a place where you'll meet artists, shopkeepers, and storytellers while you stroll through downtown shops, beautiful parks, and historic housing districts. Whether you're a traveler, meeting planner, or a new resident, the Adams County Visitors Bureau is excited to help you find what you're looking for, from places to eat, things to do and see, to places to stay. Ask the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Get details at visithastingsnebraska.com. Experience Hastings with the Adams County Visitors Bureau.
It's hot. Can we get some popsicles? A lot of popsicles.
Okay, sure.
Let's go to Sam's Club. We can get some popsicles there, plus check out the pools on sale.
Didn't Dad want to barbecue tonight?
With all those popsicles, we should get some paper towels, too.
Good idea, Mom.
I'll grab some chips. Sam's Club has something for every season.
Sam's Club, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball. Stop by before or after the game. For the best in promotional videos, custom designs, photography, websites, and more, it's Provident Promotions. You've got the business. Now make it stand out with Provident Promotions. Provident Promotions can help you design your logo, website, custom make your promotional video, and shoot just the right photo for your company or business needs to be seen everywhere. And they even offer email marketing services and social media management. Let them help you from start to finish. 111 North Burlington Avenue, Suite 110 in Hastings, a proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball.
All right, welcome back to Duncan Field. It's set for game number 2 here. Souris Valley and Hastings as the managers are talking about the umps and exchanging lineups. We just did the lineups here for you on the broadcast, and let's take a look here at the records as Souris Valley just won game number 1. Now they go to 7-17, leading the Lewis division of the Expedition League. They have they are 9-2 in their 9-1 in their last 10 games and a 7-game winning streak. Busters have a 7-game losing streak. They are 3-8 and fall to 6-17, and they're in last place in the Clark division. So Pure Trapper's not that far ahead of them. Let's take a look at the scoreboard right now as other games are not too far underway. We had with the doubleheader, we had an early game. So Mining City Tommyknockers, who are right underneath Souris Valley in the Lewis division. Mining City comes into the night 14-9 with a 1-game losing streak. They are currently tied at Western Nebraska and Gehring right now. It is tied at 1 apiece and the top of the second. Fremont trailing Wheat City at Wheat City at Crafts Field at 2-0 right now in the fifth. Pure Trappers leading 5-0 over Sioux Falls. And you look at that's a pretty close race there. Sioux Falls really moved up in the rankings. They were right down towards the bottom with Hastings, and they've moved up. They're 7.5 games back now. Pure's 11, and Hastings is 11.5. So if Pure can pull that one out, they'll move a little bit farther ahead of Hastings. We want them to lose, and that's kind of a double-edged sword there. Canyon County Spuds leading 2-0 at Casper right now at Mike Lansing Field in the second inning. And that looks like all of our scores right now in the Expedition League as we get set for our second game here. Jeremy Schneider on the hill for the Hastings Sodbusters. Signed her last pitched June 11th, so it's been a while for him. And that was a tough game, I remember, against the Pioneers. He got the loss on that one. 5 innings pitched, 5 runs, 5 earned, 2 hits, 5 walks, 5 strikeouts, and 23 batters faced. I remember that game against Western Nebraska back on the 11th. And that was that Friday game, the game to kick off the last homestand. He started off good and just got kind of roughed up there as the game went along. So Jeremy hasn't pitched in 12 days, almost 2 weeks. So see if he can get it going here. Still 90-some degrees at Hastings. It's just kind of a sticky night with the wind blowing. Looking at the numbers here for Jeremy for the season, he's 0-3, 4.62 ERA. 4 games, all of them starts. 23.1 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, 13 walks, 18 hits. Right-hander 6'5", 210 from Northeast Community College. Goes where he goes to school. He's from Lovell, Wyoming, one of the nicest kids you'll meet. Very nice young man. Shouldn't say kids, but nice young man. Is out there. Right-hander again. Busters wearing their green jerseys with the white pants and green socks. Oakland A looking hats. And you have Souris Valley in their red shirts, blue helmets, gray pants with blue and white lettering. Here we go for game number 2. Batter stepping in. It is Caden Schwabe. Schwabe, Gear, and Brewer due up. First pitch from Schneider on the way and outside for ball 1. Want to know, just getting set here in game number 2. That one misses outside. Ball 2. Now the umpires have switched, so the base umpire is behind the plate now. And the plate umpire is out in the field doing the bases. Here's the 2-0 from Schneider. Stands on the first base side of the rubber against the lefty Schwabe. And ball 3. Schwabe, 28 steals on the season. Sodbusters, 28 steals on the season. That's one guy for them. 3-0. We're in danger of walking him here. This is how we start off the last game with allowing a walk to the very first batter. The same guy, Schwabe. That one in there for a strike. He's taken all the way. So, Schwabe up. Very, very fast guy. And Schneider gets his sign. That one in there, strike 2. I think it surprised a little bit of the crowd on that one, but we'll take it. Schwabe 1 of 3 in the first game with a double and a walk. Hit by a pitch, was on base 3 times, scored several runs. Here is the 3-2. Battling back is Jeremy Schneider as the lights are on here at Duncan Field for game 2. Now on a chopper to shortstop. Cole Dawson's going to have to hurry across the diamond and a tag. And Rodriguez tags him, and boy, the runner runs right into him and knocks the ball out of his hand, so he's safe, but Schwabe is down. And Matt knows what that feels like. He has been injured a couple times in this league. Gives him a high five, make sure he's okay getting up. And it was one of those things where Cole had to hurry the throw because Schwabe was so fast. He underthrew the ball away from the bag, pulled Matt off the bag. Matt had to make the only chance he had of getting him was tagging him, and he tagged him, but then it knocked the ball out. So that is ruled an error. I think that's going to be E6 on the throw. So reached on an error. So runner on here. Watch for Schwabe to go at some point. That one, Alan Greer buzzes the tower. 1 ball, no strikes. Souris Valley, a very good season. Miami City Tommyknockers, the expansion team, is only 2 games behind them in the Clark division. That one hit into left field. That is a single. Schwabe will stop at second as Carson Gahoy scoops it up quickly. So 2 on here and 2 batters. Not the start Jeremy Schneider was hoping for. So Bo Brewer comes up. This guy hits a ton. 525 batting average. And Madsen, and we have some position changes here. So Madsen's going to go over to first. Rodriguez's hand is hurting on that play. So he's coming out of the game. And Ian Riley's going into third base. And I wondered if Matt... So Ian Riley will bat in the 6th position. Excuse me, the 5th position. Making sure umpire's making sure everybody's got everything straightened out there. Yeah, so the runner ran into Rodriguez trying to make the tag. And he's taken a beating as a sodbuster. He's been tackled at second base by a runner. He's been hit by first a couple times on a play like that. And he comes out of the game right away. So tonight's done already for Matt Rodriguez. Both runners go, and nothing Feeney, the new catcher, can do with it as a double steal was on. Schwabe gets one, and Greer gets one. We'll talk about Connor Feeney, the new catcher. So make my changes here on my scorecard. 1-0 here to Brewer, 525 batting average coming into this. Over 100 at bats for him. And that one misses. So we have yet to establish strike zone here with this umpire. It's early in the game. 2 on here. This is where you got to get the outs. Schneider in a situation here with a very tough hitter. One of the toughest in the entire league. Definitely his division. And that one, that looked pretty good. Misses for ball 3. I think missed by an eyelash. Schwabe stands on third. Greer on second. Bo Brewer up here. This guy has a lot of RBIs on the season. 35 coming into tonight. And the pitch in there for a strike. So 3-1 counts, 2 runners on. Top of the first, Jeremy Schneider pitches. That one hit to short. Cole Dawson, the old plate goes over to first. Brewer runs pretty well. It's a high throw. Madsen brings it down. The run does score, though. So you'll try to run for an out, especially a tough out like Brewer. That was a high throw. Dawson having a hard time with the throws over there at shortstop here in the last 2 batters. But Madsen able to bring it down. Other runner stayed at second. That's Greer. So it brings up Dalton Bowling. One in, 1 out, 1 on. And first pitch strike there to Bowling. Bowling a last-minute addition. They had Marrero scheduled, but his ankle swelled up in that first game where he got pulled out for Miller. And since Miller's already in the starting lineup. 1 ball, no strikes coming up. 1 run in here in the top of the first. Jeremy Schneider, righty versus righty. Gets the pitch to Bowling. And strike 2. So first time we've seen this umpiring crew here this season. They've primarily been in the Clark division, I believe. Or in the Lewis division, I mean. The 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out pitch coming up, runner on here. Souris Valley leading 1-0 top 1. Lots of ones. That one way upstairs. And he goes to 2-2. Oh, excuse me, 1-2. So it's been 12 days since Jeremy Schneider last pitched. Game number 1 of that Western Nebraska series here last weekend. Getting some of the rust out, perhaps. I'm sure he's thrown some bullpen sessions in that time, but it's a little different when you get in the game situation. Curveball floats up and doesn't really break. Now it's 2-2. Take a look at some of the other scores here in a little bit from around the league. Two balls, two strikes, one out. One in here for Souris Valley in the first. Runner on second base, so the conventional double play is probably ruled out this inning. And that one chop second over to first. Did they get him? And they get him in time. Trevor Stevens, close play, but they got him. Runner does advance to third on the hopper. So brings up Drew Miller, who's the DH. Two outs here, one in for the Busters, or excuse me, for the Souris Valley this inning. Scott Galusha's going to join me here with two outs. Schneider. I think the batter called timeout on that one. So, Scott, how's it going?
Good.
Good. All right. So, new catcher out there.
Yeah,
Connor Feeney.
new kid.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about him. He goes to Wayne State.
Yep. Wayne State. He's a Texas kid. Made it up here. Got a school paid for. Wants to be a doctor.
Awesome.
Good kid. Has some Division I people looking at him, and he was playing in the Northwoods League on a temp contract, and they let him go after a second 10-day contract. Was looking for a place to play, and we've got Nick Carlson that's a little bit nicked up, and so we thought we'd bring in Mr. Feeney. He's a good athlete. I like how he swings the bat. Really good receiver, so we're happy to have him. We just want to keep rotating those catchers so we don't have to beat up Mr. McGuigan every night.
I went to center. Jackson out there, and that will end the inning on the flyout. Stick around, Scott.
You bet.
All right, we'll be right back. This is Sodbuster Baseball from Duncan Field as we take a quick break here, and we hear an ad from Adams County Visitors Bureau.
Imagine visiting a place with historic housing districts, beautiful parks, and strolling through downtown shops. No, it isn't a fairy tale. It's Hastings, Nebraska. The Adams County Visitors Bureau invites you to experience Hastings, from bird watching to the Aqua Court Water Park to taking in a Sodbusters baseball game at historic Duncan Field. It all starts with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. What would a visit be without great eats? Hastings has plenty for all cravings. Start exploring at visithastingsnebraska.com. Experience Hastings with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Nebraska Land Distributing is a proud sponsor of the Hastings Sodbusters. When you come to the ballpark, get a refreshing Coors Light, courtesy of Nebraska Land Distributing. Nebraska Land Distributing also features Leinenkugels, the ultimate summer drink, cold and refreshing, and sold at Duncan Field. Another Nebraska Land Distributing option when you come to the ballpark is light beer from Miller. Everything you've always wanted in a beer and less. Nebraska Land Distributing, proud sponsor of the Beer Batter at all Hastings Sodbuster home games.
Well, one run on the board there for Souris Valley, but that's easy enough. The Busters can come back on that one. Josh Salmon, Scott Galusha, Steve Stein will join me here in a little while. Nate Miller to my right as we look at the pitcher, Matt Jackson, here for Souris Valley. And, you know, coming into this game, Scott, these guys are doing so good. You think of Souris Valley, you think, oh, man, they're going to be awesome. We actually had a better ERA than they did. And they're both in the five, so nothing to write home about. But still, we had a better ERA coming into last game than they did.
Yeah, we're suffering right now from just a lack of confidence. We've got a bunch of first-year players that are used to being successful, and things aren't going our way. And a lot of those things are things that we're doing causing our own grief. Now, we're playing some very good teams. Fremont is the class of the league. They're very, very good. Western Nebraska is very, very good. And those two teams, I think, are the best two teams in the league. And then now we get Souris Valley, who is the best team from the other division.
Sure.
So we are playing the best of the best. And so it's a little disappointing. Obviously, our record is not something that we're proud of. But what we try to do here, Fish, is we're trying to teach. And so this is a great teaching moment for not only Chandler and Luke, but myself as well. We've got to teach these guys how to handle adversity. And, you know, this is not going to get better if we continue to pout and mope a little bit. And so we saw a little bit of that in the first game. We got off to another good start, which is pretty typical for the Sodbusters. And then when we get hit in the mouth, by a good team, we haven't reacted like I want us to react. And so that's a learning thing, and we're going to get it because we've got a really great bunch of kids who are good baseball players. They just haven't played to that potential yet, but they're coming. They're getting better, and we're going to be in the conversation for the second half.
3-1 here to Omar Jackson leading things off. It'll be Jackson, Dawson, and Matson due up here for the Busters. Here's a delivery from Matt Jackson to Omar Jackson, and a walk. And Omar, boy, he gets the ice pack of the night after the first game, being beamed twice. He battled back, though.
Yeah, he's just done a really good job. He definitely looks comfortable at the plate. And if you didn't know it, you wouldn't recognize that he's not an outfielder. We're making him an outfielder, and he's doing a nice job. And that's one of the kids that's working really hard, and we're proud of what he's done. And he's representing Hastings in our community really well.
Cole Dawson digs in here. Cole had one hit in the first game. He was 1 for 3. Talk about some of the new guys coming. Besides, we got Feeney today. A couple other new guys scheduled to come in the next few days.
Yeah, we have 3 guys that are going to meet us in Sioux Falls, actually, just because of plane schedules and everything. They are flying in with their parents to Omaha, and then their parents are going to drive them to Sioux Falls.
Oh, wow.
So we have Logan Johnstone, who's going to Gonzaga, and he's a guy that's going to fit right in with us. He's little, he's fast, he can hit the ball. Gonzaga believes that he has a chance to start as a freshman.
Wow.
One of the other kids that are coming on Friday is Matt Hallback. Both of these kids we had signed in December or October even from UC San Diego. And that's just a great play by Cole Dawson. And nobody's going to recognize that except for you probably, Fish.
Yep.
He saw that Omar got a great jump and let that pitch go right by him and didn't want to do that. But anyway, back to Matt. Matt Hallbeck is really a two-way player from the University of California, San Diego. They think he's a first base, third base, maybe an outfielder, but they're going to give him a look at pitching as well. So he's a nice athlete, another Division I guy. Then recently, just early last week,
we have Beans, Cole Dawson there. So after Jackson steals a base, we have 2 on now with no outs here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah. Good start and good at bat by Cole, understanding, and that's something that you can tell he's a coach's kid. He understands how things go, and he's a really good player, and we hope to have him back in 2022 as well. Same with Omar.
Definitely.
But we've got a pitcher from San Jose State that was playing in the North League, the Northwoods League, and he was getting a few at bats here and a couple innings here, and he's going to come pitch and maybe get a few at bats for us, which is great. And then Luke Solis, who also is a middle infielder for California, San Diego. He'll be here next Monday. So we have 4 guys coming, all Division I kids, all Division I kids in the next few days, and so that's going to help our lineup a little bit. But really, when we learn how to do this the right way, things are going to take care of themselves. We just haven't been as clean as we'd like to be as far as how we're playing baseball, and frankly, kids are just trying too hard and trying to impress each other instead of just going out there and playing. And we want them to have fun. I talked to a few guys between the games. I said, I'd like to hear you. I want to hear something in the dugout. I don't want to feel like I'm going to a funeral out there. So
right.
It sounds like they're talking a little bit more, having some fun and enjoying themselves. And I think the rest of that's going to take care of itself because I truly believe that we have a good team. And the fact that we've played a lot of Western Nebraska and Fremont is an excuse. But it's also the truth.
Right.
And if we can just get a little confidence, I think this team will absolutely compete, and I expect them to compete for that second half, an opportunity to get to the playoffs.
Trevor Madsen at the dish with 2 on, and that's a screamer into left field. Omar will come around. He'll easily score on that one. It is a pretty good throw, and actually not easily. He gets in there as the ball gets away from the catcher. I thought that was going to be a less closer play, but nice throw there by the
Very
left fielder,
throw.
Swabby, and in there is a scoring run. Losing his his pad in the meantime, but he's fine, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, that's a good answer by the Sodbusters. I'm proud of that. Things have been going well, so we're glad that we were able to respond and go. Hey, a couple people that I need to say hi to, Fish. First of all, I'm going on vacation tomorrow after the game,
all right,
which is amazing. I haven't gone for a couple years.
Wow.
And my family may be watching up there. I'm not sure. But they're up in Black River Falls, Wisconsin, with my aunt and uncle, Jim and Gail Beal, and they are the best people around. And they've hosted they've hosted our family for several years. Matter of fact, I've been going on vacation with them since I was 13 years old, which is a long time ago.
Kidding.
And I wasn't able to go last year, but excited to
Right.
go this year. And so we're going to go up. So I want to make sure, if they are listening, to say hi to all those people up there in Black River Falls on Lake Arbutus. We'll be there in a day or two. So thank you for having us again, and hopefully we'll get a win tonight.
That one into center field should be catchable ball. And it is by the center fielder out there. So there is one down here. Was a solidly hit ball by Cafferty.
Yeah.
Just nothing you could do on it.
Good at bat by JT. JT is actually going to take a visit to Arkansas Tech. Coach Dawson has reached out to me and the Cafferty family, and they're going to take a look at him. So that's a great opportunity for JT. We'll probably miss him on the 4th of July. His visit is the 5th down there in Russellville, Arkansas. So we're happy for that. I talk to a lot of coaches.
Double steals
a
on.
lot of coaches.
Busters make it. Both guys steal. Go ahead.
That's better. Hey, we tried that twice last game, and we're 0 for. And so that was a really good jump, and hopefully we can take advantage of that and get Riley to put the ball in the play right side of the field.
Cole Dawson and Trevor Matson steal third and second, respectively. So now chance for Ian Riley, who's the last addition there in the first inning after Matt Rodriguez got hurt.
Yep.
We played musical positions there, and Riley back in the game. And Matt Jackson having a hard time with signals and just having a hard time out there on the hill for Souris Valley. He's all over the place. He beamed a batter. He walked the guy. He threw a pitch at the umpire, not purposely, but hit him. And so some of those things going on like that. How's your dad, Jack, doing?
My dad's doing well. He's up there on vacation. I'm sure
right.
he's waiting for me to sit on the dock and do a little fishing with him. And it'll be nice to – I love baseball, and I love my Sodbuster family, but I'm pretty excited to be able to go after not being able to go last year. I'm looking forward to watching us, listening to you when I can, and tracking us when I'm gone. And I'll be back shortly, but it's great that I can have the opportunity to go, and that's only because our staff is wonderful, and we've got things at least under control here.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1-1 our score, 1 hit apiece, 1 error in the game, lots of ones, but 2 guys on base here. Busters would like to change that one into a crooked number, and that one fell off first base side. We'll do 1 and 2 now to Matt Riley. Carson Cahoy coming up next. So he had a walk to lead off the inning with Omar Jackson. Cole Dawson stands on third. He was hit by a pitch, and it got moved over, stolen a base as well. Trevor Matson stole a base. He has a single. Only 1 out here as Cafferty flew out a moment ago. So a chance for Ian to get something going here. And Busters put a 2 spot on the board last game, and that was the only runs they scored. So let's
go,
change
Ian.
that. Yeah.
Need a good at bat here.
Ian Riley, nicknamed E. Matt Jackson checks his runners twice. High leg kick, and that one well outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, we got back from South Dakota, and it was a
I knew you were on vacation.
fun time up there. We didn't go see any baseball or anything like that. We just went to Rushmore. And
we see enough of that, yeah.
Yeah, well,
I took our
I
team
would
to
have gone,
Rushmore
but
last
my
year.
family wouldn't have gone. So
yeah.
I'm a lone wolf in that category.
There you go.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here. Pitch coming up from Matt Jackson, setting him up on the outside of the plate to Ian Riley. Let's see if Jackson finds a target. Misses his target. That is too far outside. Yeah, you talked about it a little while ago. The first game we just hurt ourselves. There was some base running blunders. There was a missed throw, and they really didn't hit the ball that well. I mean, you look at their 1 through 4 hitters who are unbelievable statistically. I think they had 4 hits between them. They did in game number 1, so we really hurt ourselves in that first game.
Exactly. We just didn't take care of opportunities. We're giving free bases away. We're just doing things that a team that's struggling, we're making those mistakes repeatedly. And I agree we've played a tough schedule, but my patience is running out a little bit with some of the things that we need to do better, and we expect to do better, frankly demand to do better. And so we're done with playing everybody all the time. We're gonna get this pared down to the guys that are helping us the most and having the best at bats and helping us defensively, because we've got to be more competitive. We have a great fan base, and we want to make sure that we're playing better baseball. And so unfortunately, that means you're gonna have to earn your at bats, and I think that's the right way to do it. And these kids know that too. They understand, and they're gonna work hard.
That's the pecking order. Carson Cahoy comes up after Ian Riley struck out. That went way upstairs from Jackson. Carson didn't play in game number 1. He's up here in game number 2. The Grand Island stud from Grand Island Senior High, pole vaulter and football player and baseball player, and
gifted athlete.
Yeah,
Fish,
looking
just
at his
gifted.
first season, he didn't get to play Santa Barbara. They did the COVID thing. That one in the left field. That's
What
an
a big
RBI.
hit for us. What a
And they're
great. We needed something after we didn't get the run in with 2 out, less than 2 outs, and a guy on third. Carson Cahoy, great job picking us up, and a good read by Trevor Matson. That left fielder was pretty shallow, so that was a good decision by his both Chandler and him on not trying to score there, but again another good at bat, and that's what we like to see.
2 runs in this inning for the Busters. Nice piece of hitting by Carson Cahoy. It doesn't have to be pretty, just has to work, and hit it right into the left field. And as you said, Schwabe out there was very shallow, so good thing Matson didn't try. But scoring easily was Cole Dawson, and up now is Trevor Stevens. Stevens didn't play in the first game.
We just about saw him throw out Omar, so I think he might have got Trevor.
The warning's out there. And speaking of which, Souris Valley, they had. I mean, that Schwabe guy himself has 28 stolen bases on the season, as many as we have as a team.
Yep.
But, last game they only stole 3 bases with Justin McGuigan back there. I think the word's out on him.
Yep, he's doing a good job. We just got to make sure, and the people that have been successful against Justin are stealing off our pitchers. He's really quick getting rid of the ball. He doesn't have the greatest arm in the world, but he throws people out. He's accurate, and he's just a great baseball player. Wonderful kid, a slide in stature, but he has a huge heart. Matter of fact, he probably eats more than anyone on our roster, which is impressive for as little as he is.
Right.
But
he works it off in the gym too. He's a gym rat.
Yeah,
you
does.
Can tell.
He is a gym rat for sure. Hey, I need to say hi to John Brook too. John is
right over there. John Brooks. Or
Brook.
Different.
We have
different
a John Brooks and a John Brook.
Okay.
Well, I've probably seen John at probably 75 or so baseball games over the last year and a half. And I've always noticed he has headphones on, and frankly, this is a compliment to you, Fish, because
awesome.
I always thought maybe he was listening to Nebraska or a grandkid or something, but he's listening to you.
Wow, I'm impressed.
And so I finally asked him what he was listening to, and he said he's listening to us.
Awesome.
So John, hey, your kind words go a long way, and you're the reason why. You're the kind of person why we do what we do. To make you guys smile and enjoy coming out to the ballpark every night is what we do.
Definitely. John Brook, thanks a lot. I appreciate it, man. I'd like to meet you someday. Well, Busters get out of it on a ground ball. Trevor Stevens, and they get 2 in the inning, though, and they lead 2-1. Second inning coming back. This is Sod Buster Baseball from Duncan Field. Now a word from Sam's Club.
I'm a working mom. I don't have a lot of time for grocery shopping. That's why Sam's Club is so convenient.
Okay.
I can get the food my family loves, household supplies, and be on my way. My husband likes that they offer oil changes and tire services. Really saves him time. They have early hours for Plus Club members, so I can beat the crowd on the weekend. Plus, Sam's Club offers free curbside pickup. Order online or in the app. Sam's Club, Grand Island.
Sam's Club, a proud partner of Sodbuster Baseball. For the best in promotional videos, custom designs, photography, websites, and more, it's Provident Promotions. You've got the business. Now make it stand out with Provident Promotions. Provident Promotions can help you design your logo, website, custom make your promotional video, and shoot just the right photo for your company or business needs to be seen everywhere. And they even offer email marketing services and social media management. Let them help you from start to finish. 111 North Burlington Avenue, Suite 110 in Hastings. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball.
Sodbusters put a 2 spot on the board there in the first as of last inning, so it's 2-1 is our score. Scott Galusa joins me here. Josh Salmon, voice of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball. Nate Miller, our tech guy, best in the biz to my right. Steve Stein will join me here next inning as well. And Scott, a good inning there. We just got to come back and have a good inning. We've seen a lot of those where we score 2 and then we give up 4 in the next inning. So this is going to be an important inning here.
We've been here before, haven't
right.
we? Yeah, we need to hang a 0 and keep the momentum going our way. And we have a guy that has a lot of experience out there, probably the most experience of anybody on our staff. So that's the right guy for us to have out there.
Justin Cooper, Ethan Moore, and Lance McDonald doing up here. Shortstop Cooper up right now against Jeremy Schneider. Schneider, righty. Cooper, righty. And a little upstairs, it is ball 1. So technically the second part of the season starts basically next week. Is that right?
It starts actually, if you count
July
32, because I did it today. That's
okay.
the only reason why I know it and sound smart. But July 1 is the first game of the second half.
Okay.
So it's 32 and 32. So we'll have a clean slate per se, and then the winner of the first half and the second half make the playoffs. And this is not just tongue in cheek. We expect to compete in the second half. We'll have our whole roster for the first time, and this has been enough time for our kids to learn how this works, and we expect to compete. And I don't see any reason why we're not going to do that. We have Chandler Wagner and Luke Bay calling the shots. They take my input from time to time because I'm an old guy, but they do a good job. And now they're getting used to the kids and understanding who can play and who can't, who can handle a little talking to, who can't. And so I think they're just going to get better and better.
So as Brian and I were talking last game, Luke really sits down. When I got here today, he was talking to Shane Scott about each batter, what this guy likes to do, where he likes to hit it. And so, that's what he does. He dissects the batters, and that's why he's such a good pitching coach and a bright future for him as well as a coach. This is the learning experience for him as well, as that thing sky high to left field. And making the catch over in left field is going to be Cahoy. So fouling out a deep foul ball is Justin Cooper. But Luke Bay is this is a practice for him, too, to be a coach, and he's doing a good job.
Yeah, he is. It took him a while to be confident in front of the guys because, I had to do it first, and they came in, and we already had 10 games under our belt. But he's a great young man. I've been very impressed with both of them. But Luke handles the pitchers, and he's doing a really good job.
Ethan Moore comes up. Moore is the second baseman. That one hit a mile high as well. Who is tracking underneath it? Looks like shortstop Dawson is getting it, and very quickly 2 outs here. This is the kind of inning we like. Now we got to finish it out. We've seen a million 2-out innings, and then they break things open. So this is going to be getting your third out. It's the tough part.
It's strike one is your friend. Okay, that's the most important pitch in baseball. I'm sure you've talked about this before, Fish, but you look at Major League Baseball hitters, and their batting average is 0-1. They hit about 220. Okay, if it's 0-2, they hit less than 200. If it's 2-0 or 3-1, they hit over 300. So there's a lot of science to baseball. But when it comes down to it, if you throw strikes, you're going to be successful. And if you don't, boy, it sure makes things really hard.
I remember talking to Shea Shanneman last year after his 12 strikeout appearance here, and that slider was working great. And he says getting out there and getting strike number one is the most important thing, exactly what you said. And we saw the success he's had.
I had that conversation with, we're working on some confidence things and some athletic things with Jake Schroeder, who's a local kid here in Hastings, great kid. And he's had the last couple, 2 or 3 outings have been not to Jake standards by any means. And we talked about one night that he went 5 1/3 and was ahead of Fremont 2-1 and had just not hardly given up anything. And I told Jake, I said, you know what the difference is? And he didn't know. And I said, Jake, you were first 17 batters, you were 0-1 to 14 of them. And that just gives you such an advantage in baseball. And it's obviously harder done than said, but it comes down to that. You pitch to contact at this beautiful field because you can't hit it out of here, and we got good enough athletes that are going to run stuff down.
Payoff
and
pitch
Jeremy
coming.
did a good job with that. Even there, he just came back from 3-1 and put it in play. Good things happen.
1-2-3 inning there for the Buster. Scott, thanks for joining me here.
You bet, buddy.
All right.
You're part of the group that I'm very proud of what we do here, and so you're a big part of that. And you and Nate and Steve and Jason, just really proud of our production night in and night out. I'm sure there's people that do it better. I just haven't seen it.
Well,
so I appreciate what you do. Thanks to you and your family for letting us borrow you for a few hours a day. And have a good one, my friend.
All right, thanks a lot. People like Trevor and Andy and Murphy make it all easier for everybody else, too.
Hey, by the way, it's Trevor's birthday today.
Oh, really?
Trevor's 27. So if you get a chance, if you know Trevor, please grab him, make fun of him, throw something at him, do something. Trevor's sort of like family. He's kind of a combination between my brother and my son. I love the guy to death. He's part of my family, and he works so hard for the Sodbusters to be successful. And we're running out of days with Murphy. Murphy has a real job. So
oh, good.
She's leaving for Creighton University after July 4th.
Oh,
so
wow.
We're going to lose a good one. We're going to miss her,
She's a
but
great one.
she's meant a lot to what we do as well.
She's a hard worker. Well, we'll take a break.
you,
Scott
buddy.
Rutz coming up right now. A message from Rutz.
Summer means Sodbusters baseball and hot weather.
Well, good for her. I mean, that's a good.
Stay cool with Rutz. Rutz Heating and AC is your #1 source for residential and commercial HVAC services in Nebraska. For over 45 years, Rutz has been a name to trust for repairs, installation, and maintenance work on time. Call Rutz Heating and Air Conditioning today to discuss your HVAC needs, free estimates, and the guarantee their work. Whenever your heating or AC needs, trust Rutz. Visit rutzheating.com.
Nebraska has some of the most beautiful state parks in the country. And to celebrate their 100th anniversary, the Nebraska Lottery announces our Great Outdoors Getaway promotion. Through June 8th, 2021, enter any non-winning $5 Nebraska State Park Centennial Scratch ticket for a chance to win a 2-night stay at a Nebraska State Park, $2,021 in cash, and Nebraska Lottery and Game and Parks merchandise. State parks as great as ours deserve a promotion as great as this. Top prize odds 1 in 80,000.
Welcome back to Sodbuster Baseball as Connor Feeney, the new guy, up to bat here for his Sodbuster debut. Goes to Wayne State, being looked at by a couple of Division I schools. Josh Salmon back with you. Nate Miller to my right. Steve Stein will be in here in a minute. And first pitch in there for a strike. Connor Feeney from Texas, going to go to Wayne State. Or goes to Wayne State, excuse me. Good catcher. And pretty good movement on that pitch there by Matt Jackson. And down in the count right now is Feeney. Just joined the team today. Took over the number 32. Seth Claiborne not on the team anymore. He decided he had enough of the summer ball, and so Feeney inherited his number 32. Jackson's pitch fouled off third base side. It takes a little bit for a guy to get acclimated, to a field like this, to a league like this. I was talking to some people today at an event that have a wood bat league in there. They're from Minnesota, and they have a wood bat league up there. A little bit similar to ours. Sound a lot similar with the promotions and that kind of thing, but it's interesting how many of these wood bat leagues are picking up in the summer. That pitch misses outside. Jackson thought he had it, 2-2. So Matt Jackson gave up 2 runs on 2 hits in the first inning. Busters did leave 2 on base. And 1 run and 1 hit for Souris Valley in the first. Here we are on the second. Swung on and missed. Feeney swung at a ball way outside. Went fishing on that one, and he goes down. Second strikeout of the night for Matt Jackson. 1 down. Bottom of the order, designated hitter Jacob Shaw. When you look at that and you're like, wait a minute, Jacob Shaw? Why is he the DH? He hits very well, actually, for a pitcher. And you tell him, and, he says, yeah, he's going to be proud that he hits so well. First pitch in there for a strike for Jacob. Batting on the season, he's batting .600 in 10 at-bats. He's got 6 hits, 2 doubles, 2 RBIs, 2 walks, and a strikeout. The 0-1 coming up here from Jackson, who's really seemed to have found his groove in this inning, and that's not a good thing for us. That one just misses on a half swing, but able to hold back. Jacob Shaw 1-1 here. Ball 1 strike, 1 out. Busters lead 2-1. Bottom 2. Game number 2. Swung on and missed on that one. Slider misses. So it's 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Jacob Shaw. Matt Jackson was laboring a little bit in the first inning, having a hard time finding the strike zone. He's coming out fired up this inning. And that one popped up inside. Jacob, a little inside-out swing, and who's going to get it? Second baseman runs over, makes the catch. That's more, and there's 2 down. So Omar Jackson back at the top of the order, and you can hear the crowd give their Omars. It's almost like a cheer's homage for Omar. Omar walked to lead off the bottom of the second inning earlier. Stole a base, come around to score a run. When he gets on, and I said this last year too with Casey Burnham, when your leadoff guy gets on, good things tend to happen in that inning. And that was very much the case in the last couple of years for Casey Burnham. When he got on, no matter if it was lead off the inning or whatever, good things happened. And let's hope that continues that tradition here to Omar Jackson. Omar Jackson, right field. And right fielder kind of lackadaisical, went over to get it. Omar rounded first, and then he hurried up and threw it back in. So Greer taking his time to get the ball back in, or getting to it, but he gets it in pretty quickly. So another hit given up by Jackson, another hit for the Busters with 2 outs. They've had a lot of 2-out rallies this year. We'll see if they can get something going. So Cole Dawson comes up, one of the better hitters on the Sodbuster squad. Omar very speedy at first. Strike 1. I'd like to see some kind of extra base hit. I just want to see Omar just leg it out. He just runs like a deer. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Busters lead 2-1. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error. Souris Valley, 1 run, 1 hit, no error. Omar leads off at first. There's 2 outs, though. Takes a bigger lead. Then he does go. It's a delayed steal, and he's in there easily. He stole that thing off of Jackson. He kind of took 2 steps to the right, like first base. Jackson kind of looked over, and then he threw the ball, and Omar took off. Stole that one easily. Jackson versus Jackson. So 2 stolen bases this game for Omar. That's the kind of player we're hoping he'd be. He's really starting to come into his own here. Now a chance for Cole Dawson, a good RBI guy, to get him knocked in and get another one on the board. Here is the 1-1 pitch. Checking his swing and calling a strike as the umpire. It did look like perhaps he went over halfway there. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Appreciate you tuning in on YouTube, on Mixler Radio. Josh Salmon with you. Steve Stein will have you next inning. Gives me a little break to run to the concession stand, which always has great stuff here, by the way. Hastings. Good choice as concession stand. I think the soft pretzel's calling my name. Nate looks like he needs a water over there, too, so I'm going to have to get him a water. Oh, he's got something there. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Warm day for baseball today. Cooling off here tonight. And that one bounces away from the catcher, but not far enough for anybody to go. It's still 89 degrees. Almost 9 o'clock here, Hastings. 2 balls. 1 strike. To Cole Dawson. 2 outs, and Omar Jackson had a single. Just stole second. Chance for Dawson to keep the inning alive and add another run with 1 swing of the bat on both of those. Outfield very shallow and right and center. And that one bounces away from the catcher again, but able to keep it in front of him. Let's jump back there is MacDonald. So your center fielder Anderson is very shallow. Right field extremely shallow as well as Greer. Left field a little deeper is Swaby. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Jackson, long look to get a sign. Omar leads off a second. Here's the pitch from Matt Jackson. Chop third base side and foul. So it goes to 3-2 now. To Cole Dawson. Noon tomorrow. First pitch. Game number 3. Last time you get to see Souris Valley this season. Noon baseball. You don't get too many of those at Duncan Field. Love to see out here. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs. Pitch on the way. And chopper third base line. Third baseman grabs it. Bowling over to first. Good stretch. And they get him. And they leave 1 on base. So 1 hit. And no runs that inning. Leave 1 on base at the end of 2 complete. It is 2-1. Steve will have you in the 3rd inning. This is Sod Buster Baseball. We'll take a word from 5 points. Note from Graham Tire. I'm sorry.
You know Graham Tire for their quality tires and service, but did you know that they do brakes, batteries, and oil changes, and even shocks and struts? Graham Tire in Hastings has the quality products and great service you have come to expect from the Graham name. Rick and his crew will get you fixed up and right back on the road safely. And you can trust that the job was done right. That's peace of mind. Graham Tire in Hastings, West 2nd Street, open 7:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball. Hey, you. Your ad here. It's Josh Salmon of Salmon Says Media. Imagine turning on the radio or TV and hearing or seeing your business being advertised. Salmon Says Media offers voiceovers, full audio production, on-hold messaging for your phone, and more. Nearly 2 decades of experience. Salmon Says Media also offers radio imaging and podcast production. See us on Facebook. Salmon Says Media, the official media partner of the Hastings Sodbusters.
Our score is 2-1 here. Top of the 3rd inning has got a little pitcher's duel thing going on here. Matt Jackson really kind of found his groove there for Souris Valley in that inning. They give up the 1 hit to Omar, but the Busters leave a runner on base. Steve Stein will have you here in the 3rd inning. Turn things over to Steve right now.
Thank you very much, Josh, as the Sodbusters with a 2-1 lead. All of the action in the 1st as the Hastings Sodbusters battling back after losing the first game of the day by a score of 7-2, and now trying to find a way to get a split today and break a 7-game skid. See what Hastings can get done with Jeremy Schneider in his 3rd inning of work, as through the first 2 innings allowing 1 unearned run on 1 hit and he's going to be facing 9-1-2 former sodbuster Reese Anderson. Will be the first man coming to the plate for the squad from Souris Valley. And first pitch swinging. Grounded down the third base line. Well played. Bare hand. Throw to first in time. Ian Riley. Tremendous job to gun down Reese Anderson. And 5-3 on the putout, so one pitch and one out for the squad from Souris Valley, as they will now bat the top of the order. Hastings Sodbusters with the lead here by a score of 2-1. Pitch from Schneider. It's low and in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes. As back to the top of the order here with Caden Schwabe. Schwabe reached on an air and scored the run for Souris Valley. Went 1 for 2 with a couple of runs scored in the first game. And takes a pitch that just misses now. 2 balls and no strikes. Not sure where that one was. Souris Valley coming in 17-7 after their first game win. The Sodbusters slipped to 6-17 with their 7th straight loss. As the pitch is right there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Make it 2 balls and 1 strike on Schwabe. With Greer and the dangerous Bo Brewer scheduled to come up this inning. 2-1 delivery on the way, and that's a cross at the knees for a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Schwabe. Wind blowing in from center field today. Another warm day in south central Nebraska. Temperatures in the 90s. 2-2 pitch, grounded toward the right side. Nice backhand stop. Trevor Madsen, he'll step on the bag as he wins the race. And you got to be hustling, Schwabe. Tremendous speed. But it goes 3 unassisted on the putout, and Alan Greer comes to the plate. And you'd love to find a way to get this guy out with Brewer on deck, as Brewer is an RBI waiting to happen when he steps to the plate. Greer singled his first time up. Stands at the plate as the squad from Souris Valley played at an unearned run. He had the lone hit of that first inning. They ended up scoring the run on a ground out by Brewer, who had 5 RBIs in the first game today. Greer taking strike 1, no balls and 1 strike, as Jeremy Snyder tried to work his way through a scoreless third and puts the pitch, just misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. A little bit low apparently as Alan Greer steps in. Right-hander Snyder getting the sign from Connor Feeney. And the pitch off speed. Just off the inside corner, apparently. It goes to 2 balls and a strike now on Schwabe. As Schneider comes set, the wind, the delivery. 2-1 pitch is way high, 3-1 now on Greer. Trying to work his way on board. 2 outs, nobody on, with Brewer waiting on deck. 3-1 delivery on the way. Taken high for ball 4, so a 2-out walk. And here comes Bo Brewer, who grounded out his last time up. But it brought home a run. He went 2 for 3 the first game and knocked in 5 runs. 5 of the 7 RBIs in that first game. Off the bat of Bo Brewer, who leads the team in most offensive categories. 520 coming into today. A team best 35 RBIs, 36 runs scored. Batting in the 3 spot. Leads the team in doubles as well. Pitch is taken upstairs for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Want to be careful here and not give in to Brewer, because he's a guy that can gap one at any time. 1 ball and no strikes on Brewer. Run at first, and keep in mind this Souris Valley team can run at any time as well. Throw over to first, and the ball gets away from Madsen, but no chance for advancement for Greer. Upwards of 100 stolen bases for this squad on the season. Greer himself with 20. Their top 2 guys, the batting order, combining for 47 stolen bases coming into today. 1-0 delivery from Schneider. runner starts to go, and Greer holds up. The pitch is taken outside. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. So you figure Brewer could get one to hit right here. But do you give in? We'll find out, see what the plan is with Jeremy Schneider on the hill for the Hastings Sodbusters. 2-1 the score. Hastings on top half of inning number 3. Another scheduled 7-inning game as this pitch misses inside. 3 balls and no strikes. So a 5-pitch walk issued to Greer after Schneider retired the first 2 on a pair of ground outs. Grounded to third baseman or grounded to the first baseman for the 9-1 hitters as the pitch is just missing. So Snyder's only found the strike zone 1 time of the last 2 hitters. Now there's runners at first and second. And here comes Dalton Bowling. Bowling, a late addition to the lineup after Steve Moretto tweaked something in that first game and was taken out of the lineup.
Yeah, swollen ankle is what the coach told me, so he'll be okay, but just resting it.
Good chance doubleheader to get a lot of guys some playing time in one game of the doubleheader or the other. And Sodbusters playing a lot of different guys in this second game as well. Pitch is sprayed foul. It's 1 strike to count on Bowling, who grounded out to the second baseman his first time up. Schneider trying to retire this batter and get out of this with no damage done. Sodbusters gave up an unearned run in the first, but came right back with 2 runs in the bottom of the inning. And really, for the psyche of that team, really a big half inning for Hastings. The team did not play particularly well in the first game, and then leadoff man gets on via the air. He comes around to score, but the Sodbusters bounce right back. Huge 2-out hit from Carson Cahoy to give the Sodbusters the lead as the pitch is taken outside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike now on Dalton Bowling.
See if these walks, you can get rid of these walks. So you come back and bite you sometimes. Schneider needs a really good pitcher just to ground ball somebody in the infield to get an out.
Connor Feeney, Wayne State product, doing the catching, making his Sodbuster debut behind the plate. There'll be a handful of new players joining the club this weekend. As this pitch is taken upstairs, it's now 2 balls and a strike. Pretty tight zone by our home plate umpire today. And the count, though, they did call it a strike, a late call, 1-2. Or do they say he offered at it? 1-2 the count now, one way or the other. Schneider 1 strike away from getting out of this with no damage done.
Nate Miller, extra set of eyes up here, saw it.
Runners at first and second. 2 outs. Schneider a check of the runner at second. The pitch bounces it in there. That goes clear back to the screen. And now 2 guys are in scoring position with Greer advancing to third base and a Brewer to second. That's about as wild as it gets when you have a wild pitch. Almost didn't even reach the brown turf as it bounced over the head of the catcher. So runners at second and third.
Not sure what that's supposed to be, but no catcher in the world could have caught that thing.
And no batter will be offering it that one.
Right.
The epitome of a waste pitch. 2-2 pitch. This one is grounded foul. It remains 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, Pierre Trapper's leading 11-1 now at Sioux Falls. We're keeping an eye on that game because both those teams are right above Hastings, and Pierre handing it to Sioux Falls in the 8th, 11-1. And Fremont trailing 3-2 to Wheat City at Wheat City. And Mining City, who's right underneath Souris Valley in the rankings right now, is leading 7-3 at Western Nebraska in the 4th.
Western Nebraska with the longest winning streak going right now in the Expedition League, but Souris Valley right on the Pioneers' heels with their 7th win in a row against the Sodbusters in the first game today. Pitch low into the dirt. Now it's got all the way back to 3-2 now on Dalton Bowling. And Schneider in danger of walking the bases full here in inning number 3.
I'm trying to think, did Fremont get to 12 with their game winning streak? Was it 11? I think they got to 11.
That may be right. 3-2, 2 outs. Runners at second and third. 2-1 the score. Hastings on top, but Souris Valley trying to turn that around right now. Pitch is lined to right field and carrying well, and it's over the head of the Sodbuster right fielder. Misplayed there. 2 runs will score, and heading all the way to third base will be Bowling. Man, oh man, a play that shoulda, coulda been made. J.T. Cafferty started in, and it sailed over his head. It turns into a 2-run triple, and on that play, Souris Valley takes the lead when it looked like the Sodbusters were going to be out of difficulty.
Yeah, that is a tough one to swallow, JT. Not a normal right fielder, but he's played enough out there, especially in this park, to know the way the ball carries in this time of night, and he just misjudged it. That's all that was. He ran up, and it went over his head.
Drew Miller, designated hitter. Now, you got a couple of guys who haven't seen a great deal of time outfield-wise and are basically converting to those spots. JT out there and right. And Omar Jackson, believe it or not, had never played outfield before coming to the Sodbusters. He seems very natural out there. For the most part, he has done a great job, but they're trying to find a way to get him in the lineup at Arkansas Tech, and he was an infielder by trade, but I think he has a chance to play D2 outfield. Here's a pop-up by Miller, right side of the infield, and that stays up there forever and finally comes down in the mitt of Trevor Stevens, but the damage is done. 2 runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. Souris Valley has regained the lead at 3-2 as we bring you Sodbuster Baseball.
5 Points Bank has been your hometown bank for over 40 years, and now you can take us wherever you go. Mobile Deposit allows you to deposit checks from your smartphone or tablet with our free business banking app. And never pay for an ATM charge again with our MoneyPass app. It maps out ATMs near you that won't charge a fee because of its partnership with 5 Points Bank. We're here to serve you in person and online, and that's why we're the better bank.
Have you heard the latest in Sodbusters news? Hey, this is Josh Salmon, voice of Hastings Sodbusters Baseball, inviting you to check out the Sodcast, the official Sodbusters podcast. Each episode gets you up to date on team info, the latest news, player and coaches interviews, and more. Join Brian Frew and myself for the Sodcast all through the baseball season. The Sodcast is available for listening on Spotify for free. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball Inside Duncan Field with me, Josh Salmon, and co-owner Brian Frew. The Sodcast. Listen today.
Head to the bottom half of the third inning, a change in the scoring. They went straight error all the way on J.T. Cafferty. So Dalton Bowling reaching on the 3-base error. 2 runs, scores, no RBI. So Souris Valley has a 3-2 lead with the benefit of 1 hit in the game. Sodbusters trying to turn it around. The last time Souris Valley had the lead, Sodbusters came right back with 2 of their own. And we'll see what happens this time as Hastings is going to be batting the 3, 4, and 5 hitters, beginning with first baseman Trevor Matson. Matson with an RBI single and a run scored his first time up. Matson started the day at third base here in game number 2, but moved over to first in that first inning as the pitch inside and it hits Trevor Matson. So Matson aboard for the second time in this game after he went 1 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored in the first game. J.T. Cafferty comes to the plate now for the Sodbusters. He lined out to center his first time up. Sodbusters went down quietly. They did have a hit in the second inning, so they now have 3 hits in the game. And getting a base runner here, see what they can get done, and there's going to be a visit to the mound here for Souris Valley.
Yeah, Trevor Matson leads the team in hit by pitches, not a category you normally want to lead on, but gets you on base nonetheless. His on-base percentage, it helps that out. You look at the Sodbuster schedule. As I said, tomorrow's a noon game, and then they go on the road again. On the road for 6-7 days before returning home on July 3rd to face Spearfish Sasquatch for 3, 1 on the 3rd, and a doubleheader on the 4th. And as Brian was saying earlier, in game number 1, that if you get a ticket for the July 4th game, you can use that at the concession stand and get some food, too.
Oh, awesome.
So, something new they're trying this year. Not an all-you-can-eat thing, but you go up there and get something to eat, and they'll feed you on July 4th. So, no fireworks this year. But that'll be good. You can make your own fireworks depending what you eat, I guess.
You know it. Here comes right. J.T. Cafferty, lined out to the center fielder, his first time up, 3-2. Souris Valley's regained the lead, scheduled 7-inning games. I almost feel like it's getting late already as those 2 extra innings do make the game seem much longer. So now in the middle part of the game, if you will, 1 ball, no strikes to count on J.T. Cafferty, trying to bounce back from that error, and he rifles this one to right field, starting out, coming in, and making the play. They'll look back to first, but no throw from Alan Greer. Greer played it perfectly, and Matson retreats to first, runner at first, and 1 man out for Ian Riley.
Well, if you look at the starter here, Matt Jackson, he just pitched 5 days ago. And, usually when the guys try to get in 5, 6, 7 days. Our pitcher hasn't pitched for 12 days, but Riley pitched against Shapiro back on the 19th and didn't get a decision in that one, but only pitched 1 inning.
3-2 the score. Souris Valley on top as Matt Jackson comes set, brings the pitch, and that is just missing. Not sure where. 1 ball and no strikes to count on Ian Riley with a runner at first and 1 out. Scheduled 7-inning game after the first game of the doubleheader went the way of Souris Valley. SaberDogs won that game by a score of 7-2. Pitch is a little bit low. 2-0 the count now on Ian Riley. Riley trying to battle here and move that runner along. Matson runs at first for the Hastings Sodbusters. Runner goes on a delayed steal, throw down, and Matson steals the base successfully as Jackson never gave him a look, and so Matson just took off. He's now in scoring position, and Riley trying to find a way to bring him home as Trevor Matson does steal the base.
That's another stolen base off of Jackson. We saw that earlier with Omar. Stole off the pitcher. I mean, the catcher didn't have a chance. He's not even looking him back.
3-0 the count now as Matson comes through with a stolen base here, and the pitch is missing for a ball, so Ian Riley's aboard. Runners at first and second now, only 1 out for Carson Cahoy.
Steve, I have 5 stolen bases for the Busters, and that's right. They had the double steal earlier between Dawson and Matson. That's Matson's second stolen base. Omar's got a couple in the game, so I like the aggressive base running. Second trip out to the mound, and they're making the change right away.
So we will talk about the new pitcher when we come back. Souris Valley continues to lead it, but the Sodbusters threatening here in the bottom of the third. It's Souris Valley 3, Hastings 2. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Place with historic housing districts, beautiful parks, and strolling through downtown shops. No, it isn't a fairy tale. It's Hastings, Nebraska. The Adams County Visitors Bureau invites you to experience Hastings, from bird watching to the Aqua Court Water Park to taking in a Sodbusters baseball game at historic Duncan Field. It all starts with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. What would a visit be without great eats? Hastings has plenty for all cravings. Start exploring at visithastingsnebraska.com. Experience Hastings with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. Nebraska Land Distributing is a proud sponsor of the Hastings Sodbusters. When you come to the ballpark, get a refreshing Coors Light, courtesy of Nebraska Land Distributing. Nebraska Land Distributing also features Leinenkugels, the ultimate summer drink, cold and refreshing, and sold at Duncan Field. Another Nebraska Land Distributing option when you come to the ballpark is light beer from Miller. Everything you've always wanted in a beer and less. Nebraska Land Distributing, proud sponsor of the Beer Batter at all Hastings Sodbuster home games.
3-2 Souris Valley on top. The new pitcher is right-hander Austin Hammerly. He's making his 7th appearance. That's tied for first on the team. All of his appearances except 2 have been in a relief role. He's gone 15 2/3 innings. He has allowed 15 runs, 13 of them earned. He's allowed 14 hits. Struck out 22 and walked 10. Comes in with a 2-1 record. Hammerly trying to keep it right here with runners at first and second and 1 out. As Jackson got the start today, and he ends up going 2+ innings, 2 1/3 innings for Matt Jackson in his day. And controlled just the issues, just couldn't find the strike zone enough to stay in there for as long as he would like. And we'll see what the Sodbusters can get done with first and second and only 1 out. Cahoy, Stevens going to be the scheduled batters. Cahoy had the big hit of the game for the Sodbusters, came up with that 2-out RBI single to give the Sodbusters the lead back in the first to make it 2-1 at the time, but Souris Valley erased that as they got 2 runs, 2 unearned runs in the top of this inning, and they do not have an earned run in the game.
Steve, looking at the scoreboard here, Fremont in their could lose their 4th game in a row as they're trailing 7-2 now. Wheat City was leading 3-2 a moment ago, and now it's 7-2 at home. Wheat City is hosting Fremont. That game in the top of the 8th. We know Fremont's never out of a game by any score, but they've lost 3 in a row coming into tonight.
Really excited about the new guys that Hastings is going to be bringing in, as they've got some D1 recruits coming in for the weekend, as we'll get a chance to see those guys in action hopefully July 4th. Pitch high and tight, 1 ball and no strikes to Carson Cahoy.
I'm happy a couple of those guys going to University of California, San Diego. UCSD,
Very neat.
the Toreros, yeah. So
1-0 the count as the pitch from Hammerly. Runner goes. Pitch taken outside. Throw down to third. Not in time. And it bounces off the third baseman and away. And the run will score as the Sodbusters get it tied up. Aggressive base running this inning. It goes as a successful double steal. A throwing error. Good effort for the third baseman, Dalton Bowling, but he couldn't keep it in front. Then it bounced clear over by the Hastings dugout. And by the time he retrieved it, Matson had come home. And Riley ends up at third.
I like the aggressive base running in this game, and it's really making things happen.
So the Sodbusters get it tied. Cahoy trying to give his team the lead now as the Sodbusters, any ground ball to a middle infielder could get that done. Here's a high fly ball, short center field. Is that going to be deep enough to score the run? The catch is made. Here comes the throw, and it is going to be in time. So a fly out, throw out, double play. The shallow fly ball not deep enough. Well thrown there by Reese Anderson. The former Sodbuster comes back to bite his teammates as Carson Cahoy flies out. Ian Riley thrown out at the plate. 8-2 on the putout, but the Sodbusters do get a run, and they have gotten it tied. 3-3 as we head to the fourth. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
It's hot. Can we get some popsicles? A lot of popsicles.
Okay, sure.
Let's go to Sam's Club. We can get some popsicles there. Plus, check out the pools on sale.
Didn't Dad want to barbecue tonight?
With all those popsicles, we should get some paper towels, too.
Good idea, Mom.
I'll grab some chips. Sam's Club has something for every season.
Sam's Club, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball. Stop by before or after the game. For the best in promotional videos, custom designs, photography, websites, and more, it's Provident Promotions. You've got the business. Now make it stand out with Provident Promotions. Provident Promotions can help you design your logo, website, custom make your promotional video, and shoot just the right photo for your company or business needs to be seen everywhere. And they even offer email marketing services and social media management. Let them help you from start to finish. 111 North Burlington Avenue, Suite 110 in Hastings, a proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball.
Head of the fourth inning, it's 3-3 now, so the Sodbusters did get the run back after Souris Valley scored 2 in the top of the third, and we're all square at 3. And we'll see if Jeremy Snyder can work his way through a scoreless fourth. He has allowed 3 runs so far. None of them are earned. He's allowed only 1 hit. Hasn't really been a strikeout guy to this point, as he does not have a strikeout. And he walked 2 that last inning. Both of those guys would come in to score for the Souris Valley SaberDogs. Souris Valley going to be batting their 6, 7, and 8 hitters with Justin Cooper trying to start things off. He is the left fielder. Flew out to left his first time up in this game. Did not play in the opener when Souris Valley won by a score of 7-2. Souris Valley trying for the sweep as the pitch. Squaring to bunt there was Cooper, and then he pulled the bat back. The ball off the glove of the new catcher, Connor Feeney. 1 ball and no strikes on Justin Cooper. Schneider brings the 1-0 pitch home, and this one is taken high and tight. Now 2-0 on Cooper. Control again has been an issue at times for Schneider, and the tight strike zone has not helped. 2-0 delivery, and this one's fouled away. 2-1 the count on Justin Cooper. For Cooper, getting an opportunity to play in this second game for the Souris Valley SaberDogs, team which leads the league in hitting. Cooper individually coming to the day 313 as he fouls this pitch away. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and that's very pedestrian by Souris Valley standards. A 313 batting average ranks him 9th on the team, as the team itself is hitting 335 coming into today. Pitch inside, and it barely just got a piece of the jersey of Cooper, so he reaches on the hit by pitch. So hit batsmen go along with a couple of walks for Snyder, and now coming to the plate, Ethan Moore, and you don't want to put these guys on because they are just too deep, too talented from a hitting standpoint to give them free opportunities. 3-3 the score, top half of the fourth inning. Schneider trying to keep it that way for the Hastings Sodbusters. As Ethan Moore did not play in the first game, and he takes the pitch, 4-1, 1 ball and no strikes. Moore popped up to short his first time up. Moore batting .206 coming into today. Pretty decent lead. Runner does not go, and the pitch is taken for a ball. 2-0 the count now on Ethan Moore. As far as Justin Cooper, another of the guys who certainly is a threat to steal. 4 stolen bases coming into this game. As this Souris Valley team over 100 stolen bases for the year now, about 70 more than Hastings. Although the Sodbusters have had a couple of successful double steals, and they've been very aggressive, and that has helped spur the offense a bit. Count now 2 balls and a strike on Ethan Moore.
Moore has team lead of 3 home runs. Interesting fact. It's 200 batting average.
Runner at first. Runner goes. Pitch fouled away. A little hit and run action right there on a pitch that was way inside. And almost just protecting himself was Ethan Moore. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, that was just self-defense. It was coming at his chest, and somehow he managed to get some wood on it. I'm not sure how he did that exactly. And advantage worked out for Schneider. They're okay on that one.
You mentioned Moore, not a great average, but does have some pop. The 3 home runs to go along with 2 triples. He's only got 1 double this year, but some speed enough to get triples and a home run hitter too. That's usually not in concert. Usually it's one or the other. Runner goes again. Bouncing ball to the shortstop. Only play to first. The throw is in time, and on the play, Cooper ends up at second, so it's 6-3 on the putout. Good throw there for Cole Dawson over to Trevor Matson. Justin Cooper in scoring position with 1 out, and it'll be the 8 and 9 hitters coming up as Lance McDonald and Reese Anderson will try to deliver the run. 3-3 the score, top half of inning number 4. Wiener Wednesday here at the ballpark, and even the Hastings Sodbuster is dressed like a Frankfurter.
Yep, Saudi's over there. Buster's his name.
Schneider, check of the runner, the pitch. On the inside corner for strike 1, no balls, 1 strike to Lance McDonald. Souris Valley winning the first game of the day, 7 runs, 9 hits. Hastings had 2 runs on 5 hits. All of the offense in the first game for the Sodbusters early on as they could not make a 2-0 lead stick. Scored 2 runs here in the first inning of game number 2. Souris Valley came back to take a 3-2 lead, but now we're knotted at 3. Cooper jockeying back at second base. Schneider keeps his focus and brings the pitch. Threw it by McDonald. McDonald out front of that off-speeder. It's 2 strikes, the count on Lance McDonald.
McDonald only is 16th at bat in 5 games, so hasn't played a whole lot for Souris Valley.
Left-handed hitting catcher Lance McDonald steps in. And Schneider, the right-hander, 0-2 pitch. Sprayed foul behind that fastball, and the count remains 2 strikes. McDonald out of Lake Michigan College. His hometown, also in Michigan, Mount Pleasant. Another of the franchises which has pretty much recruited nationally. They have players from all over, a lot of Californians on this particular roster.
Well, I bet they go home for winter, though.
Oh, yeah.
No way sticking around there.
Souris Valley, its 4th year of existence. They came in as a charter member of the Expedition League, just like the Hastings Sodbusters. Souris Valley has yet to finish below 500. Their worst season was 27-25 last year during that COVID-shortened summer when they finished second in the Lewis Division. 0-2 pitch on the way. It's low, and a good stop there for Feeney. Count remains goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes on McDonald. With 1 on and 1 out, Souris Valley trying to regain the lead. Come right back and get a run of their own after Sodbusters tied it with a run in the bottom of the 3rd. Schneider looks back to second. Cooper a couple more steps off, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. First strikeout of the game for Schneider. So McDonald goes down, and that will bring up Reese Anderson.
Wow, did you see the break on that curved ball? It was, wow. Thing was not coming fast at all, and it totally fooled him. He just had pulled the string on that and yanked it away from him.
Former sodbuster Reese Anderson steps to the plate out of South Dakota State, his hometown, Johnston, Iowa. He grounded it to third his first time up. Runner at second, 2 outs. Souris Valley trying to regain the lead. The pitch taken outside for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. We're in the top half of inning number 4, scheduled 7-inning game. Be playing a noon game tomorrow. Again, schedule change. If you want to come out and see the game, it will be 1 game, noon, and then the teams will be hitting the road for their respective next trips. Pitch foul back, goes to 1 ball and 1 strike.
Schneider doesn't strike out a whole lot of guys. Just first strikeout I have of him of the night. On the season, he has 19 in 23 innings pitched.
Schneider trying to earn himself a win and earn the Hastings Sodbuster team a win for only the 7th time this year. Sodbusters mired in a 7-game losing streak after dropping the opening game of the doubleheader, and the pitches take it for a strike. Now 1-2 on Reese Anderson.
The only win the Busters had on the road was that early one in Pierre, that 20-some game, 20-run game. Otherwise, they've won them all here at Duncan.
Yeah, when they've won on the road, they've scored over 20. That's, I guess that's an interesting stat.
That's a way to put it.
1 ball and 2 strikes, and the pitch. Bouncing ball, but a foul ball as Reese got off his own ankle. It made it all the way out to the shortstop there. That has got to sting. So Anderson will get back in the box. Matt Jackson started for Souris Valley, went 2 1/3 innings, allowed 3 runs, 2 of those earned, 3 hits, struck out 2, walked 2, and hit 2. Jeremy Snyder's gone all the way for the Sodbusters, trying to get through this 4th inning and keep it a 3-3 deadlock. Hastings Sodbusters under the direction of Chandler Wagner, Luke Bay, the assistant coach. Both those guys coach in the Sunflower State. Wagner, volunteer assistant at KU. Bay, graduate assistant at Kansas State. 1-2 pitch. Line drive, center field. Here comes Omar Jackson. Has to play it on a hop. Coming around third. Here comes the run home, and it's a huge 2-out RBI single for Reese Anderson. And Souris Valley has regained the lead at 4-3.
Yeah, Madsen cut that off, but they had no chance to get him at home. That was a smart cutoff to keep the runner from advancing to second.
So Anderson comes back to bite his former team with the RBI single, and the hit batsman comes home to roost. The first earned run given up by Jeremy Schneider, and back at the top of the order for Caden Schwab, who's always a threat. Get on and score runs and steal bases. Tremendous speed from the left fielder for the SaberDogs.
Yeah, it's tough out here.
Runner at first, 2 outs, 1 run home as Schneider trying to bounce back from that 2-out hit and throws it inside for ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes.
Just need a ground ball somewhere in the infield and try to get that force at second. It's tougher to get Schwabe. You get the slower runner in Anderson, who's not completely slow, but slower than Schwabe.
Last time Schwabe grounded to the first baseman, Madsen won the race. Schwabe reached on an error his first time up. Runner goes, the pitch is inside, and it drills Schwabe in the back. And Anderson took off. If Schneider could have broken contact, he would have had him easily, but he had already started and committed to go to first. So it's going to be a hit batsman, Schwabe aboard, and now here's Alan Greer.
You give him the stolen base on that since he was already going?
No, since he hit the batter. And Greer, who walked and scored his first time or his last time up, he is 1 for 1, singled back in the first. Pitch taken high for a ball, and you really want to get Greer. Don't work around Greer to get to Bo Brewer, who waits on deck.
Yeah, this is your out. This is your guy.
6 RBIs on the day. He had 5 in the opener, and then had an RBI ground out in the opening frame of this contest. Pitches taken high, 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, don't pitch around him here. Just get something, ground ball. I mean, you'd like this guy to, like I said, if he has to get on, you don't want to face Brewer, so get him out any way you can.
And Greer, like I say, he has reached both times in this game after going 1 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored in the opener, won by Souris Valley 7-2. Schneider blew it by him here. 2 balls and a strike now on Alan Greer. Greer from Chattanooga State. hometown Atlanta.
They should have to be called the Choo Choos, shouldn't they? Just for the song.
2 balls and 1 strike. It hurts the recruiting.
Oh, there's worse mascots.
2-1, and the pitch. Fouled back, and so Schneider a strike away from getting out of this with no more damage done. 2-2 on Alan Greer. Greer had the first hit of the game for Souris Valley. That hit from Anderson, just the second hit for Souris Valley in this game, but they lead it 4-2. 2-2 pitch, and skied out of play. It remains at 2-2.
Yeah, it's one of those weird games where they have 4 runs but only 2 hits. And, you know, the 2 errors, obviously that's going to cost us. And just some situational walks and some stolen bases and stuff. Again, we can't hurt ourselves.
2 2-out walks in the third, and that was followed up by a ball that was misplayed for a 3-base error. Those 2 runs scoring there after the unearned run that was plated in the first. Souris Valley getting its first earned run of the game in this inning. Greer skies this one down the right field line. J.T. Cafferty no chance at that one. It remains 2-2 on Alan Greer. Middle part of this game, 7 innings, so we'll be halfway through when the third out's retired here in the top half of inning number 4.
Pure Trappers leading at Sioux Falls 11-1 in the bottom of the 9th.
Sodbuster's going to see a lot of Sioux Falls down the stretch during their schedule, and a whole lot more Fremont before the season is done. But maybe you're catching a Fremont team which is hitting a little bit of a low. Bouncing ball back up the middle, fielded by the shortstop, throw to second base. They get the force play there to retire the side as Greer grounds into the fielder's choice. Schwabe was forced at second, 6-4 in a close play, but Souris Valley does grab the lead, and they take a 4-3 lead into the bottom of the 4th. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Summer means Sodbusters baseball and hot weather, so make sure you stay cool with Ruts. Ruts Heating and AC is your #1 source for residential and commercial HVAC services in Nebraska. For over 45 years, Ruts has been a name to trust for repairs, installation, and maintenance work on time. Call Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning today to discuss your HVAC needs, free estimates, and the guarantee their work. Whenever your heating or AC needs, trust Ruts. Visit rutsheating.com.
Nebraska has some of the most beautiful state parks in the country. And to celebrate their 100th anniversary, the Nebraska Lottery announces our Great Outdoors Getaway promotion. Through June 8, 2021, enter any non-winning $5 Nebraska State Park Centennial Scratch ticket for a chance to win a 2-night stay at a Nebraska State Park, $2,021 in cash, and Nebraska Lottery and Game and Parks merchandise. State parks as great as ours deserve a promotion as great as this. Top prize odds 1 in 80,000.
First full inning of work for Austin Hammerly, who came in and got the final 2 outs of the third inning. Now bottom half of the 4th, with Sodbusters trailing once again by a score of 4-3. And Hastings going to be batting Stevens, Feeney, and Shaw, the bottom of the order, against Hammerly. Matt Jackson started, goes 2 1/3, was lifted, and we'll see what Stevens can get done here. Trevor grounded to second baseman his first time up to close the first. Sodbusters 2 in the first, 1 in the third. Souris Valley scored in every inning but the second, a run in the first, 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth. Stevens takes ball 1. Trevor Stevens stands in the left-handed box. Right-handed pitcher Austin Hammerly takes a look at his catcher, Lance McDonald, and the pitch is missing inside. 2 balls and no strikes on Trevor Stevens. 4-3 the score. 4 runs, 2 hits for Souris Valley. They've committed an error. The Sodbusters 3 runs, 3 hits, and they have 2 miscues on the day. Both very costly. Pitch is inside. Now 3-0 the count on Stevens. First error was on the first ball hit of the ball game, and Schwab would come around to score eventually. Second one misplayed out in right field. 2 runs would score on the play. Pitch taken high for a ball, so Trevor Stevens aboard for the first time today. Stevens didn't play in the first one, neither did Connor Feeney. Feeney making his sodbuster debut, struck out his first time up. That come against Matt Jackson. He is out of the game now. Right-handed hitter out of Wayne State College, Division II program in the northeast part of the state. As Feeney steps in against Hammerly. Hammerly throws over to first, and back in safely is Stevens. Sodbusters and the Saber Dogs play again tomorrow before each team will be leaving Hastings and going on respective road trips. Feeney gets a piece of this one, but fouls it back.
He wants to be a doctor. Isn't that cool?
Very neat.
Yeah.
Able to visit with him for the first time between games?
I haven't. Scott told me about it. I need to go and introduce myself.
Well, get a chance to know Feeney and a few more new players going to be joining the team this weekend. 0-1 pitch on the way, and it's fouled back to the press box. Counts going to 0-2 on Connor Feeney. Interesting to see how he figures in the mix here as McGuigan, semi-everyday catcher, but maybe mixing him in as well.
Yeah, Carlson a little beat up.
So getting that extra catcher, always good to have. Called strike three. Feeney watched it go by, couldn't pull the trigger. He goes down on strikes for the second time, and that'll bring up Jacob Shaw. Shaw, pitcher by trade, but you really can't keep him out of the lineup because you cannot argue with what he's done in limited playing time. 3 games, 6 for 10 coming into today with a couple of doubles, 2 RBIs, and 2 runs scored.
Yeah, he loves to swing the bat, and he does a good job with it.
He popped up his first time against Jackson, seeing Hammerly for the first time as the pitch comes outside for ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes on Jacob Shaw. Shaw, Cloud County Community College, and from Hastings. Played in a couple of games last year for the Sodbusters. Delivery is outside for ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes as far as this Cloud County. Saw limited time in the spring, so a good chance for him this summer to get some time on the mound. And, like you said, some time at the plate as well. He pitched in 2 games for the Thunderbirds, who went 28 and 24 in the spring campaign in that tough Jayhawk League. Pitch inside now, 3-0 on Jacob Shaw.
Jacob Shaw twice this year has had a 3-for-4 game. Last June 20th, just a few days ago, he had one against the Pioneers, and then Wheat City had one. I remember that game here, June 6th.
3-0 the count now on Jacob Shaw with a runner at first and 1 out. That's in the dirt, and the Sodbusters have something brewing as their 7 and 9 hitters draw walks. So back to the top of the order with runners at first and second. Sodbusters trying to come back again. Every time that we've seen Souris Valley score, Sodbusters have come back. A run in the first for the Saber Dogs. Hastings gets 2. And Souris Valley scored 2 runs in the third. Hastings came back to tie the game. Souris Valley has regained the lead with 1 at the top of the 4th, and now the 1 and 2 hitters, Jackson and Dawson, trying to deliver a run or 2 right here. 4-3 the score, runner at first and second, and Omar Jackson 1 for 1 in this game. After he went 1 for 2 with the runs scored in the first game, he's walked, he has singled, he's stolen a couple of bases, and he takes ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes on Omar Jackson. Hastings Sodbusters down by a score of 4-3 to the Souris Valley Saber Dogs. Only meetings of the year these 2 days. So just 3 games with these 2 teams from different division, the Clark and Lewis divisions. As far as teams that they're going to see from the Lewis division, they'll play Casper 5 times, and that's it. No meetings with Badlands, with Canyon County, or Mining City. They've already played Wheat City 3 times, and they will play them 3 more times at the end of the year, but won't see any of the other opponents in the other division.
Yeah, there's the Wheat City on August 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Now 3 balls and no strikes on Jackson as it'll be a visit to the mound. The catcher's going to go out and visit with Hammerly as McDonald going to go out, and we will see a visit from the pitching coach as well, and perhaps a change. And now somebody maybe just getting warm for Souris Valley.
Take a look at the scoreboard here for the Expedition League. It is a final. Pier Trappers win 11-1 at Sioux Falls. Wheat City still leading at home against Fremont, top of the 9th on that one, 7-4. Canyon County beating up on Casper at Casper at Mike Lansing Field in the 7th, 11-2. And Western Nebraska taking the lead over Mining City, 11-8. A lot of offense in that game at Gehring. That one in the 5th.
Just in the 5th? Oh my, that's going to be a long night.
That's a lot of offense.
Long night in the Panhandle.
Yeah. Of course, you got the time difference. Still a long night, nonetheless.
3-0 the count. Pretty extended conversation there. We'll see what Omar Jackson can get done now as he likely will have a take sign. 3-0 with runners at first and second and 1 out. Hammerly trying to find a way to get through this 4th inning with his team still in front. 4-pitch walk issued to Jackson. And it'll be Cole Dawson. Chance to do some major damage here for the Hastings Sodbusters.
Well, it's nice to be on the other side of the coin of the walks. Now you have to take advantage of them. We've seen many games this year where Sodbusters have given up 7-8 walks, and the other team has taken advantage. This is our turn this time. The ball is in our court. We have to take advantage of these walks. Trying to get something into the power alleys and let your speed come around.
Matt Jackson walked 2 and hit 2, and now Austin Hammerly. He walked 1, and actually he was able to, he came in after Jackson got into trouble last inning, but now has walked 3 this inning. As Cole Dawson stands at the plate. Dawson 0 for 1 with a stolen base. He was hit by a pitch back in the 1st, grounded out in the 2nd. 1-0 the count, the pitch. Misses ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Dawson, an RBI opportunity, and they're going to make a pitching change right now. So 2-0 count, and Hammerly cannot find the zone, so they take him out after the first 2 pitches to Cole Dawson. We'll tell you about the new Souris Valley pitcher when we come back. It's still Sabre Dogs 4 and Hastings 3. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
You know Graham Tire for their quality tires and service, but did you know that they do brakes, batteries, and oil changes, and even shocks and struts? Graham Tire in Hastings has the quality products and great service you have come to expect from the Graham name. Rick and his crew will get you fixed up and right back on the road safely. And you can trust that the job was done right. That's peace of mind. Graham Tire in Hastings, West 2nd Street, open 7:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball. Hey you. Your ad here. It's Josh Salmon of Salmon Says Media. Imagine turning on the radio or TV and hearing or seeing your business being advertised. Salmon Says Media offers voiceovers, full audio production, on-hold messaging for your phone, and more. Nearly 2 decades of experience. Salmon Says Media also offers radio imaging and podcast production. See us on Facebook. Salmon Says Media, the official media partner of the Hastings Sodbusters.
New pitcher coming in for the Souris Valley Sabre Dogs, Daniel Sharon, out of Spokane Falls Community College. Pasco, Washington is his hometown, and Sharon getting an opportunity here to try to shut the door. Sodbusters will have the bases loaded and only 1 out after 3 straight walks, and plus Sharon inherits a 2-0 count. For Daniel Sharon, just his 3rd appearance, his 2nd in relief. He's thrown 4 innings, allowing 3 runs on 6 hits. He's struck out 2. He's walked 4. Comes in with a 0-0 record, 1 save on the year, and his ERA at 6.75. So not one of their main guys, and he's going to have to come in and throw strikes immediately. It's a great chance for the Sodbusters as Cole Dawson already with a 2-0 count as Sharon will step to the top of the hill.
You don't see too many 2-0 count pitching changes in the middle of a batter, but the manager of the Souris Valley Sabre Dogs, Alex Miklos, said, okay, that's enough. You're done. 2 trips real quick to the mound and got him out of there, so we'll see what Sharon can do here.
After Stevens walked, Shaw walked, and Omar Jackson walked on 4 pitches. 2 more balls to Cole Dawson, so they decided not to wait any longer as Hammerly
So Sharon out there, right-hander, getting a couple more warm-up tosses. Bases loaded, perfect chance for the Busters. With all those walks, you're given a present here. You've got to open it. You've got to unwrap the present and deliver.
So we'll see what Cole Dawson can get done as he stands at the plate. 2 balls and no strikes, the count on Cole Dawson with the bases full of sodbusters. Trevor Stevens at third, Jacob Shaw at second, Omar Jackson at first.
He's due. It's rare to see a night where Cole Dawson only gets 1 hit. He's only got 1 thus far, so he's due.
With 1 for 3 in the first game, 0 for 1 in this game, and let's see what Cole can get done as Sharon comes set and brings the pitch home. Right there for strike 1, 2 balls and 1 strike. Interesting scorekeeping conundrum here. Now, if Sharon goes ahead and walks him, the walk is actually charged to Austin Hammerly.
Interesting.
2-1 the count. If he gets the out, he will, of course, get the out in his column. 2-1 pitch. Taken high. Now 3-1 on Cole Dawson. So Hammerly leaves the game after walking 3, but could technically walk 4 without actually throwing ball 4.
Don't you love baseball scoring?
And last inning, of course, he came in, only faced 1 batter, and got 2 outs. 3-1 delivery. Taken high for a bases-loaded walk. Cole Dawson does the job, so the book will be closed in that respect, but now 3 batters, still the responsibility of Hammerly. Stevens comes in to score. Shaw ends up at third base. Omar Jackson at second, and Cole Dawson with the RBI hit batsman. A great chance for Trevor Matson to try to deliver here. He's been on base twice. Sodbusters getting the run there to get it tied up at 4. Matson rifles this one to center. A run will score. Here comes his second run home. Nope, they're going to hold the runners. Bases will be full again with only 1 out, respecting the arm of Reese Anderson, but it's an RBI single for Matson, and the Sodbusters have plated 2 in the inning, and they have regained the lead at 5-4.
What a game for Trevor Matson. 3 stolen bases in the game, 2 RBIs, a hit batsman, partridge in a pear tree, stands at first. I think it was smart holding the runner, even though one of your fastest guys is at third. A really good arm, and he was playing shallow in center. He would have been out at home, so Jackson remains on third. Still ducks in the pond.
And J.T. Cafferty, a line out to center and a fly out to center. If he could loft one to medium center field here, Omar Jackson would have a great chance to score, as he does run at third base for the Hastings Sodbusters. Off-speed pitch. Just misses. 1 ball and no strikes on J.T. Cafferty for the Hastings Sodbusters.
You missed it. Scott said earlier that JT's going to try out. He's going to go talk to Arkansas Tech. So he may be teammates next year with Jackson. Could be interesting. And Cole's dad.
Yeah. Yep. We had a fun time over there in the other booth, as another of the Arkansas Tech guys is talking about. You have to be special to be a Wonder Boy. So we were having a good time over there, visiting about what it takes to be a Wonder Boy, because that is the unique mascot of Arkansas Tech.
There's a historical meaning behind it.
But see what happens here. J.T. Cafferty stands at the plate. Sodbusters have played it a couple this inning to regain the lead at 5-4 as the pitch is taken outside for a ball. J.T. trying to find his way on board. 2-1 the count now on J.T. Cafferty. Bases loaded. I've already had a bases loaded walk this inning, and then the RBI single from Matson, so the Sodbusters have 2 on the board to gain a 5-4 lead. Sharon brings the pitch, and that's across for strike. It's now 2-2 on J.T. Cafferty.
Well, so it'll be interesting, too, to see when Schneider comes back out. This has been a really long inning and a long time for a pitcher to sit with his arm. Sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad.
So Austin Hammerly worked 1 inning, ends up officially walking 4, and has given up 2 runs so far. 2 more runners his responsibility. 2-2 pitch is a ground ball at the second baseman. Could be 2. Bobbled, throw to second for 1. They won't try to throw over to first, so they get the out. A clean handle, and it may be 2, but Ethan Moore had it bounce off his chest. He stayed with it. They force Trevor Matson at second. It goes 4-6 on the putout. Cafferty aboard on the fielder's choice, but he does bring home a run, and now the Sodbusters have a little insurance as Omar Jackson scores. Cole Dawson ends up at third base, And when all is said and done, the Sodbusters lead at 6-4, and we'll see what Ian Riley can get done now for Hastings.
It's nice to see Sodbusters with more runs than hits. We've seen it the other way this season, so it's good to see them that way.
Like I say, neither team has more hits than runs in the game. 4 runs, 2 hits for Souris Valley, 6 runs, 4 hits for the Hastings Sodbusters, as a 1-0 count now on Ian Riley. Riley walked his last time up, stole the base. He struck out back in the first. Third different pitcher for the Souris Valley Sabre Dogs. They try to continue their current 7-game winning streak. Sodbusters trying to end a 7-game skid. Haven't won since a week ago Saturday against Western Nebraska. And Western Nebraska beat them in the series finale. Sodbusters went on the road and lost all 5 before coming home and falling to Souris Valley in the first game today. Pitch misses inside. Count goes to 2 balls and no strikes on Ian Riley. 8th man to bat in the inning. 3 have scored so far. There are 2 outs in the inning now for the Hastings Sodbusters. Sharon brings home the 2-0 delivery. Skied high in the air to center field, but getting under it, making the play. Relatively routine for Reese Anderson, and that'll do it for the Sodbusters, but they do plate 3, and they have regained the lead at 6-4. We'll head to the 5th inning. When we come back, you're listening to Sodbuster Baseball.
5 Points Bank has been your hometown bank for over 40 years, and now you can take us wherever you go. Mobile Deposit allows you to deposit checks from your smartphone or tablet with our free business banking app. And never pay for an ATM charge again with our MoneyPass app. It maps out ATMs near you that won't charge a fee because of its partnership with 5 Points Bank. We're here to serve you in person and online, and that's why we're the better bank.
Have you heard the latest in Sodbusters news? Hey, this is Josh Salmon, voice of Hastings Sodbusters Baseball, inviting you to check out the Sodcast, the official Sodbusters podcast. Each episode gets you up to date on team info, the latest news, player and coaches interviews, and more. Join Brian Frew and myself for the Sodcast all through the baseball season. The Sodcast is available for listening on Spotify for free. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball Insides Inside Duncan Field with me, Josh Salmon, and co-owner Brian Frew. The Sodcast. Listen today.
Josh Salmon was mentioning what it was going to be like for Jeremy Snyder after the long wait. Well, we don't have to answer that because Jake Bigham is actually going to come in and work for the Hastings Sodbusters, with Hastings now back on top by a score of 6-4. So good chance to see Bigham, who was arguably the best reliever for the Sodbusters a year ago, and he's off to a strong start this year, making his 3rd appearance in 4 2/3 innings. He's allowed no runs, 1 hit. He's walked 3. He struck out 1, a 1-0 record. So one of the 6 wins this year captured by Bigham, and has a chance to pick up a 2nd win here as he comes in the 5th inning. Now, officially, I'm not sure what the Expedition League rule is. If you have a 9-inning game, you have to work through the 5th, or finish the 5th, be the pitcher of record. I'm not sure in a 7-inning game if you finish the 4th, if you are the pitcher of record or not. So Schneider may be in line to pick up the win, or it could be Bigham, who could also, if he doesn't get the win, could earn the save if he can work the final 3 innings this week.
Yeah, I thought it was 4. 7 innings.
So we will.
My days of doing Hastings College baseball,
yep.
I thought it was 4.
Very possible. Souris Valley now. They try to come back, but first things first, you got to find a way to keep that lead. And love to see Bo Brewer come to the plate with nobody on board, as Brewer, instant RBI opportunity whenever he's up there and people are on the bases. 1-0 the count now on Bo Brewer. Had video game-like numbers coming into today, batting over 500. Leads the team in most offensive categories and had 6 more RBIs today in this first game plus. Pitch across for strike. 1 ball and 1 strike on Bo Brewer. Stands at the right-handed box is Jake Bigham. Great to have him back. He joined the club a little bit late, but has been dynamite. 1-1 pitch is missing outside. 2-1 the count on Brewer.
Yeah, it was kind of one of those things where he's like, well, I don't know if I want to come back in the summer, and then he had a wedding to be in, and he's like, okay, I want to come back, and of course he calls Scott, and Scott's like, yeah, get here, we love you. It's good to have you.
2-1 delivery. Just misses. 3-1 on Bo Brewer, and I would think he is turning some heads junior college player, Paris Junior College from McKinney, Texas. You would think that he's probably gaining some 4-year looks with the kind of summer he's having now as he fouls this pitch away at 3-2 on Bo Brewer.
Yeah, Brewer mad at himself with that one for not getting it. That was a good pitch he could have had, but he got a little behind on it, and Bigham brings the heat.
3-2 the count. First man up here in the top of the fifth. Sodbusters trying to put a 0 on the board. They've struggled doing that after getting runs of their own accord. 3-2 pitch. Misses, so it's a 6-pitch walk to Bo Brewer to begin the 5th inning, and now the tying run will come to the plate in the person of Dalton Bowling.
Surprisingly, that's the first time the leadoff batter's been on this game for Souris Valley.
So Jake Bigham there now for this Hastings Soundbuster squad, and Dalton Bowling at the plate. The pitch taken for a ball, 1 ball and no strike. So Bigham, generally rock solid with his control, has not had great command here in the early going. Bowling out of San Jose State from Fremont, California. 6 runs, 4 hits for the Sodbusters, 4 runs, 2 hits for Souris Valley. Leadoff walk opening the door here for the Saber Dogs, a team that hits mid-350s anyway, doesn't need a whole lot of help. Bigham trying to come in and put a 0 on the board here in the 5th. Scheduled 7-inning game. Sodbusters trying to break that skid as the pitch is missing somewhere. 2 balls and no strikes. Pretty tight zone on both sides, and you saw Austin Hammerly struggle with that as he ended up walking 4 in his 1 inning of relief for the Saber Dogs. Those last 3 runs charged to him. Pitch across for a strike, 2 balls and 1 strike now. Hammerly can close the book. He ends up allowing 3 runs on no hits. Walked 4 as Daniel Sharon came in and worked that inning of relief. 2-1 delivery. And that's in the dirt now, 3-1. So Bigham on the verge of walking the first 2 men he faces. Graduate transfer, Southeastern Oklahoma State, weighing his options for next year.
Yeah, just as we gave him a bunch of props as he came in, he's almost walked the first 2 guys.
3-1 delivery, and it hit him, so would have been ball 4. Instead, it's a hit batsman, a walk at a hit batsman. Last summer, Bigham walked 11 total for the Sodbusters.
4 hit batsmen in this game, 2 per team. There's a couple in the first game as well. A lot of ice packs. Omar Jackson got beaten twice in 2 at bats in the first game, and McGuigan got beaten once. And then you look over to Moretto, who got beaned, and that's probably why he came out of the game. But anyways, he got beaned, and their left fielder. Can't think. Anyways, they had 2 bean balls as well. Schwabe, I'm sorry. So 5 in the first game, and there's 4 here in the second game between the 2 teams. It's a lot of ice packs.
Runners at first and second, nobody out as the Sodbusters lead it 6-4. Bunt in the air, and it's going to come down and roll foul. Smart play once Bigham didn't get to it. Great job for Connor Feeney, because it probably would have been in no man's land, and you would have had the bases loaded, nobody out. So good decision there for Connor Feeney to let it spin foul. Not a great bunt attempt for Drew Miller as he didn't get it down. It popped up in the air, and fortunate for Souris Valley that it wasn't caught in the air. The count now 0-1 on Drew Miller.
Yeah, Ian Riley in at third base. Manson not holding the runner at first with the runner ahead of him. Outfield playing pretty deep. Infield in on the corners.
If you have runners at first and second, you want to make the third baseman field your bunt attempt. Really tough to get the lead runner when you get that done. Miller really a bunt this time. It comes right back to the pitcher. Bigham throws to third, out. So Miller could not get it down the third base line. Bigham, relatively easy play as he whirled and threw to third to retire Bo Brewer. So it goes 1-5 on the putout there. Bowling advances to second base. And Drew Miller, just a fielder's choice grounder, it turns into. So they cut down the lead runner, first and second, 1 out for Justin Cooper.
Great heads-up play there from Bigham. Get the lead runner. Brewer looked at his coach. Was I out? He said, yeah, you were.
Bigham's first pitch to Cooper is fouled back, and the count 1 strike on Cooper, who was hit by a pitch and scored last inning in the 4th. Flew out to left in the 2nd.
Play like that could really change the inning, the outcome of an inning. We'll see what happens here.
Bigham now will ask for signs. Again, he's actually going to ask for Feeney to come out, and they will visit about this next pitch and perhaps change signs with runners at first and second and 1 out. 6-4 the score. Soundbusters on top. A difference in this game, a 3-run 4th inning. Soundbusters getting a Cole Dawson hit bat, or a walk rather, to score a run. And then an RBI single from Trevor Matson, a fielder's choice grounder from J.T. Cafferty. Those are 3 run-producing at-bats for the Sodbusters in the bottom half of the 4th.
Yeah, and this is, Connor Feeney's first day, so I'm sure there's a little confusion between him and his pitchers yet on the first day. That's all that's about.
Bigham comes set, brings the pitch home. Just misses outside. 1-1 the count on the batter, Justin Cooper. Cooper flew out to left, his first at bat before scoring a run back in the 4th. Now in the 5th inning, Sodbusters trying to hang on and win this one. Tying runs are aboard as the pitch is a little bit low. 2-1 the count now to Cooper. Cooper out of Texas Southern University, Fort Worth native. A lot of Texans on this roster. Souris Valley in Minot, North Dakota. 2-1 delivery, bouncing ball right side, it's through, and a run will score, or at least try to. The throw comes home, it's not going to be in time, and Souris Valley will have runners at the corners on the RBI single from Justin Cooper. So Souris Valley coming right back. They get 1 run on the board. The tying run now at third base. And Cooper's RBI single, he ended up staying at first. The throw came in from J.T. Cafferty, but it was not in time. And now it'll be Ethan Moore trying to tie the game as they get a run on the board here in the 5th to make it 6-5.
How important was that play before then with Bigham getting the lead runner at third? Because you might have been able to score 2 runs on that one.
Yep.
So that was huge before, get the lead runner.
But only if the Sodbusters can find a way to keep that run from scoring at third base. Double play still in order here. We'll see if Cooper takes off. He goes on the first pitch and then elects to stop about 3 steps and go back. Probably fortunate for the Sodbusters he didn't go because Bigham took something off of that. Would have been really tough to throw Cooper out. Tremendous base-stealing team, the Souris Valley Saberdog squad with over 100 stolen bases as a team. Runner bluffs again, and this pitch is skied a mile high. Foul territory. Is it going to be playable? It would have been, but the Sodbusters couldn't make the play on it. Feeney came over, gave it a look. Probably would have been easier for Ian Riley. Riley misjudged it. He thought it was going to hit the dugout, and it hit about 4 feet outside of the dugout. So new life for Ethan Moore. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, Riley just stopped, and I think he thought it was going to go foul, and so Feeney gave the best effort he could. Would have been backhanded and would have been a terrific catch, but he had no shot at it. So, see here what happens.
So the Sodbusters couldn't get the out there. That would have been a large second out in this 5th inning. 6-5 the score. Sodbusters hanging on to the lead. A toss over to first. Not much on that one. Justin Cooper back in sliding. Got Drew Miller running at third with Ethan Moore trying to come through here. He grounded out his last time up. Popped up back in the 2nd. 0 for 2 in this game. Did not play in the opening game of the doubleheader, won by the Saberdogs 7-2. Runner does go, and this pitch is hit high in the air, center field. Jackson coming in, makes the catch. It's shallow center. They're going to try to score the run. Here comes the throw. Not going to be in time. They'll throw down to second and get the out there. So the Sodbusters do get an inning-ending double play, but the run does count. So it ends up being a fly out to center. Sacrifice fly there to score the run from third, but Justin Cooper was gunned down. 8-2-6 on the putout to end the inning, but the game is tied up. It's 6-6, Souris Valley and Hastings as we head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
place with historic housing districts, beautiful parks, and strolling through downtown shops. No, it isn't a fairy tale. It's Hastings, Nebraska. The Adams County Visitors Bureau invites you to experience Hastings. From bird watching to the Aqua Court Water Park to taking in a Sodbusters baseball game at historic Duncan Field. It all starts with the Adams County Visitors Bureau. What would a visit be without great eats? Hastings has plenty for all cravings. Start exploring at visithastingsnebraska.com. Experience Hastings with the Adams County Visitors Bureau.
Nebraska Land Distributing is a proud sponsor of the Hastings Sodbusters. When you come to the ballpark, get a refreshing Coors Light, courtesy of Nebraska Land Distributing. Nebraska Land Distributing also features Leinenkugels, the ultimate summer drink, cold and refreshing, and sold at Duncan Field. Another Nebraska Land Distributing option when you come to the ballpark is light beer from Miller. Everything you've always wanted in a beer and less. Nebraska Land Distributing, proud sponsor of the Beer Batter at all Hastings Sodbuster home games.
You are listening to Sodbuster Baseball as Hastings and Souris Valley are tied once again at 6 apiece as the Sodbusters seeing Souris Valley get 2 runs this past inning. And it looks like Souris Valley has gone to the bullpen again as they bring in number 31. We'll see if we can get a name on that
I'm
guy.
looking here while I'm investigating.
As of this morning on their roster, they did not
Harper?
have a 31.
I have a Harper. I don't have a first name. I just have Harper.
Harper?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go with Harper.
Harper. It's on their lineup card.
It's on their lineup card.
Yep,
He
yep.
hasn't officially been added to their roster.
Yep. Oh, Delkin Harper.
Oh, got him?
Declan Harper? Declan Harper.
All right.
Yep. So, Declan Harper is our pitcher. He from Miles City Community College, and that's all the information I have on him.
So Declan Harper making a pitching appearance here for Souris Valley. Declan Harper will come into this game trying to keep it a 6-6 contest. It's gone back and forth in this game. It's the Hastings Sodbusters and the Souris Valley Saber Dogs. See what Hastings can get done here with Carson Cofoy leading things off here in inning number 5. The pitch way outside, ball 1 to Carson Cofoy. Cofoy, an RBI single his first time up. He flew out to center back in the 3rd, now in the bottom of the 5th. As this game has gone back and forth, we've only seen 2 half innings in the contest that no runs have been scored. Yet, only 7 hits have been amassed by the 2 teams combined. 6 runs, 3 hits for Souris Valley, 6 runs, 4 hits for the Hastings Sodbusters. 2 teams have combined for walks, hit batsmen, and 3 errors as well. Declan Harper's pitch is down low for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes on Carson Cofoy. As Harper was not on the roster as of 6 o'clock this morning, but at some point during the day was added. So
Yes, I printed it this afternoon. So
a good job for Josh Salmon to be up to date. Now a 4-pitch walk issued, and Carson Cofoy aboard to open the 5th as they try to come right back, and Trevor Stevens will come to the plate.
couple of finals for you. Fremont did lose 4th game in a row to Wheat City, 7-4, and Sioux Falls lost 11-1 to Pierre at home. Sioux Falls was.
Stevens 0 for 1 in the game. He has scored a run, walked and scored his last time up. He was given a leadoff walk by Hammerly. Squares to bunt here, and it hits him on the foot. So the hit batsman, the walks continue, and Harper has not been the answer here to begin this game. It's his relief appearance. Starts very shakily, a walk and a hit batsman. And now the Sodbusters will have their 8, 9, and 1 hitters trying to do some damage with Connor Feeney, the first man up there for the Hastings Sodbusters.
Yeah, both teams have very few hits on 6 runs. Busters have 4, and Souris Valley has 3. 3 errors in the game between the two. So Feeney chance to best chance for him to get his first hit as a Sodbuster right now. He struck out twice tonight.
And will he be asked to sacrifice right here with 1st and 2nd, nobody out? May just make sure that Harper can throw a strike to begin with. Feeney is already squared and takes ball one. 1 ball and no strikes to count on Connor Feeney.
Boy, look where Bo was playing the first baseman, Brewery. He could have about shook hands with Feeney there. He ran in at first.
And I don't know if you ask your guy on the first day there if he can do the pull the bat back and take a swing at it, but with the infield the way it is, there are some holes out there, particularly between third and short. See what Feeney can get done here. One way or the other, advance the runners. Has squared to bunt and takes strike one. 1-1 the count on Connor Feeney. That's a pretty good take after the struggle for Harper with a walk and a hit batsman. See if he can throw strike one before you get too crazy. 1-1 the count, still a sacrifice situation. First and second, nobody out. Sodbusters and the Souris Valley Saber Dogs all square at 6. Scheduled 7-inning game. After Souris Valley won the opener 7-2, Feeney takes this one outside. 2-1 the count on Connor Feeney.
Good speed at second base with Connor Gahoy. Very fast out there.
Caharson runs there. Trevor Stevens at first. It's the Hastings Sodbusters trying to come right back. Neither team has done a good job of stifling rallies after scoring runs. Pitch, great backhand stop. MacDonald, wow. Able to get that one. If that's back to the screen, it's second and third and nobody out as it stands. It's 3-1 on Connor Feeney.
Steve, I have 7 walks given up by Souris Valley tonight.
Yep. And 3 hit batsmen.
Crazy. Brewer really in at first.
Meanwhile, Sodbusters, 3 walks, couple of hit batsmen. Pitch misses for a ball.
Wow. You know he's going to bunt. All you got to do is just throw it down the middle. And he pitched around him, and good at bat there for Feeney. Didn't go anything bad. Here comes the pitching coach, another change made.
He's thrown 1 strike since entering the game, so Harper has exited the game. Another pitcher coming in for Souris Valley, so we'll tell you about that guy when we come back. It's 6-6 Hastings and Souris Valley as we bring you Sodbuster Baseball.
It's hot. Can we get some popsicles? A lot of popsicles.
Okay, sure.
Let's go to Sam's Club. We can get some popsicles there. Plus, check out the pools on sale.
Didn't Dad want to barbecue tonight?
With all those popsicles, we should get some paper towels, too.
Good idea, Mom.
I'll grab some chips. Sam's Club has something for every season.
Sam's Club, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball. Stop by before or after the game. For the best in promotional videos, custom designs, photography, websites, and more, it's Provident Promotions. You've got the business. Now make it stand out with Provident Promotions. Provident Promotions can help you design your logo, website, custom make your promotional video, and shoot just the right photo for your company or business needs to be seen everywhere. And they even offer email marketing services and social media management. Let them help you from start to finish. 111 North Burlington Avenue, Suite 110 in Hastings, a proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball.
Aaron Suval is the latest Souris Valley pitcher. He's going to be making his 5th appearance. He is 0-1 with a 10.28 ERA. He has thrown 7 innings. He has allowed 8 runs on 10 hits. He has struck out 6. He's walked 6. And if nothing else, just try to come in and throw strikes. Souris Valley now using its 5th pitcher of the game. Everyone who has pitched has walked at least 1 except for Sharon, who came in and worked a clean inning of relief, although he did end up allowing an RBI fielder's choice, an RBI single during his relief appearance. But you look at Jackson, he ended up walking 2, hitting 2. Hammerly walked 4. And Harper's now walked 2 and hit 1. He exits. The bases are loaded, nobody out, and the Sodbusters with their 9-1-2 hitters coming up, trying to regain the lead as we're all square at 6. Just like to see somebody return this game to a sense of normalcy. Sodbusters put together a crooked number and get 6 outs and get out of here and end that streak. Shaw walked and scored his last time up. He is 0 for 1 of the game. Jacob Shaw trying to find a way. Huge spot here, and again, if you're there, just make sure that their pitcher's going to throw a strike. Suval comes set, brings the pitch high and tight. 1 ball and no strikes on Jacob Shaw. And I think, the zone is a little bit tight, but there's also guys who aren't throwing it close enough to even merit a strike call.
No, 4th pitch of the night for them, and they haven't played in 3 days, so they've got the arms rested.
As Suval brings home the delivery, and this one is bounced, a high chopper. That's going to be into right field for a base hit. 1 run will score. Here comes a second run home. The Sodbusters will have runners at second and third and have an 8-6 lead.
Error out there in right field, too, as he couldn't get a hold of it. Cooper had a hard time coming up with the ball.
So Shaw probably given a single and goes to second on the air. I still think you give him 2 RBIs because they were sending.
Right, runners are in motion.
And Stevens was already going to score there. As Connor Feeney has advanced to third on the play, Shaw ends up at second, and it's now 8-6. Sodbusters with the lead. As Omar Jackson has come to the plate, and he swings and misses for strike 1. No balls and 1 strike on Omar Jackson.
So 8 runs on 5 hits for the Sodbusters. It's nice to be on the other end of the walking thing. Taking advantage of the walks, that's what you got to do.
6 runs on 3 hits for Souris Valley. The Sodbusters have regained the lead. The pitch misses high for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jackson walked his last time up. He is 1 for 1 in the game with a couple of stolen bases.
2 hits in 2 games. Drag bunt last game.
Scored a run in that first game as the Sodbusters lost that one 7-2. The infield is in with runners at second and third, and the game relatively late now as we're in the bottom of the 5th inning of this 7-inning game. Been an offensive-filled game in terms of runs scored, not a lot of hits. Sodbusters trying to really bust it open with a big inning here. Still nobody out, 2 in scoring position for the Hastings Sodbusters. And the delivery is sprayed foul. It goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes on Omar Jackson.
You know, Steve, I thought that noon game tomorrow, I was like, oh, that's a good time. But you know what? These long innings, that noon's getting a lot closer and starting to creep a lot closer.
Yep, first pitch tomorrow at noon, the final game of the season between the Hastings Sodbusters and the Souris Valley Saberdogs. As Suval, the 5th pitcher of the day for the Souris Valley squad, and misses here, 3-2. You had Jackson start. Hammerly worked an inning. Sharon worked an inning. Harper officially worked 0 innings as he ended up walking 2 and hitting 1 earlier this inning. He'd be on the hook for the loss. Pitch fouled back, and now Suval trying to get his first out of the day.
Souris Valley changing pitchers out there like the manager changes his socks. There's lots of them.
Omar Jackson spoiled that one. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes, trying to work his way on as the Sodbusters getting into the good part of the lineup here. Leadoff man here with already 2 runs home. Suval brings it home. This one sprayed down the left field line, but foul. If he could have snuck that one a few more feet to the right, that could have been extra bases and 2 RBIs.
Yeah, the way he flies, it would at least been a double. There's all kinds of room in the power alley on both sides. 405. Look at the left fielders playing towards the line there. Right fielder playing clear over towards right center.
8th pitch of the at-bat coming for Suval. 3-2 the count on Jackson. The pitch way outside, and they're loaded up again as Cole Dawson comes to the plate.
Well, much different feel in this game than the first game. Busters being more patient. They're taking their chances, their opportunities. Be interesting to talk to Coach Wagner and just say what was said between first game and second game to his players.
Cole Dawson hit by a pitch his first time up. He walked with the bases loaded his last time up to bring home a run. 0 for 1 in this contest after he went 1 for 3 in the opener of the doubleheader, and the Sodbusters lost that one 7-2. Bases loaded still, nobody out. Pitch in there for strike 1, no balls and 1 strike.
So Dawson due 1 hit all day. That's not usually him. Like I said, the power alleys are huge out here right now.
Wind blowing in from center, that 408 sign out at Duncan Field. 405 to the alleys, 367 down the right field line, and 370 down the left field line. 0-1 delivery. Just a little bit high. 1 ball and 1 strike on Cole Dawson.
84 degrees right now. 93 at game time start of game number 1. I think it was close to 90 when game number 2 started.
Not too bad a night, and your last chance to see Hastings at home until the 4th of July weekend is tomorrow, noon start between these same two teams. 1-1 delivery. Line drive, center field, base hit. Well, maybe. Throw to second is not going to be in time, and the bases will still be loaded. Jackson had to make sure that the ball came down before he went. The throw to second, but they couldn't get Jackson, so the RBI single for Cole Dawson. That brings home Feeney. Shaw ends up at third base, Jackson at second, and the book is closed on Harper, who works 0 innings and allows 3 earned runs. And Trevor Matson up there now.
Matson, the 7th batter of the inning.
None have been retired. Pitch in there for strike 1. No balls and 1 strike for Matson, who's had a big day. 2 for 2, 2 RBIs, 2 runs scored. It's Trevor Matson.
That's just this game.
Another RBI opportunity. Matson had a run scored and an RBI in the first game to go along with 1 hit. 0-1 pitch. Taken for ball 1. Not sure where. 1-1 the count. Maybe just a hair low. Again, it's been a fairly tight zone on both sides, which is another reason it's 9-6 as we drag onward here in the bottom of the 5th. Sodbusters with crooked numbers in the 4th and 5th. Matson rockets this one high in the air to right field. Runners will tag at second and third. It'll be a sacrifice fly as Matson gets his 3rd RBI of the day. Well played out there by Alan Greer, but no chance to get an out. So Shaw scores from third. Jackson ends up at third. And Cole Dawson hangs on at first base. Runners at the corner, still only 1 out. They get that runner to third with less than 2 outs. We'll see if J.T. Cafferty can produce another RBI here.
4 runs this inning on 2 hits.
Sodbusters have now pushed the lead to 4 at 10-6. But keep in mind, still 6 outs to get against the best offensive team in the Expedition League. It's not going to come easy the way this game's going. 10-6 to score. Sodbusters with the lead, and you'd like to just keep on rolling. At least get 1 more run this inning. And because I don't know if any lead is safe at this point. Runner goes. Pitch is taken for a ball. The throw down to second is not going to be in time as Cole Dawson steals the base. So runners at second and third. And that eliminates the double play. Now any old ground ball. And the Sodbusters can score again, although here comes Souris Valley. They'll bring the infield back in, but opens up a lot more holes for J.T. Cafferty.
7 stolen bases for Hastings tonight in this second game.
Any ground ball not hit at an infielder will produce a run. Pitch in the dirt. Lance McDonald has had a pretty good game behind the plate. He has been all over the place and has been asked to be all over the place by this pitching staff, which has struggled with command for Souris Valley in game number 2. The pitch. It's a 4-pitch walk to J.T. Cafferty, so now all of a sudden Suval has walked 2, and he still has retired only 1.
5 walks in the inning by Souris Valley.
Sodbusters have batted around, and if they can stay away from a double play here, get another run home. Ian Riley got as far as third base in the 3rd. He is officially 0 for 2 on the day.
There's a righty warming up for Souris Valley.
This one rocketed. It's caught by the first baseman who steps on the bag. Double play. So the Sodbusters will settle for 4, if you will. Tremendous job for Bo Brewer to talk about his offense, but he saved 1 and perhaps 2 runs right there with a defensive play. J.T. Cafferty, no chance. He had already taken a couple of steps off. It ends up being a line out to the first baseman, 3 unassisted on the double play, but the Sodbusters do get 4 runs in the inning. Sodbusters do it with the benefit of just a couple of hits, and they lead it 10-6 as we head to the 6th. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Timeout. Timeout. Smith, we only need one more out. Do you think you have enough energy?
I'm exhausted and it's hot out here. I'm thinking about enjoying that nice, cool air conditioning I have at home.
Oh yeah, you've talked about Ruts Heating and AC, the #1 source for residential and commercial HVAC services in Nebraska for over 45 years.
Yeah, now, I have enough for one more batter, Coach.
Smith, go finish this thing so we can all go home and cool off. Visit rutsheatingandair.com.
My husband and I love to live in Nebraska.
It's the good life.
We always vacation here.
Love those Nebraska state parks.
We love to eat here.
Where are you going to get a better steak?
And we love to play here, especially Nebraska Pick 5 from the Nebraska Lottery. It has a $50,000 starting jackpot, drawing 7 days a week, and all the proceeds go back to our state.
Hey, honey, this weekend, let's buy some Nebraska Pick 5 tickets, go to a state park, and grill some steaks.
Like our first date.
I'm no amateur.
Top prize odds 1 in 501,000.
Well, it's hard to say that the Sodbusters bust the game open the way this game's going. You just don't feel like any lead is safe at this point, but 4 runs look pretty big there in the bottom of the 5th. We'll see if the Sodbusters can close things out with 6 outs as they lead it by a score of 10-6, and back to take it home is Josh Salmon.
All right, thank you, Steve. Jake Bigham back out there. He had a chance to take a little nap last inning. That was a very long inning, and hopefully kept his arm fresh. We'll see what happens here with Souris Valley as they got some work to do here in the 6th inning, down by 4, 10-6 for Souris Valley. I have figure out their batter here if he turns around. Fly out to left field. I don't have a 28. They have a pinch hitter. I must have been a pinch hitter. Oh, that was McDonald. Sorry, I had my number wrong. So McDonald flew out to left field. First pitch, 1 out. That's the ratio you like for Jake Bigham. And to the 9th place hitter right now, Reese Anderson. Reese played for Hastings last year, as Steve said. Played a good outfield for us. Solid defense out there last year. Bigham, a 4-run lead here in the 6th. Remember, this game's 7th inning as well. 2 pitches and 2 outs possibly. Second base, right field, who's going to catch it? Second baseman gets it. That is Stevens. And 2 pitches, 2 outs. So where you like it there. And Reese Anderson is 1 of 2. So back to top of the order, Caden Swaby. Swaby has reached on an error. He's also been hit by a pitch and grounded out. It's nice, good idea to keep this guy at the base path. He is quick. Bigham working very quickly on the first base side of the rubber. Pitches in there for a strike. He's thrown 3 pitches this inning and he's gotten 2 outs already. As I mentioned, Fremont lost their 4th straight tonight. Wheat City won. Pierre won. Wheat City was leading 4-7. Oh yeah, Wheat City beat Fremont. I'm sorry. And then Pierre Trappers 11-1. They won, and Canyon County leading 12-2. 2 strikes here. Jake Bigham. Chopper back to Bigham. Over to first. 5 pitches, a 1-2-3 inning. That's the way you like it. Back with the Busters, 10-6. Bottom of the 6th coming up. Chance to add some more. This is Sodbuster Baseball from Duncan Field. You're listening here. Thanks for tuning in to the doubleheader. We'll hear a word now from Graham Tire.
You know Graham Tire for their quality tires and service, but did you know that they do brakes, batteries, and oil changes, and even shocks and struts? Graham Tire in Hastings has the quality products and great service you have come to expect from the Graham name. Rick and his crew will get you fixed up and right back on the road safely. And you can trust that the job was done right. That's peace of mind. Graham Tire in Hastings, West 2nd Street, open 7:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball. Hey you. Your ad here. It's Josh Salmon of Salmon Says Media. Imagine turning on the radio or TV and hearing or seeing your business being advertised. Salmon Says Media offers voiceovers, full audio production, on-hold messaging for your phone, and more. Nearly 2 decades of experience. Salmon Says Media also offers radio imaging and podcast production. See us on Facebook. Salmon Says Media, the official media partner of the Hastings Sodbusters. As Sodbusters pitcher Jake Bigham threw 5 pitches to get out of the inning. First 2 pitches were outs, and he threw 3 to the next batter and got Swabby to go out. So 5 pitches and 1, 2, 3 goes Souris Valley after that very long bottom of the 5th. That's the kind of inning you want for the Sodbusters. Chance to add on some more here. You got Cahoy, Stevens, and Feeney due up for Hastings. 10 runs, 6 hits, and 2 errors for Hastings. Souris Valley is 6 runs, 3 hits, and 1 error.
There is a new pitcher coming in. He looks just like Suval.
He
I
does
thought it was
look like
21. It's 27. Shane Sinclair out of Spokane Falls Community College. So Shane Sinclair becomes the 6th pitcher of the day for Souris Valley. I apologize when you asked me if there's a new pitcher. Now, same guy, isn't it? Nope, it looks just like the other guy. And he's 27 instead of 21. Shane Sinclair making the appearance here for Souris Valley.
I got some numbers on him here. Sinclair from Spokane Falls Community College, as you said. Glasnow, Montana. Last pitched on June 17th. The numbers for the season, he's 2-1 with a 7.16 ERA, 6 games, 1 start, 16 innings pitched, struck out 13, 11 batters walked, and 18 hits. Here's Carson Cahoy, righty versus righty. 5th pitcher of the night for Souris Valley, pitches in there for a strike. So Sinclair looks a lot like the last pitcher, Suval, and we have Jacob Schroeder and Jeremy Schneider, who look a lot alike, and similar letters. So my eyes aren't what they used to be, put it that way. 1-1 here to Carson Cahoy. Sinclair, another righty. A lot of righties coming out of the bullpen here for Souris Valley. 2-1 to Carson Cahoy. Love to get some speed on the base path and have him get on base. 3 times this game, Busters have had a leadoff hitter on. Time for number 4 here. And 1 pitch away from that. Carson takes an aggressive swing. Getting started in left field here in game number 2. Didn't play in game number 1. Carson has RBI single. He flew into a double play and walked. Here's the 3-1 coming up. And Sinclair works very quickly and walks him very quickly. 4 straight pitches. 5 pitches on that one. So Trevor Stevens comes up now. Another walk for Souris Valley.
That's 11 by the 6 pitchers now combined. There's only been 1 of the 6 pitchers who has not walked a batter for Souris Valley.
Brings up left-handed batting Trevor Stevens. He has walked twice and grounded out. That's a high chopper to second base, over to second, back to first to get the double play, and they do. Souris Valley nicely turned. I thought maybe they would send Cahoy and take a first pitch or something to stay out of the double play, but they didn't, and they hit into it.
Yep, well turned there, and that was really just routine. Ethan Moore threw it to Justin Cooper, and Cooper over to Brewer, and that threat quickly erased now as see if the Sodbusters can get done with Connor Freeney.
So Feeney's up there, the new guy, the catcher from Texas. Wayne State product. Catcher doing a good job. First game here, just looking to get the bat going a little bit. Did walk his last time up. Has struck out twice as well. 2 outs here for the Busters. 10-6 our score. Game number 2. Souris Valley won game number 1, 7-2. Here's a pitch from Sinclair. It is the 1-1 offering. And that one, strike 2. Looked like the slider. Strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Right-hander versus right-hander here. If Feeney can get on, Jacob Shaw has had a busy night at the plate. He will be up. Busters have had a ton of on-base guys and taken advantage of most of those in this situation. Capitalizing on those walks. That pitch outside, 2-1. Noon tomorrow, first pitch. Steve said he'd write you a doctor's note if you want to get out of work.
Just a baseball note. What do you do? Doctor, what's that?
I'll sign it. Nobody can read my writing anyways. Now, first base side. Boss looks at it and goes, what is this? Who's Steve Stein? It's Dr. Stein to you.
And it's Frankenstein. No, we won't go there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Hey, it's 10:33 here in Hastings, so you got to get a little silly sometimes, especially when you're up by 4. Busters focus on 6th inning. Like to get some more runs here. Only 7-inning game. Here is the 2-2 coming up from Sinclair. And it went well outside. Goes to 3-2. Carson Gahoy led off with a walk, and then he was put out on the double play that Trevor Stevens grounded into a moment ago. That's the 2 outs. Sinclair, 3-2 count, 2 outs. Payoff pitch coming up here from Sinclair. And outside, ball 4. That makes 12 walks now. The theme song this game for Souris Valley is Nancy Sinatra's Boots Are Made for Walking.
And a subheader there, 3 hit batsmen, so that's 15 free passes, and we've not completed the 6th inning yet. And really, Souris Valley probably fortunate to give them only 10 at this point, because the Sodbusters have only 6 hits. Souris Valley only 3 hits, but they've scored 6 times.
Yeah, I have 7 guys left on base tonight, too, for Hastings. So, brings up Jacob Shaw, your DH. That one grounds to second base. Should be an easy play over to first. And it is by Moore. And that'll do the Sodbusters, leaving 1 more on base. No runs scoring there. So, Busters do nothing here in the 6th. They do get a couple walks, but not able to capitalize on it. They still lead 10-6. Time to close out the game here in the 7th. We'll be right back from Duncan Field. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
5 Points Bank has been proudly serving the Tri-City area for decades, and we are continuously finding ways to make your banking experience easy and enjoyable. We offer the best of both worlds with kind and welcoming employees in the bank while creating a strong online presence to accommodate your busy lifestyle. Our innovative technology adds layers of security while being easily accessible to all age groups. Stop into the Better Bank to learn more today.
Have you heard the latest in Sodbusters news? Hey, this is Josh Salmon, voice of Hastings Sodbusters Baseball, inviting you to check out the Sodcast, the official Sodbusters podcast. Each episode gets you up to date on team info, the latest news, player and coaches interviews, and more. Join Brian Frew and myself for the Sodcast all through the baseball season. The Sodcast is available for listening on Spotify for free. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball Inside Duncan Field with me, Josh Salmon, and co-owner Brian Frew. The Sodcast. Listen today.
No, it's good to see dancing in the Buster dugout as Justin McGuigan's doing a little dance to the Neil Diamond song. Hey, you know what? Souris Valley's doing a little dance too as well. 10-6, chance for Jake Bigham to get the win here as he came in with a tie. So, chance for him to get the W column, and Busters are happy to get a W here if they can finish it out. 3 outs away from that W, taking 1 of 2 of the doubleheader here on your Wednesday night. Game number 3 tomorrow, rubber match. Could be the rubber match if Busters can pull this one out. Noon here at Duncan Field. If you can't join us, make sure and tune in to the YouTube and to the Mixler. I'm Josh Salmon. That's Steve Stein. Nate Miller to our right. We've had Brian Frew on. We've had Scott Galusha on as well. And we'll get a visit from Coach Chandler Wagner after this one, although I may just record that one because this guy needs to get some sleep. Well, we'll use that tomorrow for the pregame show. How about that? Coming up for Souris Valley, it's going to be 2, 3, 4. It's going to be Greer, Brewer, and Bowler. You think they'll pinch hit for Brewer? Not a chance. So here comes Greer. Alan Greer, fielder's choice, a walk, and a single. Jake Bigham, 5 pitches last inning, got him 3 outs. Strike 1 there to Greer. I kind of wondered how the break from the 5th inning to the 6th would affect Bigham, and he goes, what break? He came right out and got 3 outs. Only in Bigham style. Breaking ball, fouled that one off into the parking lot on the first base side. No balls, 2 strikes here to Alan Greer. Greer's played in both games. Right fielder. Righty versus righty. Bigham gets a sign from his catcher, Feeney. Kicks and delivers. That one hit deep to left. Slicing, and it's going to be a fair ball. Down the line, that's easy to. That thing was fair by about 1.5 feet. And that's a nice piece of hitting there as Cooper claps his hands at center at second base. So that thing fair just by about 1.5 feet, and quickly getting over there was Cahoy to get it back in. And that could have been easily a triple. So you look at Souris Valley. And that's only the third time tonight they've had the runner on, but that's the first time they've had a hit with the runner on tonight. Other times have been walked or hit by pitch. So, Bigham's job not done yet. Souris Valley not rolling over and playing dead here. Down by 4. Brings up Brewer, the tough guy.
Pitching to him. You pitch to him because, I mean, you're up by 4.
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't want to walk him, because that just gets them one step closer to putting the tying run to the plate.
Feeney drops the ball. Runner goes to third. And good heads-up move there by Cooper for Souris Valley to get there. Feeney not able to get him, so now another 90 feet away from a run here is Souris Valley. And so Bigham. I'm not sure what the pitch was. I was looking at my scorecard. 1-0, and that one outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. There we go. Now they got the count on the board. Brewer done a pretty good job of containing him in this game. 2 walks, actually in this series for that matter. The Brewers, I mean, batting .500, this guy. He had 2 hits last game, but this game he has only walked twice. And considering the damage this guy can do, the 2-1 count here to him, be nice if you could retire him here. It doesn't get any easier with Bowler, but
yes, it does.
Well, a little bit.
I mean, when that guy's Brewer. I mean, with credit to everyone else in the Souris Valley lineup, this guy's been the guy that has been the dude. So
yeah, him and Swabby have some pretty high batting averages. Career's been up there in high 300s as well. 3-1 here. Bigham gets a new sign from Feeney. Runner on third is Cooper. Now and back up to center and going to fall in front of Jackson. Able to get it in and 1 run in there for Bigham. RBI single and 2 hits in a row here now for Souris Valley. So Jake Bigham having a little trouble trying to close this one out.
Well, like I say, at least they're hitting the ball and you're not walking them. I mean, that had a chance to be fielded. The first one had a chance to be fielded. If you can find a way just to keep throwing strikes, and I think your defense has a chance to make the plays, and you want to keep the next guy from getting on because right now they haven't got the tying run on yet.
Dalton Bowler comes in. Last minute addition to the lineup, takes a strike. And you look at how many RBIs that Brewer had in the first game. You know, they scored 7 runs. He had 5 RBIs. This game they score 5 runs, and he has 3 RBIs. So big offensive bat there. He's over at first base right now. No outs. That one fouled off. And so on 2 here to Bowler. Drew Miller due up next. 2 hits, 2 runs in this, or excuse me, a run in, 2 hits this inning for Souris Valley, but they still trail 10-7, even though the scoreboard doesn't say that.
And Bigham, give him credit. He walked in and hit the first 2 men he faced, but has been in the zone since.
Popped up first base side and out of play into the stands. Hey, there's nobody over there. Foul ball for somebody that wants to get up and get it. Still a few faithful here. It's creeping up on 11 o'clock, about 20 minutes away. Some Hastings faithful. Oh, there's a person gets over there now and gets it before the kids do. The 0-2 coming up to Bowler. That one gets away from the catcher a little bit, but Feeney able to hold on to it. He wanted to check the swing, said he didn't, so it goes to 1-2. No, I have 2. Well, yeah, 1-2. They keep changing the scoreboard on me here. So 1-2 count here. Here comes the 1-2, and swung on and missed. Got him. Have a seat. Down goes Bowler. That's a big ouch. 1 down for Souris Valley here in the 7th.
First strikeout for Bigham to go along with his walk and hit batsman. Of course, had that 5-pitch inning last inning, and just keep throwing strikes, see what happens.
So brings up another left-handed batter in Drew Miller. He's the DH. Started this game. Came in the last game as a defensive and offensive replacement. That went in there for a strike. So Bigham allowed a double to Greer. He came around and scored on a single by Brewer. Brewer stands on first base. 1 out, 10-7, Hastings. Souris Valley has 7 runs on 5 hits. Jake Bigham trying to finish things out here. Came in the 5th inning and in line for the win if he can do it. Ball and a strike now to Drew Miller. Justin Cooper due up next. It was Greer that led off the inning. I'm sorry. That one fouled off third base side. So ball and 2 strikes. Hope to see you out here at noon tomorrow. Duncan Field. Be the last home game for a while till July 3rd. We'll have a doubleheader on the 4th. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Brewer, not a very big lead over at first. That one down first base line. Matson, he goes under his glove, and it is a foul ball.
That's too bad. It wasn't been fair because I think if that's fair territory, Matson able to grab it, step on the bag, maybe has a chance to get 2 if he can throw back to second.
Yeah, he's got quick hands. I love him being over at first. He's not too bad at third, but he's obviously more comfortable at first base. And he started the game at third, but then Matt Rodriguez made a tag in the first inning on a runner on a throw from Matson, and it hurt his hand, so he got pulled out. Riley got put in at third. Matson moved over to first. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. That seems like forever ago, beginning of this game.
It's been a long time.
10-7 on this one. A little looper into right field, playing very shallow out there and getting it in quickly is J.T. Cafferty. So 3rd hit of the inning, and keeping the inning alive is Miller.
And now it's time to get a little concerned because Souris Valley will bring the tying run to the plate. There's still only 1 out, but I guess I still go with Bigham because very few guys have shown the ability to throw consistent strikes today. At least Bigham has been in the zone. Now, Souris Valley's hit it, but that really was not a terribly solidly struck ball. But can they find a way to get Cooper and Moore and finish this thing?
Right. Buster's had 1 day off, a couple days off, actually, since Sunday's game. So they got some fresh arms, but you don't want to use those right now as you get set to go on a road trip as well. And you still got 1 more against Souris Valley here tomorrow.
And plus, who in your bullpen has the pedigree of this guy on what he's done for Hastings over the last couple of years?
Yeah, who's been more effective? And Rand Sanders is the only one I think that can be even close this season. But if you put the 2 seasons together, Bigham has been more reliable overall. Rand's coming a little bit late last year, obviously, from Legion Ball. The 2-0 coming up here to Cooper. And taking inside strike. 3 hits this inning, 1 run in for Souris Valley. They now trail 10-7. 2 runners on here. Brewer stands on second. You have Drew Miller on first. Trying to close things out here in the 7th inning. That one fouled back to the net. We go to 2-2 now.
You mentioned Sanders. He has 2 of the 3 saves for the Hastings Sodbusters this year. And Bigham trying to come up with the 2nd win of his season. He would tie for the team lead in that category with Trayton Scully if they can close things out.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Bigham, and a little low.
Called strike 3 surely would have been okay for the fans remaining here and the broadcasters.
Yeah, that one didn't quite go, and would have been all right. But Ethan Moore comes up next. So 3-2, 2 on here. 1 run in for Souris Valley. 7th inning, top of the 7th. Runners go. That one popped up right field. J.T. Cafferty running in, and he's not going to make the catch. That one falls. So runners will be everywhere, as that was just a little lazy thing, and it just kind of died right outside first base. I'm surprised the second baseman didn't run over there.
Yeah, terrible luck for the Sodbusters. That was not well struck at all, but it hit about a foot fair, and now the tying runs are on for Souris Valley with only 1 out, and there's 7, 8, and 9 hitters trying to come through.
Prior to this inning, Bigham has only allowed 1 hit, and boy, he's got 4 this inning. And out there's Luke Bay to talk to him, say, hey, what's going on? Why can't we finish this thing out? Yeah, I'm surprised Stevens didn't run over there to try to make that play. He had a better chance. Cafferty kind of ran in, and I'm not sure if he even knew it was just going to die, but it did. Steve, you want to take a look at the scores? You got any scores over there from around the league? We know that Fremont lost their 4th in a row tonight to Wheat City at home, 7-4 on that one.
Of course, first game of the day, it was this Souris Valley squad winning 7-2. Western Nebraska leading Mining City 11-10. That game down the bottom of the 8th inning.
Wow, they came back.
Pierre beats Sioux Falls 11-1. Wheat City over Fremont by a score of 7-4. And Canyon County leads Casper 12-8. That game in the bottom of the 9th. So A lot of runs being scored again here in the Expedition League, and we've got 17 on the board here as the Sodbusters trying to close things out with 2 more outs. Ethan Moore trying to keep it going. He had a sack flies last time up.
Yeah, pitching coach Luke Bay, former pitcher himself, so he really relates to these guys. Only a couple of years older than most of these guys, so they're really he's really doing a good job with the bullpen. And let's see if what he says has the magic words here. Fouled off. First pitch there is Moore. 1 run in this inning already. You have Brewer standing on third base. Miller standing on second. Cooper standing on first for Souris Valley. Only 1 out. Bigham gets the sign from his catcher Feeney. The 0-1 coming in. Now swung on and missed on that one. Looks like a foul tip, but either way it's a strike. Defensive alignment, you have Cahoy in left, Jackson in center, Cafferty in right, Riley at third, Dawson at short, Stevens at second, Madsen at first, and the new guy, Connor Feeney, behind the dish. Jake Bigham on the hill trying to finish it out. Here's the 0-2. Could desperately use a strikeout right here. And a chopper, maybe 2 would work. Second, over to first, and they can't get the double play. It ends up being a RBI fielder's choice. Another run scoring, but another out. So 2 outs, so trade the run for the out, definitely.
Yep, that is the big stat right there. And now the Sodbusters just an out away from winning it. But now the tying run at first once again.
And we have
the
a pinch hitter.
The 9th run is at third base.
Pinch hitter coming up here for Souris Valley is going to be Chase Keaton. We saw him in the first game. He didn't start in this game. So Keaton getting the start in game number 1 at second base. Had 1 hit. Chase Keaton a chance to keep the inning alive and the game alive for Souris Valley. 10-8 our score. Runners on the corners here. That one popped up and slicing out of play behind us. So 0-1 here. Jakes have no problem getting ahead of the batters. It's just finishing off. And these guys, to his credit too, sometimes they're just finding some gaps. A little dunker a moment ago from Cooper. Not much you can do about some of that stuff. 0-1 coming up here to the pinch hitter. Keaton. That one misses. Ball and a strike here. Chase Keaton from Valley Mills, Texas, Murray State College. A couple Murray State College guys here on the Souris Valley team. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swung on a miss, just blew the heater right by him. Went straight cheese on that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bigham trying to finish it out. Hastings faithful, who are still on hand here at close to 11 o'clock. Making some noise. Hey, the drum guy's still here. That's great. I need to learn his name sometime. The 1-2 coming up, and timeout called by the batter. Chase Keaton wants to think things over. Jake Bigham wants to finish it out here. Try to talk to Luke Bay after the game tonight, if it's as well. Otherwise, I'll catch him tomorrow about what he said to Bigham here. The 1-2 coming up. Chance to close it out. Here is Bigham's pitch. And then we can well outside. Nice stop by Feeney. Goes to 2-2. So you can't end there. It's got to be dramatic. We have to have a dramatic ending. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2-run difference as Busters lead 10-8. Top 7. Trying to finish it out here in the doubleheader and take game number 2. Bigham, swing and a miss, got him. Keaton goes down, and the Busters win it. 10-7, Hastings wins. 10 runs on 6 hits and 2 errors, where Souris Valley had 8 runs on 7 hits and 1 error. We'll take a quick 30-second break and come back and recap some numbers and talk a little bit about the game number 3 coming tomorrow. Hastings wins at 10-8.
For the best in promotional videos, custom designs, photography, websites, and more, it's Provident Promotions. You've got the business. Now make it stand out with Provident Promotions. Provident Promotions can help you design your logo, website, custom make your promotional video, and shoot just the right photo for your company or business needs to be seen everywhere. And they even offer email marketing services and social media management. Let them help you from start to finish. 111 North Burlington Avenue, Suite 110 in Hastings. A proud sponsor of Sodbuster Baseball.
Welcome back. Busters win it, game number 2. Thanks for hanging on with us. As pull out the victory, 10-8. Jake Bigham finishes out. He gets the win, and Delkin Harper gets the loss there for Souris Valley, and he was the third pitcher. Is that right? Third pitcher of the night, Harper?
Harper was the 4th of the 6 pitchers used today by Souris Valley.
Yikes.
Started with Jackson, and then they ended up bringing in Hammerly, Sharon, Harper, Suval, and Sinclair.
That's right, Sharon, so I didn't have him, so they used 6 pitchers tonight.
And you shouldn't forget Sharon because he was the only pitcher for Souris Valley that didn't walk a man.
Wow.
Yeah.
So there you go. So 6 pitchers for them, and exhausted some of their bullpen, but like I said, they had 3 days off, so they had some fresh arms. But come back tomorrow. Noon is our first pitch tomorrow. We look at the Busters. Just the 6 hits, but Trevor Matson, big game for him. 3 stolen bases. 3 RBIs in the game, definitely player of the game on this one. And also got to give it to Bigham, the whole offense for that matter. And they really capitalized, Steve, on 12 walks and 3 batters were hit by pitches. You've got to capitalize on those presents, and they did.
Yeah, and particularly there in the 4th and 5th innings, scoring 7 runs combined in those 2 innings. You mentioned Madsen going 2 for 2, 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored. Omar Jackson, a perfect day, 1 for 1. He scored twice. Cole Dawson, 1 for 2. Knocked into one of those with a bases-loaded walk is that big 4-run inning, the difference in the game. Carson Cahoy, 1 for 2. He had that big 2-out hit back in the first. That was a long time ago, but that gave the Sodbusters an early lead after they had given up an unearned run, and he ended up scoring a run as well. And then number 9 hitter, Jacob Shaw, all he does is find a way to produce, 1 for 3. He ends up getting a big 2-run single, also scored twice. So those kind of the offensive heroes. Jeremy Snyder will battle his way through the first 4 innings today. Did not figure in the decision, allowed 3 runs, just 1 of those earned. He allowed just 2 hits while striking out 1, walking 2, and hitting 1. Jake Bigham had a tough beginning and a tough end, but through strikes allowed his defense to do the job. He gets the win despite allowing 4 runs on 5 hits, striking out 1, walking 1, and hitting 1. He walked and hit the first 2 batters he faced. Didn't really come close to walking anybody again. Did have a 3-ball count that 7th inning, but was pretty well under control, and just having a guy who can come out there and throw strikes, kind of the difference in this game. And Hastings got more in the zone, and consequently the 7-game losing streak is over for Hastings. The 7-game winning streak is over for Souris Valley, and now time to go win a series tomorrow.
Yeah, only 3 walks allowed, as you mentioned, by Hastings pitcher in game number 2, and that's an outstanding fact for this team that walks a lot, usually out of the bullpen, and generating all those walks on offense. A much better game between game number 1 and game number 2. So I'll be talking to the coaches here in a little bit. We'll play that tomorrow for the pregame show. For Steve Stein, for Nate Miller, and all our Sodbuster crew, we'll split the series 1-1. Game number 3 coming up tomorrow at noon. We'll start pregame broadcast at 11:30. This is Josh Salmon signing off from Duncan Field. Good night.